ever win a trophy? Please, how have they not done it already? All of the Pacific analysts.
That's a big spin.
All of the Pacific analysts just on edge here. Remember, this is the truth.
Here we
Will
go, here we
Pacific ever win a trophy?
Oh!
Massive win there.
No guarantee it's right here, but
Ever, at some point or ever.
Jeez.
We can say if it's actually here.
Yeah,
I can't
the
believe they're cursing it this hard.
Tom, what are your questions?
This is insane.
Oh, mine's a little bit more toxic, I feel. I said, did Loud underperform?
You want to make
Here
some
we go.
enemies, don't you?
No, I'm not making enemies. The wheel is making
it was
enemies.
a limp roll, by the way.
Yeah.
Limp roll.
Here we go.
Oh,
You're kidding.
okay,
Oh, there you go.
okay,
Exactly.
okay. I
It's
like
an
it.
America's wheel right now.
exactly.
How's it going, Joel?
The audacity of Tom to even ask that.
Yeah, true.
But
Exactly.
Bea, surely you're going to bring us back with a better
That was their
question.
best
Here we go.
performance.
Are you instigating here?
I might be. My question is going to be, will EMEA make global playoffs ever again?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Wow.
Wheel. I don't ask for much in life.
I'm so scared.
Oh
That's
god.
so doomer.
I
That
can't
is
watch.
like...
I can't
so
look.
scared.
I can't look. I can't look. Oh, don't.
Please give me a
Oh,
slay.
please.
Scratch says no.
We're done.
Why would you
I can't
You
believe it.
write the script, right?
Why would you
Oh
even
my
do that?
gosh.
I mean, you've killed Yinsu. You killed
Uh-huh.
Yinsu.
This is going so well.
What a save. At least they're trying to curse all the regions, so
Okay, I'm just gonna do.
I'm all down with it.
the wheel, okay, nobody has to be heartbroken in this one. Should we buy the Sentinels bundle? Should we actually do it?
Okay.
Go on,
That's got to be a sleigh.
come on. Should we do it? I mean, now I don't have a region. Can I be adopted by Americas?
I'm sure they'd be lucky to have you.
The tension.
Here we go.
No, I'm nervous.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh.
Better not say.
Yeah, that's Zelsa's job. We don't want to steal his job.
That's
So,
a great point.
you got to leave it for him.
Yeah, I think we have talked a bit too much about
you hope we go 5 maps. Ooh, do we hope?
And no
I don't
comment.
care. I don't
Like
care
you just
about
want
the
you
Sentinels
just want a
bungle.
banger? Is that what it
The
is?
Sentinels bungle. I want to see PRX move on to the final.
Okay, well, that's what you think, but I want to know what you guys think at home in our MasterCard fan poll. It's very simple. Who is moving on to the grand finals tomorrow to face Genji? Will it be Sentinels?
Man, I can't believe we're saying this. I can't believe
Said,
like
or
to
will it
face
be PRX?
Genji.
Because the wheel said. So scan the QR code on your screen and cast your vote right now. And make sure you use the hashtags.
Like that is an
ValorMasters,
insane
and
concept.
feature you on the show. If you have a question for the wheel, hey, let us know. We might bring it out and give it another whirl.
How
as
have
the
we
games
made this
go on.
happen,
But for
chat?
Now, let's move on to this huge match at hand, because the reason these two teams, Sideshow, even got to where they are right now is because they both lost to Genji.
Yeah, it's a really interesting fact that both of these teams have played similar opponents. And I feel like Genji really demonstrated two core concepts, right, to be able to beat these teams. One is anticipation.
Okay, I
the
think
other is
I've got
outpacing
that
your
set
opponent.
up.
They anticipated everything that PRX was going to do, so they were always ahead of them, and they outpaced Sentinels horribly. They were always making decisions quicker than Sentinels could.
I think their reads.
Oh,
as
my
well were unbelievable,
pick'ems.
Especially if you look at Split, at map, the Sentinels, they're the best team in the world, and then they went up against them, and every single time they were walking into an empty site, forcing Sentinels to retake, which Sentinels are good at.
The split was so good. To be fair, I think as Sentinel said in their interview, I agree that they were
without dropping a match, and to me it's back to what
they were
we
definitely a
talked
little
about
off in
yesterday
that
on
map
the show.
one.
This is like they're like a motivational quote. It's like, work
What's up,
hard,
Peng?
do it in silence, and then show off the results.
Yeah, for Sentinels as well. Tekken, Tens, and Zekken, they've been unstoppable the entire. It's gonna happen. Tekken is here to stay.
He is just really pushing for it. I mean, listen, it's cool. Other than the fact that it's an actual other brand, but
He was someone who was pretty much destroying the majority of opponents throughout the tournament so far.
I'll tell you what happened. Genji's players are just better. Man, there were
1,
so
2,
many
3,
spots where they
4,
got
5,
into good
6,
positions
7,
to
8,
fight.
9.
They just got outclassed. Tens and Zekken are unbelievable players, but
10,
the
11,
players
12,
they're going up
14.
against today, we've seen Forsaken
9 out of
take over.
14.
We've seen
9 out of
somebody
14,
take
chat.
over. You need to be getting this level of impact out of the guys. And it's all gonna be
64%. Not bad, not bad. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, definitely. They need to forget about what happened against Gen.G. There were also so many instances where they would go down first just because of being in positions that only Gen.G was able to punish. Now, will PRX as the other Pacific team be on the same level? Well, we'll see.
Well, especially if we're going to be seeing split, which I think we will. We have seen Forsaken actually take over that map.
You know, chat, before the playoffs started, I was pretty confident in picking... Oh, actually, wait. Oh, I don't even... Hold on. I didn't even have Sentinels in the lower finals today, so I can do whatever I want.
Talk about the drop in performance, and he said it just felt like every time I was swinging Gen.G, I was swinging into 3 people.
He wasn't that time.
I think he's putting too much on himself. I do think that.
Then I go with PRX.
G side having the correct read and actually knowing how to activate themselves against Sentinels.
I mean, if he swings into 3 PRX players, how are we feeling about?
There's never 3 PRX players in one place. They're always scattered across the map, so I think it'll be okay.
I mean, we'll see.
What?
See.
PRX plays so grouped up.
Coaches here in Madrid as well, but are we buying what they are selling? It's time for Kaplan or Cap, of course.
Cap or Kaplan, that's good.
Starting with the man Kaplan as well. I want you to tell me if you're buying into what you're saying. Is it Kaplan, or do you feel like maybe it's a little
that
bit
Cap fits really well, by the way.
As well. So let's start with the first quote here. He said, "Lots to learn. Wish we didn't make the mistakes in the first place, but it is what it is. I take full responsibility. We will be better." Sideshow, Kaplan or Cap?
A little bit of both. I mean, he's probably referring to the fact that they had a game plan on Breeze that fell to pieces. I would say, you know, you want to get rid of that today. But I think this is kind of a lie, but the good kind of lie that helps your team's confidence.
See, I'm going full Cap. I'll be honest with you, I think it's full Cap. It's the classic coach scenario after a match.
Chat, let me just put out the tweets, etc.
Ignore the fact that Tens had a bad performance today. No, it was me. It was because I picked the wrong
those are the good kind of lies. You bear the brunt.
It's a good lie, but it's still Cap.
Hear me out. I think it's Kaplan. I think that he wants to give his players the chance to forget about what happened and just.
Is that Cap?
So they can keep performing on this tournament, making the finals.
I think that's Kaplan for sure.
So it is Kaplan.
Okay, we got 2 Kaplans and 1 Cap. I feel like you're out.
Well, he was a bit in the middle.
He's on the fence, though. What's the point?
There's a little bit of both there. There's Kaplan with a cap on. That's
he's doing what a coach needs to do in this situation, I feel like.
I mean, I feel like it's very end, right? He even tweeted back in EMEA as well. It's all me.
Americas versus Pacific.
Again, with Coach Alex.
SEN
is this going to be
versus...
Kaplan or is this going to be Cap? He said there's a lot of hesitation right now in the way we play, and that actually hurt us. I think any team to be consistent, you need to be first and foremost.
I mean, I think this is full no Cap.
Alex?
I think this is Cap. I think that if you're PRX, with how much experience you have in international events, you have such a defined playstyle that everybody's able to recognize, you should be confident in it by now. And if
nobody's using IG for press releases? Wait, what?
In the wrong
wait.
to spot what's going
on.
Are
we talking about the player nobody, or are you saying nobody's using Instagram for press releases, or dude, look at what EDG has done to us.
Super diving in on Raze, and everybody's following up. It's not just Forsaken acing to win them rounds.
Yeah.
They've actually got systems that are working. Some things timings were fantastic when he played against Loud. Their read on the game is way better than it was at the start. So I think to some degree he was analyzing the issues correctly. The problem with all of that is, how do you fix a hesitation problem? How do you give your players more confidence?
I was going to say, I think it's 80% Cap, because I think
let's
at the beginning of the
Valorant.
4 of 5 players didn't have any hesitation. They were still doing ridiculously aggressive things, but Munyet was hesitant. So
no, I think this is no Cap as well.
I think that's been the case, especially in their last match. I didn't see any hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah.
So we agreements? Cap. Oh,
Watch party live.
Oh, okay. You're different again.
Yeah.
You're different again.
What can I say? I believe authority. You tell me something, I believe it.
But the thing is, what do you, in terms of it being Cap, what do you want him to say, though? Well, what is it that you want to hear from him when it comes to Alex?
SEN versus PRX.
I'd say it's...
I mean, what I'd like to see is him to
Link.
dwell on the fact that he can't figure out the solution immediately. I feel like a lot of what we've heard from Alex is, I know that we have problems, but there are so many different ways that we could fix things. I don't know what it is, but
boom.
The players are already
Everything's
it out live
posted. We're good to go, chat. Man, we are so prepared. That's something.
I feel like that is such a broad...
Just him.
They are live.
Just him?
Just something.
Okay. Okay. Let's just get something on something that can play better with the operator.
Yeah, it's difficult now. All right,
Thank you,
okay.
Tom.
We've talked about Cap. We've talked about Cap.
Man, BO5 chat.
From the man, Kaplan. Or Cap. I don't know, because Mika Fabs is standing by with what I think is Coach Kaplan right now to see how he is feeling today.
Hey Kaplan, so that was a really tough loss yesterday. Can you tell us how you managed to prep the boys for a comeback today?
Yeah, so
dude.
yesterday one of the biggest problems was that we
We had a little band in the back.
shaky and nervous, and therefore didn't play our game. So after some thought, I've concluded there wasn't enough pressure on them, so I'm adding a lot more. I've told them if we lose today, they have to swim home, and just to double down on the pressure, I'm gonna pick Breeze, I think.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Kaplan's just doubling down on the memery.
Alright, is that Cap or Kaplan?
Well, that was Kaplan. I just saw it.
Kaplan's
It's also
just
completely true. I've seen the
Kaplan's just doubling down on the memery now.
They're not going to make
Swimming.
it. I'm
This
afraid they're not
Google
going to
Maps
make
do
it.
It's a bit far.
Do they have that? How long does
They
it take
should.
by swim?
They should if
I
it
think
don't.
the original thing that Kaplan said, that they came in nervous, I actually think they didn't look themselves in terms of how confident they were swinging and taking those fights at the start on split. So
I agree. I
I'd
agree.
like to see them
I
get
do think
into
they
the
didn't
groove of this
play
match really
like
early
you.
on. They talked about
I think
how
Genji
Elsa's
probably
so
still would have won
important
just because the
vibes and
scoreline
stuff.
was
I think
so
he's
massive,
like,
right?
whether or
But
not he would admit it.
I mean, that's the thing. Split can get very swingy. It can get very streaky.
That after that map they were out.
What about
But
Breeze,
I
though?
do
You
think
that Cap they're gonna pick Breeze?
Yes.
What they might
Yes,
do, because
that's-
technically down the line, if they just don't ban it, then they might end up picking it, just because it's a best of 5.
Might be
Yeah.
Kaplan. Might be Kaplan.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
I
but
do
it
think
might
they
be.
didn't
Alright,
play
let's move
well
on to, PRX
on Split,
because,
like even
for them,
individually. I
In
think.
this tournament, every single time we've spoken to them, they've done this little rating.
But that's the thing, right?
It's
It's-
we're 6 out of 10 coming into this tournament, and then
But
you
that's
had
the
a
thing about playing
Divide
against Gen G
yesterday.
is that
He
it's
hit
all
us
about the
with a
trades,
10
right? So like you
out
could
of
be
10. So I
decent
wanted to put you guys to the test.
individually,
Let's, as a desk,
but
rate some
you
of
gotta
what
be ready to
PRX have been
trade,
up to. So
especially
I
at the
see
highest
your
level.
whiteboards here.
It's
Show
not
me
even
the
just Gen
numbers,
G,
show me the
right?
numbers.
You want them numbers?
Oh.
Two.
All right, an 8, a 2, and a... All right, okay. Kukuka, what is it about PRX that's giving you a 2 right
Hear
now?
me out. I just focused on one thing.
Two.
I just focused on one aspect. You know what makes PRX PRX?
Her
The
two,
crazy
her
compositions
two's
and the
very
crazy
clean
play
though.
style of being extra aggressive. Then I just focused
Her
on the
handwriting's very
compositions
clean.
that we have been playing here. I just picked out some of them because there are so many crazy things. Just looking at the Ascent, no Sova, no Jet, no Sentinel. The way they make it play is something goes and makes a play with the operator. They apply a lot of pressure with that. I think is very easy to counter, and I think that Sentinels might have a very good read on that. For the bind, I feel like I have a problem with something, but I don't really have it. It's the Reyna. I've seen it a couple of times. I'm not sold by it. I really like the Harbor, but and then the split. You come in. I thought that we were gonna get that triple duel.
Nah, I actually think the Ascent comp's got pretty good legs too.
And now it is too late to make the changes. So I was adding points.
I actually think their Ascent is getting better and better, I think. I mean, sure, it doesn't rely fairly strongly on the op. Sure it does, but
Top
I'm a
3
paper
team,
girl.
2 out of 10.
Are we in agreement that in terms of the comps,
No.
at least, it's a 2?
No.
Oh,
No?
what are you
Okay.
rating for?
I'll give them at least a 3.
Tom's just here to troll.
Bizarre stuff when it comes to their compositions, and I think that they've actually started
So
working.
you're a
on
big
it.
Reyna fan?
I think it's a bit the rate.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna 3-0 today. We're playing Reyna and Gecko
Alright,
off.
what number
Great.
though?
hell yeah, let's go.
For the comps, I don't know, maybe like a 6 or 7 or something.
Okay,
like that.
okay.
Like,
I think that's really fair. I think a 6 or 7 is really fair, actually.
Improvement that they've made over the course of the tournament. If they were a 6 out of 10 earlier when they were playing against EDG,
Oh, you've
when they were
added the 2.
struggling, when they were losing, exactly. I've added on the 2 from your compositions, and we've got to 8. Because I feel like at the start of the tournament they were a little out of sync. They couldn't really get.
Chat, while we're waiting, I'm gonna
I'm
do my dailies on
that Alex wanted them to go towards heading into Madrid. And then you see them towards the end of the tournament.
On
here,
Honkai Star
they're
Rail.
taking risks, they're finding timings, their read on the game is really good, and they're playing off each other. Look at them baiting Divine in this situation, forcing mistakes out of opponents, getting Mind Freak into the clutch. We haven't seen this kind of stuff happening from them until the end of the tournament. They're getting in their groove. It's an 8 compared to last year.
True.
Do you agree? Are we bumping it to
I
an
do,
8 for that?
I do. The development has definitely been there within the tournament, but I think it's also what we expected from PRX.
Chat, if I had predicted this lower finals before the
It's a good thing that you you said they're all right because the 5
Before the playoffs started, I would have voted Sen.
Do you know what? I've got my leather jacket on. It makes me vibes, man. That's what I'm looking at right now. And I think
But I think I'm voting PRX today, chat.
been very, very good.
Listen, Genji's already made it to the grand final.
No desks
We've already
for
reached a
5 of the
record.
people.
I don't have to be afraid of no curses no more.
Which I think is a 1 out of 10, and it's this man on your screen right now. Alex has been getting a little bit frustrated. I'd say maybe even more so than what we've seen before. So it puts me bang in the middle, Sue.
Do you guys agree?
did slam the desk about times, but it was like excitement. It was like a good
Yeah, it was a good slam.
The duality of it as well, because Alex is such a fun guy. He's
Wait,
always
when did he
smiling,
slam it yesterday? It was actually like a legitimately
Because-
deserved slam.
It's just the room. He just gets
I forget.
grumpy.
To be fair, we've seen Chet in the dungeons before, and he's not been loving
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm voting
It's
PRX
crazy
today
how
for
Alex
sure.
is thinking about this team when they're winning and they're top 3 at a Masters currently with chances of making their 3rd final, and he's like, I'm really unhappy with the way that we're playing. Actually, it's all individual skill. None of the synergy that we've built up. And it's like they're winning. They're winning.
It's crazy because he has those kind of reactions even in the rounds that they win.
Yeah.
We will go to coach and be like, God, it's not the pick that we were supposed to do.
Hey,
I mean, that's what you need. That's what you need to win.
He never delivers it to the players. That's something
Yeah.
that's very important.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, obviously the players can see the VODs afterwards and etc. But then it's like easier to laugh about it, right? It's actually so impressive that Alex like he knows how to just vent it out when he's not on the comms, and then
He takes it on the
I mean,
desk,
now and then we've actually seen some rare timeouts where you could tell Alex is really spitting during a timeout, but generally he's pretty good at that.
What are they right now?
That means
Yeah, what's up, Rowan Gloves? This is my first turn, so I don't know anything about anything here. Well, listen, you've come at a very interesting time because we're in a position we've never seen before, where Pacific is currently on top.
7.5.
I was gonna say, I'm not kidding. I was gonna say.
I'm gonna assume you're not saying you're new to Valorant. You're just new to the VCT.
And Monya for some vibe check.
Hey Monya, what's up? You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good.
Okay, good, because like everybody loves, loves it when PRX are like feeling great and they love the PRX vibes. Can you tell us though, you guys have been staying quite humble. Tell us how the team is feeling today, especially since now you have made it into the top 3 here at Masters Madrid.
Definitely unexpected, but I think every time, like when we go to lower bracket, we just felt like more no fear, So yeah, we'll see.
That is true. PRX always plays better with nothing to lose. I mean, a lot of teams do, but they play so much better when they have nothing to lose, which does make you think about like they do have to change that at some point if they want to lift a trophy, right? But
He's such a hater, man.
Oh,
Such a
no.
hater.
Monya's
It's
got
crazy.
great vibes. He's adorable. Like,
been playing Valor for about a year. Nice.
Has been a lot of pressure on Monya.
Nice.
This run that they've had. All of the eyes are
No,
on him.
VCT is fun. If you have any questions, whether it's about the format, the games, the players, feel free to ask. But just as a brief, today is the lower finals, so it's a best of 5. It is between Sentinels, who came out from the America's tournament as the #1 seed, and PRX, who was number 2. Sentinels, by a lot of people, including myself, were kind of favored to be in the grand finals, or maybe even winning the event coming before it all started. But they took a tough loss against Genji, the Korean team, yesterday. So now they're here meeting PRX, and I think PRX, a lot of people thought they would need more time to get into the flow with Monette joining, the guy who was just interviewed. But they seem to be getting there a bit quicker. They're not quite stable yet, but they're getting there.
So I can understand why that was like a miracle.
Is he? But does that mean he's calling Monya a sub? Because that's really toxic if that's the way you're looking at it. But I don't think he is. I think it's just that they've come out, they've not looked.
It is a miracle run for sure, I think.
Realistically, and each time we're going,
like PRX fans will do whatever to tell us that our tier lists were wrong, but if the team is agreeing, like, listen, I do think it was a bit of a miracle run. I'm not gonna get through these dailies fast enough, am I? Let me just auto one.
When we get to those best of 5s, that is when PRX just falls down, when they crumble under the pressure, because they have been unsuccessful in winning a single
The best of 5 does get them a little bit.
Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me.
Oh, what's up, Reek? Does each team has a veto, or does SEN has 2 ban picks? As far as I know, each team has a veto. I think the only time that you have the double ban is in the grand finals.
Like, how worried are you about that, though? The fact that every time they've got to that best of 5 position, it's just never gone their way.
Well, you have to remember that best of 5s only happen when you play against the top teams. You don't play best of 5s at the beginning.
Dude, Sideshow's spitting today. Oh, he's done with the memery. He's actually Tom has taken the memery today, and Sideshow's just spitting fast today.
What a shocker! But it's time to get the results of our Mastercard fan poll and see if you guys believe in PRX, because yes, you do. Let's go, paper people, rise up. Nice. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my gosh. Chat, can you imagine? Chat, I have so many things I want to tweet at the end of today.
I can't believe they beat Sentinels in a poll.
Yeah. Time of day.
Big deal.
Actually, beating Sentinels in a poll is actually a big deal. That is actually a crazy big
I
deal.
think that going back to what you were saying earlier about DRX, you know, we've mentioned so much.
Like regardless of skill level, beating Sentinels in any type of Twitter poll is crazy.
I think that the opposition they're playing against is extremely tough. I think SEN have probably got an advantage in the map pool department if you're looking at what they're going to be running into. And when PRX win, it feels like it's late in the maps. It feels like it's based on a lot of individual stuff and hard reads. I'm not sure how consistent it's going to be.
I mean,
You know, the more I kept thinking about it, and obviously, hopefully you guys have seen the press conference from Sentinels as well, where Kaplan talks about the map draft. Unfortunately, I think that question was misphrased. I think the question meant to just simply ask, like, why didn't you ban Breeze instead? But he kind of took it as like, well, why did you let Breeze be the decider instead of banning it second? Because he started that question by saying, like, dude, what in the... because he talks about how he's like, well, Icebox and Sunset were banned, and my biggest question would have been, well, do you still feel that, you know? Well, I guess he would have answered it the same way either way. But anyway, regardless, the more I think about it, I think I agree that he did the best thing he could to set themselves up for success. Right? It made it a much more likely 2-0 in their head. And worst case, I agree that there were glaring weaknesses of Gen G, even when they beat EDG, right? The composition itself has weaknesses, and they have a pattern, etc., etc. Oh, here we go. All right, here were our predictions yesterday. I predicted
Sentinels, you come from the upper brackets,
that eventually they would still ban Breeze.
Team A, please.
They always go for Team A.
You will be Team B, and we will start with your first ban.
Ban Breeze.
Okay, they do ban the Breeze.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox.
Oh, they banned the Ice. What?
Pick Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2.
Pick Ascent.
Ascent.
PRX, you're gonna...
Ascent.
Defense.
Defense. Map number 3. You have Bind, Split, and Sunset.
Oh, and PRX is giving mad respect to Sentinels of Sunset.
Pick Defense.
Defense. And then map number 4, you have Bind and Sunset.
Sunset.
Okay. And side on Sunset.
Defense.
Okay. Map number 5.
PRX is gonna ban the Icebox over the Lotus?
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Thanks.
Holy moly. Huh.
Well, Kaplan was capping because, Tom, they banned the Breeze. They're not going to let it through.
Yeah, I don't think it's their ban that I'm really that interested in. I think I'm a little bit more worried about what PRX have done, because I feel like they had a real opportunity to take away.
Oh, I just saw it. The maps got leaked on TikTok. Oh, they brought it up before, because it is done. It is always done ahead of time.
Now lead almost even further into Sentinel's favor.
But here's the thing: is that PRX are no fools, right? So
PRX play, I think that is very easy to exploit and very easy to be prepared.
Surely something's.
When you look at the map pool,
surely they've got something figured out on Lotus.
That when Sentinels play Jet, they're 1-7 on those maps.
Yeah.
And 2 of those have just been removed, one by their opponent.
Yeah, right. And that's the other thing we talked about yesterday as well, right? You set up Zekken for the most success by getting as many Raze maps in. So it's crazy to me that PRX banned the Ice. But here's the thing: is PRX have always historically disliked Icebox. So when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, it's not surprising. But
that's the thing. Are we even going to get to Bind? Also talking about the form and how the teams are going to come onto the stage. Yesterday, Devi was telling me in the interview that they feel like their compositions being so unique.
I mean, that's the best way to think about it. YouTube chat saying that PRX probably just didn't want to prepare for something new.
that kind of
for a
flaw.
map. But the thing is, it's like,
think getting into the late game though, like if they can perform well on Split,
I mean,
and also then Sunset has been a fantastic map for PRX.
I don't know. They
think
can
Bind
just
ends as sort
they
of
can
like
just
a
play the
toss-up in
same. I mean, I
end.
guess.
So I think if PRX get
Okay,
that
so in
far,
that sense, I
actually
guess
do think
the
they have a
comp they
very
play on
good
Icebox
chance of
isn't exactly that much better than the comp they play on Lotus. So in that sense, yeah, maybe. Maybe I was focusing too hard on just how much I dislike their Lotus comp.
It is super possible you could get a 2-1 lead actually for PRX to start the series.
No, I think actually Ascent before coming into the tournament.
The Ascent pick is interesting. I'm surprised they didn't just pick Sunset first, but it's not surprising. I think they're basically favoring the fact that I do think PRX is favoring on Ascent, but I think PRX is also just basically favoring the fact that it's a best of 3. You pick second, you don't pick first and third, so you kind of need to secure that second map for sure. And they would actually almost rather do that where they think they just feel much more comfortable in Ascent right now than Sentinels would, versus, and it's an op-heavy map. Whereas on Sunset, while yes, your comp has been looking strong and everyone agrees that no one's really figured out how to beat it, like Sentinels is still a very formidable team, and you've been showing it a bit more as well. So maybe just leaving that out to be like a series closer rather than a series saver.
Because the team that managed to beat Sentinels was the really structured team. PRX are not that.
No, I agree. I think Alex has been leaning heavy towards letting them feel comfortable, especially, and I mean, maybe to a fault, but I think for Masters Madrid, that's probably the better choice. Kind of feel bad that I'm covering only Tom here.
Can they do it?
I think it is the good way to go about it for Masters Madrid, just because, like, what are you gonna do, right? You're put in this situation, you don't have much time. But I just feel like you could just play the double controller on Icebox.
Yes.
They totally can. It's about getting big performances out of individuals and coming up with combos and pace that is going to outperform what Sentinels are anticipating. Gen G were faster than
I mean, yeah, either way.
Yeah, well, it's time to get this best of 5
either way, their
series
comps
started.
are bad on Icebox and Lotus. So.
Where the winner will take on Gen G tomorrow in the grand finals.
I mean, I'm a little surprised by it, but the more I think about it, the more I chew on it, I get where Alex is coming from. I'm not that surprised from Sentinels' viewpoint. Even with Split open, they just took a beating on it, and I think you know that PRX is much more comfortable on Split than they are on Lotus, right? PRX fires on all cylinders much more often on Split, right? The aggression is it suits them a lot better on Split. So I think picking the Lotus once it wasn't banned was an easy go-to. You think PRX can only win 3-2 at this point? I don't think so. I think there's a world they can win the split as well. I think there's a world where they can win the split.
I'm from California. I'm studying at Virginia Tech right now. I'm the head of my Valorant team program.
Oh, wow. Sick.
I'm from Ireland. I traveled here yesterday.
What are your predictions for this tournament? Who's going to make it?
Well, actually, I think Wingman for MVP, honestly.
I mean, PRX might.
My parents were visiting Europe, and so I was like, hey, let's go to Madrid. Let's go see the games.
Oh, that's sick. It's a family trip, and he convinced his parents to visit Masters Madrid. That's actually sick.
I traveled here from Germany yesterday.
Do you have any predictions for the finals of the tournament?
Oh my god. Like,
로터스. 근데 아박을 그만큼 더 안 하고 싶었던 것도 이해는 돼요. 지금 그 얘기를 하고 있는 건데 아박도 사실 페렉이 저는 조합이 아박에서도 로터스만큼 그냥 안 좋다고 생각하거든요. 페렉이 현재 조합이. 그렇게 생각하면 또 The only difference I would have thought that the Lotus gets banned over Icebox is if you left the Icebox open, it's not like Sentinels would pick it first. But it's a best of 5 anyway. You're probably gonna have to go to, if you want to win, you probably have to go to Mat 4 anyway. So then if you wanna,
we're gonna be playing against PRX. They've been here before.
You just go with something that you've been playing.
An easy series. They play very aggressive. They don't really care about advantages. They like playing their way. I would like to think that we could punish it.
I think there's a good chance PRX brings back the triple duelist.
This time we will have zero fear. We just beat Loud.
I think there's a good chance they bring back the triple duelist for Split.
We're not out yet. We're coming for you.
What do we want to say to the fans?
Thank you guys so much for supporting us throughout this whole.
Why are we getting so solemn?
It's been a wild past few months, honestly. Even just this tournament and the off season and kickoff leading up to it, it's been a crazy ride.
I know that previous years has been kind of rough as a Sentinels fan, but it's looking up. I'm feeling confident. My team's feeling confident.
I mean, I couldn't have done it without your support. Thank you so much.
I hope you guys keep supporting us. I mean, I know some of you don't believe in our new W Gaming.
Damn.
But I hope you guys just keep trusting us. We're trying our best, and I hope we show a good performance, you know.
Dude, this actually goes hard.
Hopefully we win. And I kind of want to beat Sentinel, you know. So yeah. Zelsis, we are coming for you.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that. I actually like that they had that serious moment because both of these teams have such huge fan bases. And while Sentinels has been on the up and up, obviously losing to Gen G, a bit of a disappointing moment. And then PRX, I think a lot of people still somewhat disappointed so far, whether you understand it or whether you're understanding of it or not. So that actually kind of went hard. For Lotus, I think they just play the double duelist. For Lotus, I don't think they're changing anything. I think they're just accepting that if we lose, we lose. Right? I think they play the exact same thing. I think they play the Cypher, the double duelist. I don't think that's changing. So Lotus, I think, is like, it's going to be a case of if they win, especially with that comp, then it's an upset for sure. But Ascent, I think I favor PRX. And if PRX goes triple duelist, I think the split could become a 50-50. I mean, I'm not disrespecting Sentinels' record, you know, just because of the loss yesterday, but... Well, not 50-50. I guess it's like a 60-40 for Sentinels. Like, Sentinels is still favored just because it's their favorite map and comfort, but I think PRX can really try to make it as close to 50-50 as possible if they actually go back to the triple duelist.
Both teams had to overcome a lot of challenges
And then,
just to get here, but none of that matters. It is going to be about who can show up on this
Sunset,
stage today.
I would still favor PRX as well. So there's actually a world. There is a world where PRX could win 3-1. I can't see a world where they win 3-0, mostly because I just cannot see them winning Lotus. I think there's a better chance PRX wins split than Lotus. Oh, I didn't put up point predictions. Let's do that since we... Yeah. Sorry.
We could be seeing a dangerously quick series.
We got some time.
We're expecting him probably to be pulling out the jet.
Map 1, Lotus, Sen pick. Sen versus PRX.
Well, who knows? Something could be playing anything, right? Yeah. But if he is playing a role where he's able to have enormous impact and pulling out the operator, then he becomes the pivotal player in my head. To have that impact and
also, I don't have my notifications up, so let me get that.
Josh. Can he take it?
Dude, Zelsis took a long time to get online in the game against Gen G. He was getting bullied in the first map.
It did take him a while, but once he came on, he was on.
So, I don't know. I
Can't
feel
deny
like
that.
This Sentinels team has shown that they can be rattled at this point. But you have to be immaculate.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is that I think we finally kind of seen the... I think we finally saw the, so to speak, mental limit. Like, we saw the mental cracks start to show for Sentinels. I'm not saying that necessarily carries over. I'm just saying, like, okay, we saw where their capacity tops off for the time being, right? Which is already still very impressive considering the squad. But, like, the grind for the offseason and all that clearly paid off because they were able to build so much endurance and determination. And I think we finally saw them hit their limit briefly yesterday.
Starts, those pistol rounds sometimes do not go as planned, and if they do, maybe it's everything that they get in the...
I mean, I think I've been, well,
I'm gonna be looking, assuming that we see for
until playoffs I was wrong about every single PRX.
Zekken was unbelievable on those C-site entries. He was just amazing versus the game against Gen G. But if you've got trips to try to stop that, I'm wondering how
it's just
that
the same thing.
Works out. And it will be that classic composition from PRX with the double duelist and the Cypher.
I mean,
it's actually more difficult to raise entry against that than the Killjoy.
They don't have a
the
choice.
rest of the team is going to have such a much easier time. There's no Killjoy, there's no Viper.
The thing is for if Forsaken just goes for standard setups with the trips, then the paint shells will still get it all. The problem is you don't have a good way of getting rid of the high trips on C site.
What are some of the difficulties PRX could run into?
So that's something that Second will have to watch out for.
As mentioned, I think Zelsa's playing like an Odin all over the map is always difficult when you're coming up against that defense.
Yeah, I mean, Manyet's been playing Raze, like, it's just on Split that they went to the double duelist and Forsaken was playing Raze. After that, he was still picking up the Raze again on maps where they need it. Like, he's still playing the Raze, a single duelist on Ascent. And it's going quite well. So
yeah, this is an exceptional head-to-head here, Mike. It's hard to split it. You look at the teams that they faced to get to this point, near on mirrored. I mean, this is probably one of the most exciting best of fives we've had in a minute.
Yeah, definitely. I think former side, doubters aside, the fact that PRX is still here, still alive and kicking, still delivering, is such a testament to the potential, the talent on this roster. That's always been, it's been questions the whole way along. Things kicked off here on Lotus. PRX.
Oh, right off the bat. All right. Where does our pen work? It does.
We'll confirm some presence behind this.
PRX, they love starting attack on any map, so that's not surprising. 5-man stack. Sentinel's actually just not pushing out from anywhere.
Didn't work well enough here to get past
Oh!
Picking up where he left off. That classic looks good in his hands.
Oh! I mean, two people dying to Zelsys.
And he's hunting. Zelsys.
That was rough.
Just around that corner. Can Divide do anything here? Oh, absolutely not. Look at that pour on of utility.
I'll let the pulse stay live. It's gonna close on like round 3 anyway.
Trying their luck, trying to walk up here, play contact up towards A, but again that first exchange of utility, the snake bite coming down, something gets separated. Unfortunately, Zelsys.
I mean, getting in was good actually. I mean, even the smoke was actually slightly late on Heaven. Manya was still safe from that, but. Are you guys that concerned about your points? It's just the first 2 rounds. You want me to close the Preds?
Could have talked about potentially that aspect of coming off the win or the loss to get to this point. Obviously, that Gen G matchup. Still
all right, I'll close it for consistency. I'll close it. I'll close it.
Correct all those wrongs. And back in that confidence.
We don't want to rob you of your hard-earned points.
Patient start here. You know who you're against is PRX. Got to be careful. Got to be cautious. Tens. Going to be noted early. Still sticking around though.
Ooh, doesn't take that much damage. Actually gets like straight up just minimally scratched. Yeah, I figured I'd just let it run until the end of round 2 or such, but it's fine. We'll keep a standard going.
Does Tens go farming here? Very much in a position.
Are they all gonna just jump out? It's only a stinger though. So Zekin's gonna have to provide cover. Zekin's cover is big. Zekin getting the first kill as the smoke clears is huge.
Tens holds the line, giving Mindfreak something. And it was Device still alive. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my!
This is lovely stuff from Sentinels. 5 alive again. Not suffering a casualty yet.
Back-to-back flawless here will give Sentinels
so we're clear, chat.
In terms of the funds here early on. Obviously coming to the next round with a little bit of disadvantage in terms of the
I know, right? We got to respect the time. We got to respect the time you guys invest in the channel. Well, we had some suggestions on like point redeems for soundboards and stuff, so I'll have to sort that out once Masters is over.
Really trying to do some damage at least, but
Sentinels can't think that the first 2 rounds are how it's going to go the rest of it, though. And then also on the PRX side, if you're cheering for PRX, quite frankly, I think this map, like, even as PRX, you're probably thinking, like, this is a loss. I mean, you're not going into it with that attitude, but...
I'm not even sure, actually, if that was after the barrier job, sorry.
Oh, ooh, Forsaken. Okay, so he just throws that trip there, sees if someone shoots it right away, and then he just recalls it. I don't know if he recalls it because it was too high, or if he really just wanted to bait, but it works out either way. The cam gets shot, though, so now he knows. Because I do think the trip was a little high.
Nothing out of the ordinary really from Sentinels here either.
Another cyber cage to see if there's a reaction of someone pushing out.
Those Stinger Spectres and that Bulldog in the hands of Sassy. Sight now.
Meanwhile, execute from tree. Oh, the double peek is very clean from Zelsys and John. High-low double peek. And Zelsys is now ready for it. And now backup's here, so Zelsys is just anchoring, right? He's waiting until more teammates come so they can have better angles. I mean, everybody is here in PRX. They don't have any solid information. They have a good inkling, but... Okay, they're going to go for the plant, really. I mean, you just have to hold now. You just have to hit your shots. You can't back out. You just have to get them all on the drop. Oh, the trip's good. Device cover has to be good. Phantom, he can spam a little bit more. He's trying to just buy time. Oh, no. Okay.
Sentinels still going. I was worried they were playing an outstandard, a traditional approach, and it still worked.
PRX sends something in.
I mean, first of all, Zelsis' anchoring is solid. I mean, this time it's great cover from John as well. But, I mean, that peak is...
Plays in his teammate. And immediately then you see the flip all the way back into a passive hold. They want the time to run down. Allow PRX to get themselves stabilized.
Damn.
Sentinels capitalize.
Round 4 timeout, chat.
Very early timeout here, Lauren.
Yeah, this is incredibly early.
I mean, this has been a recurring trend as well. We've seen Alex.
I mean, Alex has, yeah, he has been calling very early timeouts. He did so at AVL as well. I think if he sees his team just not playing how they, you know, prepared, etc., then he just calls it. He doesn't hesitate.
Very, very clear examples of maybe a requirement to change this approach. Post something and one yet not really finding any value, find themselves split in 2 rounds. Whether or not now Zelsis and John QT can play with that a little bit.
Yeah, I love that shot. PRX banned Icebox instead of Lotus, and we talked about it, but the more I think about it, I mean, I'm okay with it. Either one was going to be poor. It's just that the Lotus, it would get picked early, and it does.
It just kind of whips my mind back to that game that we saw against Gen G, where SEN looked completely out of it, which was wild to me, right? It felt completely out of character because these guys had...
I mean, I think objectively speaking, personally, from a third-person perspective, I think Lotus is still a better ban, but just because Icebox wouldn't get picked immediately by Sentinels. But I think it's a case of PRX perhaps not feeling that they would have the advantage on something like Bide either, right? In which case,
they need to make impact.
it's like 2 to 3 maps that they wouldn't have the advantage.
Sure, with 2 flawless rounds as well.
Mostly, PRX picks Ascent before Sunset. But that one, I think, really is just a stylistic thing, and in some ways, I actually think maybe it makes more sense.
Push and prod a little more in this round.
Sentinels ban Debris, so the map pool is the same. Bind is the 5th map. So a little bit of a switch on the orders, right? Split is 3rd map. Sentinels picks Lotus right away, and I think that is a really smart pick after Lotus not being banned. Okay, he's been spotted, but he's just going to keep them at bay.
Didn't look just, it was very one-dimensional. Absolutely not. Something tries to get healed up.
I mean, PRX, you guys are one of the first teams to spam that Odin all day on C-Site.
But can they defend it? These walls feel like paper when that gun's
You gotta watch out for it.
It's
just a firing squad. They're just telling them you have to leave. You just have to leave the site. And they're getting tethered. Okay. Stays far out enough. Oh, huge kill. You might not even need the paranoia. He actually does send it in.
Mind Freak nowhere to go. And Sentinels looking genuinely flawless here, Mike.
Only 1 casualty on the way in.
Chat, it is a best of 5. All right, we don't need to overreact. I mean, I do think it's a bit brutal right now, but grab yourself a chocolate chip cookie like me.
Can't really blame PRX in this scenario.
And let's just see how it plays out. Oh, he said it. I don't know who he said it to, but he said it. He said the thing.
You can see the rifles coming out.
Hands up.
Gets that full buy-in here. Looking at the armor.
Forsaken didn't buy armor, yeah.
No armor on Forsaken.
I think he's looking to buy up to the Odin. I think they want to buy. I think they want to do this. They want to try to win, and then I think Forsaken's going to try to buy the Odin next round. I cannot imagine a world where Forsaken frequently got to buy. I mean, it happens to everybody, but But the problem is if they lose this round, Monyet and something could still half armor by. Devi can't though.
Monyet going to pick up another towards his ult. One off now. Very close by with a couple here. Devi, I think, 2 away.
Do you suspect the op?
Nice to bring into effect.
Sentinels doesn't op as obsessively as some other teams.
Very near miss there.
Oh my gosh.
The player, but didn't quite connect towards it. But again, PRX look a little.
Okay, so PRX is starting to do a little bit of fake pressure on A and then trying to go C, right? Just trying to draw them out over to A. And it works somewhat, but John's movement made it look... Okay, now the door will really sell it. So Forsaken waits until his team gathers on Mound, and then he presses the door, and then they're just going in with the faith that they've pulled them out enough. Cancels that. So but he retakes that position. Does PRX suspect it? Do they suspect it? Dude, something's so good against the op too. Like this guy, man. So, I mean, a very non-PRX-esque round.
Still cause a couple of issues. Monyet goes down.
But now deep lurk as well. Oh, and that, honestly, Forsaken going back on the lurk, this alone should make things a little bit harder for Sentinels. I hope PRX builds on this in the future rounds. Because we've seen what Forsaken can do when he lurks on, like on past maps like Pearl. So...
Feels extremely dicey.
What's up, Hot Sauce? Oh, thank you. Well, there's a lot of good voices, IMO and VCT.
A little bit of damage, maybe even a wall bang, but slight overcommitment from him. Monyet's the one to punish. Well navigated by PRX nonetheless. You get themselves a couple.
Overall, a very good round. The fact that they weren't entirely lax after the From the Shadows is good too. You're right. He gets the op. Forsaken. He just picks up, they just pick up the enemy's Odin, and it's Devi who uses it. They want Forsaken to be able to push B a little bit harder.
Yeah, I was going to say an indicator maybe the PRX are happy.
The Odin just to keep a little bit of attention on A, but there's no way they rush into this, right? B is so easy for a retake without any deep lurks already set up. So you're trying to just get information on C. Okay, so very quickly, PRX has already put pressure on A, B, and C. I mean, they could, honestly, they could have done whatever they wanted. They could have rotated back to A as well because you still have over a minute left. But the showstopper lets them take this space. He is wary of Gravel. Oh! But then John gets a double as well. Wait, how does John get a...
Oh, God, what just happened this round? Drifting alongside each other.
Oh, PRX got a little lost in the sauce.
Forsaken with the time on their side. 10 still alive, takes TP. John QT and Zekken nearby now. Forsaken, dicey way to play, but caught off guard. Tens goes down.
Forsaken gets the ping. He knows that, you know that both of them are in here. That's a huge swing from Zekken. They know that it's the Odin.
His moment to shine. Can he hold this? Yes, for the first he can. The second.
Oh, Devi. Oh, I was so scared about that second peek, especially with the Odin, but...
Yet to get on the board, but 3 kills on the round to find the Red Bull clutch, Lauren. Beautiful stuff from Devi, and one of the biggest criticisms being, you know, the value that PRX have been unable to find on back of his utility. Here in the post plant, everything that he needs to convert this round.
The paranoia must not have been called. They must have not really called where it came from, because Mind Freak just waltzing by tens. That was an oopsie in that round for sure. I mean, it's recovered by Devi, but
between these two, high tempo. But again, looking at PRX here, still showing a little bit of caution. That pace change.
PRX is actually actively, like, as these rounds go by, they are actively learning finally how to play Lotus. It's actually, it's very heartwarming.
And again, the adjustment in place here, Mike, we're seeing tens back towards that seaside.
So PRX trying to set a paranoia in motion off this.
So this time, putting a little bit of pressure on B again, but they haven't actually gone into B. They're trying to isolate the 1v1s, but they don't get the kill right away. Oh, Mind Freak cleans up, though. If they had gotten the kill on Dasasi, if Forsaken had gotten the first peek on Dasasi, then I think they would have definitely cleared Zekken as well. And maybe they would have only traded one. But not getting that kill gives Zekken a window. Huge lurk back into the smoke from tens.
The second time he's in a really awkward
But there's no
spot.
reason. I mean, it's a 3v2. Because you don't know if they're still from heaven or not. Oh, and the bait out as well. Leaving the lurk. Very good. Dude, PRX is... They're actually learning so fast actively. Well, I can't say fast because they've been playing Lotus for over a year now, so it did take a while, but...
Something posted up with the operator.
How do they get that kind of accuracy with the Odin?
Still got a flash to work with.
I mean, obviously the crouch helps.
There it goes. Didn't catch towards CT, so eliminating the options, and maybe Zelsis.
He's thinking now he's doing what, yeah, he wants to
But
play off that.
up to a certain distance, like the first bullet is still going to be relatively on point.
Potential of a taste of the own medicine waiting around this corner.
So-
Zelsis. You can hear the spam. He wants it back. He's
Just
not gonna
banking on
get it.
that.
Divide. Showing him how it's done. And PRX, they're clawing back into this.
Generally, it's not the most reliable gun, but it is. Honestly, the first shots on the Odin are relatively much more accurate than you would imagine. Up to mid range. At long range, it goes all over the place, but.
To find 2 on the back of this. Make that a third onto 10s as well.
Yeah. No, I figured, Rowan. That's cool. It's cool to ask questions like that.
Still considered it.
All good.
Really heads up. Of course we jinxed.
It's going to be a quiet cast. Anyway, back into this one. It looks like maybe a brawl begins now. 10s. Remember, that classic in hand, what he was able to do from here. That first glance back at him on the international stage certainly enamored a lot of us. But for
Okay,
now,
early pit from Sentinels. They don't basically. Okay, so John's call right now is okay. It's the fake pressure on A again. There's a little bit of movement on B, so they'll most likely come and try to pressure C or jump onto it. So let's just deny it right away, right? You still have the lockdown and the nightfall.
Something wide swings onto the angle.
But I think Sentinels was relatively prepared for that because you imagine that they need to get at least some control of Rubber if they want any control of the map. If they want to do any sort of lurk or anything. So, but Magnet just somehow gets in. They don't expect him to jump in onto the site. They think he went down under. That's actually.
a whole new team. They needed a comeback. They needed that.
That's massive.
After the start, and they got it. They got it in spades here. Locking down the site. That's a problem for Mindfreak. Got to be cautious now. Just about slips away before Sassy crests the corner. Trying to get involved. Trying to get a little dangerous.
Okay, cover for him.
Leaving second. In a world
Dude, Magnet gaining confidence. Sentinels, you got to watch out.
At a tied scoreline, 4 apiece.
This is interesting as well.
Come on,
to see
yet.
PRX capitalize so quickly. Something falls. You think it's almost a disaster.
Oh, he doesn't even go. That's why he just drops in from the sky. That's just a.
Alex was talking about this. That PRX's struggle has been capitalizing on these times they can find. Really having the confidence to go all in on these sort of plays. Perfect example here.
It's a good blast pack. It's risky, but it's good because you don't show your legs at all going into it. Because normally you're either like going down under the site, the plant, or like jumping right straight into it, or going on top of the box. So I think John thought he would have at least seen his legs no matter what. But he just takes a float. He takes a float flight path and just drops straight into the middle of the site.
Quite landing with switching up, where Zelsis maybe, where Tens is. PRX looking lively now.
Still far from over, but here's the thing. Even if they lose this map, PRX learning how to play Lotus and putting up points on the board is really important for them, I think.
Always good to see the split between the two teams as well. A lot of SEN fans, a lot of PRX fans.
But
it did.
It did.
But they're like actively learning how to play attack on Lotus. It's actually,
winning the hearts and minds of
I don't know. I just never thought they would play it the way other teams do, just because of their comps and their own style. I just felt like they could never figure out how to adapt it for themselves. But the past 4 rounds, not just because they won, but the past 4 rounds, the way they've been putting pressure, the way they've been doing tempo control, it's been good. Now with the Sentinels timeout, let's see what else they do. It's a deep plant for the op. Now, no orb control. It is an eco from Sentinels. So PRX is just, they're going to be much more cautious about the Cubbies. They know this was clear, so there's nobody there. And they just start creeping up. He doesn't even check tree, right? He's just trying to draw out attention. Devi's watching for it if anyone peeks out, but he doesn't look into it. Sentinels knows the op has crept up all the way to the site. The thing is A site, there's so many corners you can be holding. Okay, so you know the Killjoy's somewhere on A. That's not bad information. So there's about 2 ways this could be happening, right?
It's only him. He's drawn the entirety of
Oh my gosh.
This round, not the one to be.
The fact that they leave him to lurk with the op? Because it was one of 2 things. It's either just a Killjoy and a 4 stack on C, or it's, you know, 4 or 5 on A. PRX takes the chance. They kept the lurk as well. And the thing is, if it was just a Killjoy, they wouldn't. Usually, they shouldn't be peeking out like that. So, PRX really picking up the tempo here.
It's going to take an awful lot in a 4v5. Couple of overcommitments from PRX. We haven't seen that so far. Something to want to shut down Sassy finally.
His work on the operator has been
good blast pack, huge blast pack, but it's a Bucky. Oh,
doing a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to knock him over. Still standing, still breathing.
It's a lot of damage. Okay.
Gonna find John QT.
Dude, Irish coffee actually sounds kind of sick.
Actually, PRX now a full.
I put too much milk in my coffee. No, it doesn't taste like anything.
Been relying solely on these gunfights, and I'll be honest, getting really into the groove now of the map. Firmly in control. Even on this anti-eco here. Something in a position to create some sort of threat. And a massive gap on the other side of the map.
Okay, guns are back out. Huge ultimates on both sides. But my eyes are more on Sentinel's ult because they're the ones that have to answer back right now. PRX has the priority.
Showstopper in hand now for Zekken. Sassy and Zelsa still have their
so they know someone was Tree, right? And they know that Sentinels is trying to make them back off. They're trying to make Rebel control hard. So PRX is going to fight back for it right away. They're not even going to keep a lurk here. They have so many ults, and so does the opponent. Now, impact ults, PRX really only has the 2, right? The Seekers and the Showstopper. Meanwhile, you've got all 3 being huge impact on the side of Sentinels. So Seekers, the Nightfall from the side, that's actually big. But the problem is, Monyet already made it into the site, right? So walking through your own snakebite just to try to get that curveball. It's a risky play, but still so much time. So PRX, the purpose of drawing out the huge ultimates is it's worked. And they already have B control. If they can win these fights, oh, Mind Freak spotted. And so is Forsaken, but dude, Mind Freak takes out Zekken. Oh my. Yeah, but they tag him. Now they can go into A. The spike never left A. And Mind Freak's still on the lurk. Dude, PRX is playing so ratty.
So slippery, and they've gone back towards A. They've got that spike down. PRX are taking fights in their spawn.
So here's what I think has happened.
He's off a touch. The Sassy now has to re-clear if he even
Here's what I think has happened. I mean, hold on. I don't think we can quite count Sassy out. He's been good in the clutch situations, but... Oh, good swing. So here's what I think happened, right? Sentinels, they win the pistol, and then they play default for a couple rounds in a row. And PRX just falls into the trap every time, right? Sentinels is just playing default. They're not doing anything too fancy. And PRX just, they trip over their own feet, and then... Zelsis has a couple of really good anchors that PRX just can't clear in time, and at that point, the info's been there that Sentinels can rotate. I know every moment of that round that Alex is malding. It's Monyet peeking in, right?
Let's see what Monyet does with this. Has an opportunity to play this out, drawing a lot of eyes just towards him.
And then I think it's also when they try to re-peek into the Prowler as well, although they win that fight. But basically, Sentinels plays default for a couple of rounds, and then PRX starts to actually play like a normal team. They actually work the map, which throws off Sentinels a bit because like PRX doesn't do that, right? Like they don't keep still on Lotus, at least they haven't. They used to do this a lot on Pro, but they haven't done it too much on most other maps. So Sentinel starts to get bodied a little bit, and even this round they're still overreacting to a certain point because PRX, once they go for a little bit of pressure, they've usually just picked up the speed. They don't slow down, they don't work the map. They still have a lurk here, by the way, that just has not been cleared. So Tens has to get pushed out. And then you're clearing baby door as well. You're hearing the paint shells. But the spike is still could go either way. Now this is a good adjustment. Zealous is a huge adjustment from Sentinels.
This deep, it definitely is.
I think he's heard it, so he's going to start to make his move. Oh, but Monyet doesn't get cleared. Monyet does not get cleared. Oh! Nobody clears that for him.
Should be given up. This man is stubborn in approach.
I mean, Monyet. Oh! Both of them kind of second-guessing their peaks there. And now Devi has an inkling about Celsius. But Celsius, one step ahead. Whiffy from everyone on PRX as well, but a good retake nonetheless. The adjustment for Celsius to wrap back around B is huge. And to a certain extent, so PRX now overcooked, right? It's very interesting that we're seeing this ping pong back and forth because Sentinels, they go default, they read that PRX is going to pick up the tempo as soon as they show aggression. That gets countered as PRX starts to go for these rotations. And because we saw Sentinels trying to adjust, PRX now overcooks it and says, we're going to pressure C. They're going to pressure B, and because I think it's because they saw no rotations coming through B. Forsaken said it was clear, right? So all the rotations had to have been happening this way, and so they decide they can just take over B and they can keep control of A main as well. But I mean, they get in, but they don't account for Zelsis on the lurk, and now Sentinels is back fighting for Rebel control.
He does this time. Still 2 on the site, and a 1-for-1 trade at the very start.
Honestly, one of the more interesting and intriguing Lotus games that PRX has played. I mean, from both teams, but from PRX's POV. So now you can tell both teams have really slowed things down, right? They took the Rebel fight, both of them, and now they're both slowing down. Sentinels is now much more cognizant of the potential lurks, and John gets the kill as well. So that pays off huge.
Looking to tie things up for the half here, Lauren.
Yeah, looking rather likely. Devi, Monyet, at least they're going to get a
2v4.
Right? So back towards
3 seconds very low.
Still got the pain shell. Still got some bits and pieces to work with. Can he get played in? Sentinels thinking better of sticking around.
We're just trying to create an opening for Monyet. Devi's just trying to draw attention to tree. And Sentinels is just going to say, go for the plant, we'll go for a 4v2. These guys are never going to spread out, or they shouldn't ever spread out.
Spike get planted safely. Monyet is trying to keep this plant safe. No response from CT, and then the shots.
Okay, so now they know.
That's raised the alarm bell. They swing back in. Devi's gone down.
Now it's impossible.
Try and do the impossible. 13 seconds.
Yeah, I mean that was his best shot. Is he just had to take the fight because of time.
Tying up the score, 6 apiece.
Switching sides.
I mean, almost a little strange to say, but beautiful recovery there from Sentinels to get the last 2 on the board. 6.
I mean, honestly, again, I think this map was like 100% loss.
Able to adjust perfectly.
Mindfreak not checking for that, even despite the ping.
Aggression, really catching Sentinels off guard. And finding some
beautiful
reads across the map.
This is the level of game I think we both wanted to see. The best from both sides being shown here.
But I think this map was supposed to be a loss no matter what. So.
It may not have looked like it, but that was a pretty successful defense half by the numbers from Sentinels. And I want to
6-6. I think that's fair for PRX.
How it all got started. So as you can see, bonus low weaponry happening here. And we take a look at what the game plan is. Nobody's heard anything around Rubble, so they tap this out. There's only 2 options here. When you don't hear anything Rubble, it means it's a trap play, or it means that they're playing passive. They tap the door, it's certainly not a trap, otherwise that would have been baited. And I want to pause here, just as we get to the second door opening, and highlight the Killjoy utility. This KJ utility, not in a common spot. It's not to stop them getting into tree, it's to segment off something from the rest of the squad. So as we play this out, you'll see what the game plan is. John Cutie comes over for the fast rotate, and they know that this jet composition likes to prime dash and get into the site to break crossfires here. Zelsis is not trying to fight it. They pop Nano Swarm. There's a snake bite. Look at the timing. I want to show you that again. Look at the timing of this double swing to punish something. And the other duelist coming in at the same time. It could not have been
I mean, that peak was everything.
Shut down something and Monyet to open things up. Good ante. Got them started with a 4-0 lead. And with a slight recovery towards the end of that, this is now Sentinels in a good spot at a 6-6 half.
I mean, yeah, it is a good stop. Yeah.
So they've managed to do the work, they've put in, and despite all of the best efforts,
the util like that is
so we'll see how
so crucial when you're playing against PRX and Gen G, I think. I mean, yes, it's crucial against any top team, right? Because every top team is going to have good trading. But because of the pacing that Gen G and PRX, like even Gen G, when they decide that they're going to go for an execute, it doesn't stop, right? They become a bulldozer and they just plow through whatever part of the map. So utility like that to make sure that you're taking smaller fights is so crucial against both of the Pacific teams. More so than others. Like for instance, like a DRX team, delaying them when they use your utility used to be the better way, in my opinion. But for teams like these, what's the trading that's really the crux of it? Celsius trying to bait that out. I mean, this is a very classic trap play on pistol rounds, and Celsius gets away scot-free off of just one orb, so it's a paranoia. It's a Trailblazer. Oh, not Trailblazer. I thought Trailblazer was used. What did I hear? Oh, was it just the guiding light? I could have heard. I could have sworn I heard growling. So yeah, the rotates fast. So look at Zekken. Look at Zekken though. Sentinels. If Zekken can find a timing, if they can just stay alive and wait for Zekken, that's huge. Zekken gets to the flank, and now he's gonna regroup with his team. Try to make it 3v2. The Sentinels classic. Oh! The disrespect. Picks up the SEN bundle, takes him out with it.
No hesitation whatsoever from PRX. Like I said, it was the perfect time for Sentinels to catch some level of contact over towards Mount.
Dude.
But the fact that everyone's on the same page, Lauren.
Oh man.
The call is made, and they're even here ahead of Sentinels finding the plant.
How wild is that?
Damn. Yeah, meanwhile I can just see the Sentinels Twitter anyway. I can just see the Sentinels Twitter being like, yep, SEN bundle hits different. They show Mind Freak clutching it. Oh my gosh. I mean, the Flood was good. Quite frankly, the Zekken setup was good, but I think Zekken thought that PRX would... But that's the thing. That's the difference with PRX. So what happened is Zekken gets the kill on Devi up here. And I think Zekken then thought that PRX would have to slow down because they would have to be worried about him. But PRX just instantly, I don't even know if they cared. They just said, no, we just keep flooding the site and clearing it because that's where the spike is. And Zekken tries to regroup with his team. It gets a little rough. Basically, Zekken... Oh, they didn't quite check that angle. The thing is I think Zekken's decision on that pistol round was entirely correct. Rather than taking a potential 1v1 or a 1v2, group up and go for trades. I think that's entirely correct. It's just PRX was too fast.
Didn't catch on the flash, so maybe that position doesn't get fully considered.
Could be heartbreaking for something though.
He's getting so close here. The smoke goes in, plays Zekken a little closer.
Mind Freak's waiting for it.
It's all on him. It's
They're very aware of it.
Something was ready. Mind Freak was watching. It was perfect.
Another instance of Sentinels looking for a force here and a pacey hit.
Okay. Force broken down.
But he stays alive so long there.
Welcome. YouTube chat. We just got done with the first half of the first map, so I mean PRX is starting to play Lotus like Lotus, which is actually kind of crazy. Press it more. Take out the other keys. Take out the S key.
For Sentinels. We are seeing a different setup this time. They've forsaken over towards B and just the utility to hold down the fort, but same
okay, this tripwire, it doesn't all get broken. He gets over it. But oh, Forsaken actually didn't have the info that Zekken was that far in.
That's going to allow the plant a Bucky and a couple satchels, and they basically get to clear Forsaken.
Oh.
His survival was the impressive part.
I mean, it's technically the bonus for PRX, but because the opponent's forced you actually really want to win this round. You would snowball so hard off of it.
On the other side, a couple rifles in play. Zekken might be played in again here. Might have another chance. Something though knows better. Thinks ahead. 1-for-1 trade out. Players still favorable towards SEN, still having numbers here. Monyet going to take away 10s. Something looking to springboard back in. They've got to deal with CT here.
Mind Freak trying to be the body shield, trying to get the trades.
Sentinels digging their heels in. Diffuse taken away. Oh, John QT!
Oh, the spray.
Beautiful work.
And it gets the Phantom.
A Bucky and a bit of a dream, and it's enough to get themselves back in the game.
Huge round from Sentinels.
A round 3 flip.
So it does seem like their idea about the Cypher setups is until Forsaken puts a trip up in the sky, we send Zekken in, don't go for a crazy blast pack, just send him high enough early enough to jump over, and then either land on the plant spot or land on waterfall, right? And the team clears the trips.
Early progress going to give something to Bladestorm here.
So Forsaken's going to have to get a little crafty if he's going to try to hold Seaside all on his own.
He wants in. Press the corner just.
Ton of space cleared and crucial information here.
But do they go back through?
He's going to check. He might not have heard the Prowler because of the door and land settings. Even online, I think that's hard to hear the Prowler because of the door.
Open for PRX.
Trap play on A though.
Poised outside it.
I mean, PRX is so ready for this. It's just how much space does the Prowler actually clear?
For the weight of the world on towards C, and they've stacked with the lesser weapons, the scraps that they could gather. And look at this trap that's been set. Devi could do
It's all up to Devi. It's just a stinger though.
Power on forward, perfect clear. They take on the challenge, they clear them out, and the site is going to be theirs. Plants on the
Listen,
way.
Knives reset on kill. Easy peasy for something, right?
One man do. 4 targets. Time soon to be against him as well.
Spike planted.
With 2 smokes to work with.
Does he get that first step?
No.
Oh.
Absolutely. Sassy, gonna hold that, make sure no naughtiness comes into play, and the scoreline as close as ever.
But no one is
Santinas. 20 and 11 for Zekken, man. Regardless of the score, this guy just does not stop.
Got a grasp now after swinging round 3. Decent buffer in terms of the finances as well with that round flip.
And now on the buy round,
Lockdown.
it's either a trap play on Mound or it's a solo hold, generally for PRX.
Running this time and time again.
So they're just waiting for it, right? They check with the haunt. Nobody clears it. Nobody gets tagged. So Sentinels is pretty confident that it should be a generally solo hold. Now, nobody's actually re-aggressed into Rubble, though, right? So Sentinels does have to be a little wary of the potential rotate. They're going to have faith that the Showstopper clears it. Gets tagged. He doesn't want to take his chances from Waterfall. So the Showstopper and the lockdown next. But there's the Parrot. Oh! They actually take down the spike. Oh, that is unfortunate time. Dude, what a shot from Mind Freak. Dude. I mean, the lockdown's going to push him out, but... I mean, he gets detained, but it doesn't matter. Makes it a 3v1. He's going to TP.
He's already going. He's already onto this.
The chosen one himself.
Oh, man, something. When does he cut noise? Okay, he's cut noise. Something has not heard it. Oh, but they're ready for it.
Couldn't do it then. Forsaken, magnificent in holding that, playing back through on the tap of that spike.
I mean, both Mind Freak.
Why didn't Sen pick split first? I mean, I think it's 2 things, right? One is, I mean, obviously they were shaken up. Who knows what kind of mental status they're on? I don't think they're gonna feel like not confident on split. But the thing is I think PRX looked better on split than Lotus, right? Before this match, you know, I mean, their Lotus is to the point where I thought PRX had to ban the Lotus, right? I thought their Lotus looked so lost too, and I think Sentinels also probably felt that way. So since the Lotus is open, I think they just pick it, right?
Into play by something. I'll say though, Mind Freak's the one having an absolute belting.
While yes, Sentinels I'm sure are still confident on their split, it's just like the PRX split is a bit harder to predict, I think. And also the aggression it does at the end of the day just kind of favor PRX. Like if they get the momentum, that can get really streaky. And at the end of the day, they picked split third. So it's like, it's the first and third game anyway. It's a best of 5. So you're going to play both anyway. So I think they just wanted to go with something that they thought they could play a bit more like comfortably, like get warmed up, right? Get in the zone, get on the server, things like that, knowing that PRX will probably be lost. Now, however, PRX has been, they've been playing a lot more systematic Lotus. You know, very much more like flow chart, step by step, clearing and pushing and pulling. So I think Sentinels will still win this map. I think they're still favored, but we'll see.
Whether or not Sentinels really are going to start digging a little deeper. We saw it on that round 3 force-up.
He goes for a quick tag. I think he's going to go for the tag as soon as he hears the plant. Oh, okay. He just tags one. Huge C's. Keeps him at bay.
Turning the screws a little. Paranoia posted, but this plays in Mind Freak. If anyone pushes too far, not the case. Still ticking.
That does allow the plant. No ults on the side of PRX. Oh, dude, opening the door again, just constantly spamming, so they have to look at the door as Monette gets in for free. He can start sticking it.
Wait, can they not see this? Monette finally gets taken off this one, but it is just on Monette in a 1v2. A chance, but it slips between.
The snake bite was, I think the first snake bite landed. Brings him all the way down.
I think John QT sends a snake. I just caught it before the camera switch there. A snake bite comes onto the spike, and at just the same time, Sentinels find crucial kills.
Yeah. If they didn't find those kills, I think Monette probably just eats the first snake bite and just sticks it.
PRX again demonstrating confidence in this retake on C. And really the pinnacle of this being coming out of B, catching a timing on the door.
I mean, it was a nice try on the retake. PRX's idea looked like it should have secured it. Monette was basically starting the defuse for free aside from the snake bite, but
enough of a statement made back from SEN that they feel
timeout.
Got to get a bit of grip back into this game, Mike.
I mean, 15 rounds between timeouts for PRX. So Alex must have felt pretty good about what's going on. He was saying obviously usually it's only hitting the panic button when it feels or sounds like the boys are running out of ideas or I don't know, getting a little frustrated. I guess generally happy with how this gone, and rightfully so. PRX have up a damn good performance so far in the opening rounds here in the second half.
It looks like he's talking about more micro things than macro things, but we'll see.
Breaking point, right? Is this where SEN start taking over the game? Starting to feel it out a little bit more. Starting to read it well. Again, those
I can't wait to see the new Asian tomorrow, chat.
I'm wondering if they go back to that or if this is one of the adjustments. That 4-1.
Clove.
The other side of that is I'm curious how much Sentinels have actually figured out.
Although the latest tease today that was on Instagram makes it seem like they're a teenager going through a phase. Their like cell phone case has like devil horns. I'm like, I don't. Doesn't really speak to me. Then again, Gecko's character didn't really speak to me, and I really like the character design though, like the skill set. So.
Scope in hand for something. 2 sheriffs, a guardian, an SMG to round things out here for PRX.
No, bans were Breeze and Icebox. PRX banned the Icebox, which was the thing that threw me off a little bit. But the more I thought about it, I mean, I get where they're coming from. And especially if their Lotus is looking like this, even if they lose it, I think it was the absolutely correct draft.
So SEN going to take the space given to them, get themselves a plant, and I love this late lurk. John QT is becoming such a fun player to watch. Now, whether or not he gets away with much here is yet to be seen, but let's find out. Steps away, he does again.
The 1-2.
Threat, always that last line of
yeah, both teams really big on the lurks this map.
And this time, tricky. Those lighter weapons to really find much bite here for PRX.
That is a bit of the trouble for PRX is that
clean, flawless round for Sentinels.
The counter lurks are a little bit tough for them.
Really well handled. I think maybe that is.
No, neither team likes it. Sentinels doesn't like Icebox either, and PRX definitely doesn't like Icebox. I mean, historically they've always actually really disliked Icebox, and even now they've been avoiding it quite strongly.
If that's full confirmation, we have seen Forsaken holding down B previously.
Both of them. That's the thing is that the reason I would have thought normally Sentinels was favored in the map draft is because both of them dislike Breeze and Icebox, right? And then Sentinels just looked like they had more maps that were more well prepared afterwards. It's just after yesterday you start to question a couple things here and there. And also considering that
Is that going to be, okay, it's just John QT, or oh, there's more to
A
it
couple
now?
other things, but
See this contact on the B side from the utility, but
seeing this makes you feel like SEN have actually read the B is
well, PRX choosing to brush up their Lotus a bit, which makes sense. I mean, again, if they're able to at least figure out how to play Lotus with their composition, I'm fine with this, right? Because the problem with Icebox would have been they probably wouldn't have even known what comp to play. Like, I think there are comps they could play with their current roster, but Monyet tries to close it again. Monyet's yeah, Monyet's starting to get a little bit overeager again. Ooh, the boombot peak.
Just, as said, it's not just his mechanical capability; it's the team playing him in time and time again. Full faith in what he can do, and rightly so. It looks like PRX are hitting a brick wall here, Mike.
No, not a save. Surely you do save though. No, it is okay.
Need to see a switch up here. Forsaken and Divide just looking to try and hold on to these weapons.
Oh, they're not taking any chances.
Forsaken is. Needs to dip away now, but might even get caught by Zelsis.
Forsaken doesn't have time. He has to win that fight. Yeah. Just gonna call Divide over. Oh, okay. Okay, that actually. Wow, Sentinels, it works out for them. Job well done.
What's the money gonna be like? I'm kind of interested if they can get a full purchase.
No, Monyet was probably thinking this, right? Monyet was probably thinking, because I think Mind Freak wasn't paranoid, so they hadn't heard him get into Baby Door yet. So I think Monyet's idea was I'm not saying it's correct, but his idea, I think, was refill it right before the blind goes away. Just throw your boombot or something just to delay them to make sure you stick control of Baby Door. But it's overly ambitious for sure. And there's been a couple rounds, not consistently. Overall, he's been playing quite well throughout this map, I think. Quite comfortably, I should say. But there's been a couple rounds where we're still seeing a little bit of Monyet, like, overextending or trying to, like, do his own thing. Trying to make hero plays when he doesn't really have to. So I feel like he's still kind of iffy about the pressure at NT, but the trade not quite there because it's an immediate pinch. Just an entire flood into the site from Sentinels. Oh, the TP up. You don't suspect that. 10's right up top. Huge. Did they see the spike drop? I think he did, right? Yeah. He saw Saucy drop it on the kill. Yeah, find a place where you can just hold one angle. Forsaken.
Takes a look close. Any of these corners could contain a threat. Forsaken. Getting interested now.
Still waiting 30 seconds. He's just gonna wait until the plant sound comes through. Because there's no way he can get behind Forsaken unless he opens the door. Or he like started running all the way to C site like immediately. Ready for the reswing given the time.
He had a window there. He absolutely didn't.
A must win for PRX, but doesn't.
Dude, 25-14 per second. And they're only one round ahead. What a close game.
A beautiful Red Bull clutch here for Forsaken. Patient, composed, forcing the hand of Zelsis.
Dude, Forsaken's he's not joking around today, man. No smiles today. He's in it to win it.
Does have his as well, but only a Guardian in hand for him.
Yeah, the econ's a little rough here. If PRX loses this, it's bye-bye to the map. Sentinel still has one more shot to try to get to map point first. A hard C hold. Okay. So they want to punish. I gotta imagine one of these tripwires is up in the sky because you have the showstopper online for Sentinels. PRX looking to go for a retake on A. They didn't quite catch Saucy. Oh, but he still reacts. Dude, the movement. And the showstopper is used by Sentinels. This is exactly what PRX wanted. Monyet actually. Monyet's overthinking it. He could have just drawn out his gun, I think. Well, no, Zekken would have drawn out his gun first, but on the repeak. But here's the thing. Now the lurk for Zelsis works out huge.
safe, and he does.
They still don't know which site it's at. So something's still looking for a lurk, but Zelsis is already through. Oh, the timing. The timing. The double push. Huge. Huge. I mean, I get what Monette was trying to do. Obviously, hindsight. The idea of keeping his gun out, that's hindsight Harry for sure. He wanted to keep him stuck because he already peeked behind the box, so Monette was trying to keep him back there so he has time to get out his gun because Zekken fired his ult first. So I get it. I get it.
For when the spike is tapped.
Yes.
You can see the confusion on the face of Device, almost like, what the hell?
So I get it. It's just very unfortunate.
Now they got
No, Tens is sick.
face the music on map 1 with very little to bring in. One rifle on
Zekken is 27 for team. Nearly a 2.0 KD. Okay, just fight everything. I mean, 2v2. You have a Spectre at long range. Yeah, I mean, just let him get the spike if you need. Just let him back out. Let him back out. They just take the fight, really. I mean, that one is literally aim duels. That one is literally aim duels. That's.
And when you think it's over, they go again. When you think, oh, that's got to be it, they'll fall back, they'll play safe. No, they absolutely don't.
Beautifully done. The 11th hour.
Huge.
Timeout.
Sentinels pump the brakes.
No, good timeout from Sentinels, I think.
No matter the odds, no matter the buy, no matter the round, no matter anything, there is always a chance. But Sen still sit at 12, Mike. They've pumped the brakes here. Timeout.
They do, and they've got the benefit now of obviously that previous comfort, I guess, across the last
Did they?
4 or 5 rounds where
They have an ult online, I think. I think they have a lockdown online, don't they? Yeah.
Hands of Zelsis, Sassy. So with the Nightfall, so you could argue a slight advantage here. The PRX aren't necessarily.
Oh, Alex knows it's close, man. His pen's spinning.
A Bulldog here in the hands of Forsaken.
Give you goosebumps this sort of round.
It's map 1.
Oh, and Nightfall. Okay. I mean, Sentinels, like, there's the option of just going full 5 rush, use the Nightfall to get in, use the lockdown to keep them at bay, or vice versa, right? So that's something that PRX will have to consider as an option. But they're going to try to fight Rubble. They're going to try to fight Rubble, and they want to keep, okay, they want to just be able to ignore B whenever they choose. They don't want to have to leave someone there. They want to make sure they can catch the lurk.
Sen take their time. An early test towards A.
Monette's in a very treacherous position.
Players up here.
Ten's looking to get a little weird here, potentially.
The back of the smoke. There we go. Paranoia.
That's huge.
He ult this early as well. I think it only
Monette gets tagged. Monette's tagged, though.
No, he caught both. Tell a lie. And no way did Monette
What? Monette gets that? Oh, it did tag both. That does make the kill into Mind Freak better. Since they got the kills, they're going to go for the Nightfall. They hear him.
Something out of anyone. Why is it this man who could absolutely turn rounds around?
Oh my gosh. Now they have to clear him. Okay, he's just going to make the run. John covers for him. So now something can pinch. They gotta get the first kill for Sentinels. They gotta get the first kill, but the anti. Oh, the ult doesn't go through. Oh no, it does. Okay, I thought he didn't actually get enough. Both of them are stunned. Both of them get hit. They want to play 2v2. Oh, that's so good. Wow, dude, something. Dude, and the...
What a way to kick this best of 5 off, Lauren.
What a heads-up play from Forsaken and Divide. Dude, the swing on the ante right there, even though he gets traded, because the best shot for Sentinels was to, not necessarily push out, but was to get a very fast kill, right? The Sentinels needed to get the first kill so that they could focus on one side or the other. And Forsaken just, he punishes that idea. He punishes that idea so hard.
And then the flank from something. We're in OT. Of course we are. Map 1, by the way. Just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, where have you been?
You know what's crazy, chat, is Sentinels just by far has more kills.
Just, you know, OT is its own
Every member has more kills.
Knocking on the door of 30 now.
He's had a
Having a beautiful map, yeah. Something really.
That's actually insane. Every member has more kills than PRX.
Back on the defense now.
And they're tied.
Hey, but Tens has been no slouch either. Keep in mind, he's been getting a little warmer throughout this game. And the early glance towards that C site has drawn a massive response.
Well, Sentinels, what, they started with 2 flawlesses or something, right? Or like, I think 3 out of the 4 rounds, they had like 4 or more people alive, things like that. So it just means that Sen's wins were cleaner overall. Whereas PRX had always got messy, right?
They get that trip down outside.
But you rarely see it where it's just like all 5 members are blatantly dead. I don't know if I don't know how the totals line up, but
the rotation of Sen once again.
I like the Neo Frontier collection. I mean, I had told myself starting last year that I'm not going to buy any skins that aren't limited event skins like Masters and Champions, like VCT skins. Because I like team bundles too, I guess, but... Oh, what? Oh, that's... I mean, listen, Monyet should have been dead regardless, but... But if the Neo Frontier collection had come out the year before, then I would have bought it for sure.
Flawless we've seen so far. And they're in rounds where PRX absolutely run it down at Sentinels.
The Primordium finisher is sick.
They withstand these sort of executions time and time again.
I mean, listen, PRX has learned how to push and pull a little bit on Lotus, but Sentinels has caught on to it, so PRX now needed a bit more, and it's overtime, so it's anybody's bet.
I mean, again, I guess the MO there from Sentinels is just stop rotating, because we saw it really, really punish them a few times on the regulation half, but...
No 4-1
A door to clear.
Either, so another adjustment from PRX.
They get to save their paint shells. Nobody spotted. So Rubble retaken with just a one-way and a Trailblazer. They're just going to play retake on B.
That 3-play stack is walking John QT. Are you ready for what's around that corner? Deep flash.
Deep flash. They know that they're still here, but it's the entire team. I don't know if PRX is ready for it. Ah, it took a little longer for him to recover his gun.
Unable to stop succeeding. And now you look towards where they lean. Where do Sentinels take this?
No, this is a good map so far. I mean, we've seen better Lotuses for sure, but like this has been a competitive Lotus. Shout out to PRX for shoring it up. Because I thought this was going to be mega one-sided.
The TP is obscene. He let Do not let Deckard pass. You gotta know better. The man's a mechanical monster, and now it's justified.
Yeah, I mean, you give him a chance to stabilize. Mind Freak didn't want to take the risk. He didn't want to make noise because he thought Zekken didn't clear him, but the moment he lands, Zekken is fast.
Looking large and in charge in OT. The time singing their song. How much can he do here?
Yeah, I think this is a rough one. I mean, Devi's gotten crazy clutches before, but even getting spammed out like that. GG. Still a fun Lotus. I mean, listen, I think if you're a PRX fan, you have to be so happy just knowing that PRX is... They're on the right path now. Like, even until yesterday, I would have said PRX's Lotus just looks lost. Or I guess 2 days ago. I would have just said, like, I feel like they don't know how to get to a comp where they can play Lotus like you should play Lotus. But today they played Lotus like you should, but with their own composition, right? They made it work. Is it perfect? No. Should they still change their comp? Probably at some point. But it seems like they figured out how to adapt it to the composition that they're comfortable with. So shout out to them. Shout out to the players. And of course, Alex as well. That's so funny. Map 1 just ended. Sentinels just took map 1. But it did go to overtime.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl.
Map 2 Ascent.
You're going to be able to fight this.
Predictions are going up. I mean, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm happy. I'm just happy that PRX didn't look lost on Lotus. I would have never expected them to win. If they won Lotus, I think it would have been just as, if not, maybe even, I mean, just as shocking as Gen G beating the split.
Red Bull gives you wings.
How long are our breaks usually? 3 minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Why are we voting Sent Ascent? Who's voting Sent Ascent? Oh, we got some votes for Sent Ascent. I mean, listen, I think PRX is favorite, but I don't think it's like a. I don't think it's like an 80-20. I don't think it's like an 80-20. Well, yeah, maybe like a 70-30, which is still very strongly favored, I think. All right, Ascent. There shouldn't be any comp changes. Well, there shouldn't be.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Kaplan from Sentinels. Congratulations on that first map. You guys actually fought this roster just a few months ago, I believe. How different do they feel now?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, they're the same team identity they had back in December. They're a very scrappy, very aggressive, emotional team. They can throw us off. And I think against them, it's all about being unfazed. When you get punched, punch them back and just stay steady going, even when they do some stuff that could shake you. The big thing is that the last time we played them, it was a much smaller tournament, an off-season tournament. Now it's the losers finals of Masters Madrid. So it's just a test for the guys to have the same resolve despite the context. And I think they're doing a great job. They're getting there, and a BO5 is a really nice opportunity to work on that.
Definitely, and eager to see more of that action. So let's get back into the game.
Well, Sentinels, they get themselves on the board after
It's so sick that they.
What was it for them?
It's so sick that they have this band here.
And, Tom, as we listen to this great tune.
It kind of reduces the seriousness of the moment.
tension
Where it's like,
It does kind of take it away, but
Was it tense or was it electric and silly? I mean,
I honestly thought you were going to say, was it 10s or 10s?
Yeah.
I was about to leave.
No, of course not. I would never do that to you.
I would. So it was 10s sometimes, Zekken most of the times. But yeah, did you guys expect it to be that close?
I think any time where you get PRX being that close to Sentinels, but Zekken puts up 32 kills, it's actually a good sign for PRX, especially considering you in particular and Kakuka were not feeling great about their chances on Lotus overall.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the aim lab shoot around real quick, where we're checking in on Zekken. Tom, I mean, if he hadn't dropped 32 kills, you would think maybe the result would be a bit different.
But that's the thing. I feel like PRX expected him to be utterly cracked on the seaside. They were even playing retake a lot of the time, just giving it
right.
completely. But you even just look at that
Let's
last
see.
round where he just explodes it to the site and just immediately kills a player who's waiting for him to be there. He had a truly unbelievable performance, and as you said, if it wasn't for him, they lost that map.
Yeah, remember that this is one of the players we're talking about as being potentially best in the world.
292 ACS is raised.
And that's where Zekken tends to play Jet. This year,
Dude, 58% first blood success rate. I mean, even as Jet, 51%, but
really low in terms of the win rate. But it's also because they haven't put as much time into Ascent, Icebox, Breeze. They've been their bans.
yeah, that map win rate is not fair because that's not just a Zekken thing.
But another opportunity for Zekken to show up.
Yeah, thankfully.
I mean, I think the PRX boys should be really happy with how they played the Lotus overall. I think.
It's also the map though that I feel like
For today, it does need work, but
I think they've got a really kooky comp. It's one that they have a lot of set executes that's really sort of cool for them to play around. And also, although it's been something that's floated, it hasn't actually gone very well for Sentinels at all.
Yeah.
I mean, is this where we feel like maybe PRX can level even the playing field here after, especially what happened on map 1?
Yeah, definitely. I think their players look hot, right? The fragging that you're seeing coming out.
Sentinels should be playing the KO Sova.
They're finding good timings and putting pressure on Sen. On a map where Sen look a little weaker, where Zekken's not going to be giving you as much star power, I think his opping is something.
PRX should be playing what they have been. Gecko Fade with the raise.
Got that every day of the week. That's the one part of Zekken's game that he's talked about trying to get up to speed at the same level. Whereas, you know, the raise, he's just got like absolute best in world 10 out of 10 on basically.
I mean, I just hope PRX takes this map just so we have a minimum 3-1.
Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Oh, we gotta listen to both coaches.
Hey guys, I'm here now with Coach Alex of PRX. So that was a really tough map. We saw the boys struggling for the first few rounds, and then around round 4 or round 5, I believe, things started to turn around and they started to pick up momentum. So what do they usually need to hear? What needs to happen, or what changed there that got the ball rolling?
I think Saturn started really strong, you know, flawless as twice. So that was a problem for our economy already. We paused just to calm down a little bit. I think I had a bit of a discussion with Jason, you know, just so that we could refine our approach, and I think, yeah, it worked for a while.
All right, well, let's see if they can find that approach again in map 2.
A little smile from Alex there. Yeah, maybe they're confident.
Nah, I don't count that as a smile. From SETI on YouTube, can you answer the question? After the close OT loss, how would PRX meant to be? I think they'll be fine. Because the thing is I think that wasn't a map you were quote-unquote supposed to win. Oh, okay. John's gonna bring out the Killjoy though, so they're going full meta comp. Not taking the Cypher. Okay. The thing is I like it. Specifically against PRX, I think it's a really good choice. Again, some of the great rounds that they had on defense were about making sure the second line of entry couldn't get in as easily, right? Break apart the fights, isolate Monyet, isolate, you know, something.
That's actually not great for Ascent.
So
they've got to hold back the tide of PRX.
I like that they went with the age-old meta comp here. But yeah, for PRX, I mean, yeah, obviously losing a close match stinks. But I think, you know, you probably just remind yourselves, like, listen, it's gone. We still showed our improvement, right? That was their pick. It's a map that normally you would like to try to avoid in the current stage of Masters. So I don't think PRX should be shaken up too much about it. I think Monyet might be, but hopefully they were able to talk that through and get him back in the zone.
Yeah, you brought it into existence, but Do you agree with the desk here? Is this an opportunity because of those adjusted roles, potentially with Sentinels? Where do you stand on this?
I mean, I still feel like this should lean in favor of PRX.
I mean, look at this setup. Okay, so this setup, it's not even about denying the it is about denying the entry here, right? So the main, they just say, Zekin, take your shots, right? But you're going to deny any entry from here. You're going to hold tree from here, and then also deny any quad entry. Unfortunately for them, PRX is full stacked in mid. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. The Prowler. Don't know if Saucy quite heard that coming in from main. But it's good backup. Forsaken's chuckling on cam. He knows it's over.
He clears the first. Second needed to be clean.
He actually gets two.
Good go there. But first will be found by Sen. And I wait with bated breath, Mike. This game feels like I'm not sure how this shakes down on this map.
The confident pistol round from Sentinel.
Dude, that second.
Yeah, at this one I'm convinced his classic does hit different.
That second right click, man.
He's been trying to help us. He's been trying to help us the whole time.
Okay, since you have the better guns, just put the alarm bot in mid. Don't want to have to worry about that. Let the Rays get in wherever they do with the blast pack, and then just make sure the nanoswarms go off. Now, the only things John will have to constantly be worried about is does the utility, right? The paint shells, things like that. Break it apart. Obviously, the change of the blast packs, it's not going to be as easy, but... Oh, huge. No assist on that either, so it's just straight the Stinger doing work.
Let's see if we can do any damage really for PRX. Doesn't look like it now, considering how the round started there.
Sheriff buys as well for a couple on PRX.
Deeper smoke as well. They've got all they need.
See how that pays off.
Even getting a plant's going to be very tricky considering the utility. You know, you're looking at the silver linings.
Yeah, they're walking late into the KJ setup here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to break the KJ setup. Just trying to
I've got to say,
draw whatever attention.
Yeah, really
the orb was already taken, so...
solid in what he does.
Oh, the cams are down.
Here, but, you know, obviously, cast a curse, but he has been
the player
solid.
Cams, I guess they were out of sync.
Okay, come on,
4K, another flawless, man.
Yeah, PRX did only have those pistols, looking for silver linings, and there were none to be found. This time around, though, they will come in with weaponry, Mike. This is the time where they could do some serious damage.
Another flawless to start off a map. Give Sentinels a cushion once again.
The other question is going to be, when does something get his op? See if they can build towards that fast as possible. Right now, they have to buy up to make whatever possible. Zekin's 3 away from his Blade Storm.
Spike not committed from PRX, so I think they're going to try and retrieve this orb, maybe.
Early pressure against the one-way. No early paint shells, though.
Close enough with these SMGs to really cause a threat. Wow, to say that, flash comes through. 10's nearly.
Dude, just a quick jump peek.
A little bit there. Mindfreak, got to be careful. The drone's coming through.
He's been spotted there.
Mindfreak gets pressured, so he knows the Silva's on this side.
Lucky, actually, the Zekin's not posted up.
And you assume that there's got to be at least one other person, right? Because that drone was very aggressive, and there's a chance that someone could have been around the corner. So Mindfreak's gonna re-clear that. He's going to put some pressure on it again. Puts up his Poison Cloud just to deny information. So he makes sure that they have to have someone still there. And PRX is still playing the clock, right? They're trying to regain control of main step by step while making sure that this squad can't leave A by constantly poking in. Now, only something gets tagged, but, dude, this position...
PRX looking like that B-lean's coming in. It's going to be on Saucy on the site.
I mean, PRX uses this a lot too, so surely they're aware of it, but they're not aware of the possibility of the sound bleeding through. Good blast pack. Good blast pack to deny the fast flood from the smoke.
Finally stabilizing now. PRX will find
overall, the position's not that bad from PRX. No presence on main though, so they got to be very cognizant of that timing. Yeah, so now Mindfreak's going to take it. They're going to relocate.
Still got that paranoia on 10s as well. Could be nice to maybe catch a
Mindfreak does have a Vandal. So depending on when he dies... Oh, he gets tagged. He's got to know that somebody's coming through here. He tries to just reposition. They have to just ditch Mind Freak. He has to just be on his own. They can't try to provide support. They have to find a different exit. 3 members alive. They can't keep all 3 though. They might not even be able to keep 2.
It's everybody falling except Monyet here.
Yeah, that's if they can exit with those weapons too, that's huge.
No, Monyet. No.
No, Monyet can at least deny weaponry that could have fallen into the hands, but it's cost PRX nearly everything.
I mean, honestly, I think that peak was so risky.
Available for a couple of members here.
But
utility going to suffer as a byproduct of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it looked like they were just going to stack up for exits, but as soon as Paranoia set up, what was that second kill? Find something, I believe, inside the smoke with the headshot.
Yeah, Alex is thinking the same thing, right? can't be mad if he gets the kills.
Monyet also a couple of exit kills here. We'll find
I mean,
the showstopper.
Yeah, the showstopper coming online is a big deal. It's a big deal. That way he can just take the Spectre from somebody.
Second coming in, obviously feeling himself after map 1.
Odin's already online on B.
The purchase in the hand. We can see if Tens can get away with his life. No, he cannot.
All right. Yeah, Monyet doesn't overthink it. Just uses it on the Prowler.
Spike en route, looking to be planted. They got themselves ready. Zekken trying to punish, stuck around as long as he could. Brought right back to the action, though. They know he's close by, but can't do much to
Yeah, they can't spam through it just yet. Dude, and then he picks up a new weapon. Zekken, huge.
Beautiful from Zekken, and Sassy somehow off screen finds 3 kills. I guess lined up in front of Jen here. A little bit of a head scratcher, but I mean that was with the free entry from Monyet showstopper. I wasn't even here in front of Jen, no.
Oh, that's one. That's
Early timeout, Mike. You spoke about it on map 1.
Not much of a lip reader, but I
think
got
so.
That one.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll tell you after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can mute your mic.
Yeah.
No,
no.
We can pick up later. Yeah, early timeout for PRX, and again maybe an indicator of these sorts of timeouts where Alex is hearing something or feeling as if
yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big thing a lot of people forget is that
and wants to keep that in check early on.
A lot of times the timeouts are also much more reliant on what you're hearing, right? Like how are the comms going? Are your players in the right direction? Are there good comms? Are there bad comms? What's the energy like? Things like that.
It's not when you go brilliant, you know, it's the split of their, you know, or maybe even Suns. It's not like that. It's not into that I guess, cusp. So this was a decent opportunity for PRX.
And I know Josh was hitting this quite hard on the desk. Obviously 1 and 7 on maps that you know Sentinels played Jet on. This is the start you want from Zekken.
Yeah.
If this is one of the ones that you know you struggle with the Jet composition, if he's starting 9 and 1,
dude, 9 and 1. Dude, Zekken, crazy.
Going forward, but I mean, Monyet doing quite nicely on the other side too.
No need to use the Blade Storm either. It's like it's almost you're wasting away that ultimate.
But not exactly absent either. Devi and Mind Freak get to really warm into this one.
They're gonna still have Tens buy his own gun so that you can buy the op whenever. So that way, I mean, when Zekken buys the op, he can in fact, he could have actually. They could have given that gun over. He could have bought it op this time with the Blade Storm. But I think they're just gonna, because it's an eco, they're gonna save that up for the next time, and then he can use the Blade Storm when they have an op for the retake.
Missing the jump, whether or not he was considering the double satchel over the top there. Forsaken. And something trying to find some space on shore, but Sentinels.
So Sentinels, dude, Sentinels has a good read on how paper.
Oh, the clothesline!
What is that? And Monyet dives in.
Holy cow!
You think they're out of it? They're back in, but Sussy trying to slow down the pace a little, carve out some control. Hunter's Fury.
Holy double tap!
Trying to do some serious damage. Devi gonna fall. Recovered weapons in hand though. And the plant
I mean, 3v2, you've got a Thrash, you've got a Nightfall. He detains one, he's detained.
Oh, Mind Freaking
Oh, man.
Oh, dearie me. PRX, this team.
Dude, the double tap. But the thing is here's the thing, is that Sentinels is starting to get a good read, right? It's rarely ever just an A main hit. Tree is like the most important part of PRX's attack.
A MasterCard thrifty hit. from PRX.
A little smirk.
A hint of emotion. Just a hint.
Because tree, so the pinch is how they usually go into A, and then tree pressure, that means keeps people tied up on A. It allows you to still have mid control. What in the world? What an what an aggressive tiles play.
Oh, Zekken just wants back. The second that they've got a buy, I swear, this just goes completely up in the air. Game is ridiculous. Divine Mind Freaks walking through the ruins of this round. Like,
Sentinels overall has a pretty good read on PRX's tendencies here on the Ascent.
2v5 now.
I mean, the other big question will be for Sentinels: can they replicate some success on the second half as well? But we're not over yet from the first half, so.
Mind Freaks progress.
Yeah, Sentinels are.
Yeah, they don't want to give anything away. Look at the minimap here.
Very disciplined.
They're just in range to keep the alarm bot online, it looks like.
I think just finding stability is key.
A breather.
Yeah.
For Sentinels.
Can't let you fill off the gas too far though, because there is still.
I mean, yeah, paranoia, 2 snake bites to work with.
30 seconds left.
Make something
And
of it.
a good QT's position by the fact that utilities.
Dude, the speed. Oh my gosh, chat. Why?
Turning off and on.
Can they do anything? 20 seconds. The smoke
Okay,
drops.
we're back.
Device lost.
No, we're not.
Previous round, right, let's take mid away from them. Don't even let them creep on us.
And when you have players
We've had a couple moments like this throughout this Masters. Seems like something about the upload to the YouTube is. I don't know if it's the YouTube servers or what,
It
but
still feels so weird, you know what I mean? You're looking at it.
But it's good for it.
It absolutely is. It weirdly works.
the stream's like trying to catch up to itself. I think it's got to be
But is
YouTube,
it the solution? Is it the cure for their problem?
which is unfortunate.
Ten's looking to get interested again. This time from short, trying to play in Zekken. Not going to happen here. Something's
Big kill. Oh, he spots the killjoy as well. That's kind of huge. That's a lot of information.
Rightly so. It wasn't just one in middle, there was 3.
Because that means that most likely the killjoy util isn't all on the entrance, right? Because he was here.
And Ten's looking for the clearance, but elsewhere Mind Freak finds an opener. Sassy will fall. John QT next on the chopping block. Kept in check.
I thought it was my client. I thought it was me, but the couple other times it's happened, I've been told that it happens on the main feed, like for everyone else as well. So.
That's a kill on Tens.
He does that instead. Screw CT. I'm going market.
I mean, to be fair, I've never had that happen with any other like YouTube videos.
And still with that middle control, and look at this positioning from Monyet. The backline threat. Doesn't quite get
Okay, well, you know where he's at. Spike's planted. Tried to take away that Odin. Tried to make it a little costly for them.
See the scope.
He hears the sound from afar. Oh, you definitely don't want to. Yeah.
He's got threats from all sides. It's like a tower defense
Nice jiggle.
at the end, but he does eventually fall. PRX find their way back in. That success, yes, in middle it started, but again, it was that pick towards B that opened up the gates.
Very, very patient.
Oof.
Something.
Dude, that repeak.
Sentinel's toying with the idea of a flash play out, but with no mid player there. And kind of the emphasis
Potential trap play on A main.
There's so many angles for PRX to hold. And when you're already noting an operator on the other side of one of those angles, it's just not tangible or feasible to do so. And the trade back and forth continues in terms of the round timeline.
Looking at the paranoia.
Oh, that's so many tagged. Monyet's not paranoid, so he tries to swing back in. Does push them out.
Actually going back in, Divide gonna put down Zelsis. Zekken trying to toy with him,
That's kind of big. PRX is just wanting to make sure that they can't res him.
Ten's not getting played either here. Zekken though isolating Divide.
I mean, PRX has to give up on this idea.
Give away the game really here.
Justice back up, they actually get the res. Somehow.
How the hell did they get the res under that?
Somehow Sentinels come out of that, resing and Devi falling.
Okay.
Bizarre. My freak figuring out where all the utils on B though.
Spike's on the way.
If we keep getting these stutters, then I might have to switch to the Korean broadcast.
Here to close off CT. That's a real concern now.
Right there. All right, something. Show us what you got here. You are on guard duty. You got to somehow hold him back. CT not looking like
We'll reset the stream on halftime. The broadcast, not my stream. That's kind of big. Did Tens jump over it? Either way, huge. Well, Tens now stuck.
Sentinel's not getting the play and a great read from On yet.
With how often something off, so why do people never expect it? I mean, I think people expect it. Something is just really good at taking angles with the op.
Forsaken's running him down.
They're hunting him down. Silence. I think better of doing any more of that.
Oh, don't worry. We got our trusty old Afrika TV that we can watch on the Korean broadcast.
Don't expect something to really be the one
If it gets to that.
2600 in the bank. And does win out.
Yeah. And
the skin of his teeth,
But I feel like this is an upload problem if it's stuttering like this, where it's because it stuttered once, it's trying to catch up to itself.
Sentinels somehow come out on top of this. I mean, Zekken finds his skill to divide. It's just really, really bizarre to see that exchange, but that whole time Mindfreak is creeping closer and closer.
Yeah.
It looks like PRX are willing to stack up and fight for A main, and maybe Sentinels are thinking there's going to be one splitting short here, two splitting short, so we have to be conscious of this.
Timeout?
So they give up a little bit of space. I mean, they didn't actually note Sassy's utility on the other side of the map either. I imagine if he had the Odin...
I mean, the other thing is you don't want to like expect it every time the econ's available and then just get scared of it all the time, right? For something's op. So I think I don't think it's that they don't expect it. I think it's simply that something is very good with it.
Feeling like it's got echoes of map 1 now, seeing this is early timeouts from
I mean, you could kind of argue the same thing like back when, for instance, back when Ye was, right, one of the best players in the world. It's like, well, you know he's playing Chamber. You know he's probably going to hold, like, say it's Bind, like, be long or on the truck. Like, why don't people expect it? It's like, well, they do. They think they have an idea of how to take it out. And it's like, and he was just better. You know? What can you do?
1-for-1 back and forth.
Finally broke.
Yes. As we enter round 9.
Especially because Sentinels is on the defense. It's not like they want to swarm him every time. But you can't just, like, keep respecting all the space he wants to take with it, because then you would just have to play retake on both sides. But I think if you look at it, it's just something's very good about his peaks, right? Just how he takes each angle step by step.
But there's still 2 here to fight it with the paranoia.
Gonna get caught.
Oh, what? Off of the hunt?
That reveal being so late.
Do you know what? Love to watch that one back. Tens can't get the round back. Mindfreak was already watching for it. The gates are open on A. This has been a mistake and a half towards that A site.
Mindfreak's still ready for the lurk. John knows the lurk's there somewhere, but
annihilating the plan. Show us a replay of that start there, Mike, because
it comes so late on as well.
Absolutely.
And there's no parent. I'm not sure how many the knife has tagged, but.
Well, it's because it's right on the roof, right? The haunt is right on the roof. And I think Zekken... I think Zekken thinks maybe the haunt's about to end, and he wants to catch the timing.
For some sort of contact there, because Zekken's kind of half in. Zeus, like I said, is out in the middle of nowhere.
Not quite sure.
Domino fell. It was, you know, as expected.
I mean, regardless, it seemed like he was going to go for a timing, but...
The money's left in nowhere. They've tripled down on this, and again, an outplay. Paper.
Dude. Okay, I'm going to turn on the Korean stream chat.
Isn't so much of a big deal considering the purchase. It will take the scoreline further away from Sentinels, but still. Again, PRX showing some real viability of dealing with this A presence, that pressure towards main. Tens, you got some.
Wait, is the English stream on it as well? No.
When it's him, I'll always give it a second of doubt, but as it stands, it's 4 players alive. PRX
살아납니다.
on the way. Really only Sassy. Then he saw the threat. Little bro still getting cheers.
Not many today, though.
No.
Let's pause that. We'll get back to it if it seems like it gets fixed at some point, but...
올라갔을 줄 알아요. 하지만 아무도 못 들었다. 아무도 못 봤다.
위를 찍고 오겠지? 하는 거를 역이용하는 거죠.
Oh, why is the Afrika stream so blurry?
나오는 거 커 보여.
지금 제가 봤을 때 실수한 거 혼날까 봐 최선 집중한 척.
아니
저 리테이크 라인 제가 끊을게요.
There must be something going on because I think the feed they're being given is blurry here. Freak is usually pretty crisp.
6대4. 야, 타임아웃에 오늘 뭔가 있어요. 알렉스 감독이 요청할 때마다 팀 분위기가 180도 달라집니다. 아니 이게 작전을 알려주는 게 아니라 본인이 얼마나 화났는지를 알려주는 것 같아요. 근데 이게 저희가 그냥 웃자고 하는 얘기가 아니라 찡 선수의 코 스트리밍을 보면 그런 얘기를 합니다. 알렉스 감독이 이번에 뭐라고 했을까? 얼마나 화났을까? 이런 얘기를 합니다. 알렉스, 제이슨, are you okay? 에런 이러죠.
Okay, 5 stack with the op.
이거 진짜 감독의 역량이 대단합니다.
You got Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. Sentinels should be able to play some comfortable retake on A.
오히려 역으로 더 빨리 간다.
바로
It's just Zelsis alone. He's got no exit. The Hunter's Fury is just going to try to keep him at bay. He actually gets a tag, and he's going to get a kill. He gets a tag on another person as well. Magnet's tagged up. And Zekin's ready. The early Hunter's Fury to keep them at bay. Oof, almost got a little shaky, but...
계속 그 3개의 라운드 동안 A 메인 쪽에 피해 망상을 투자하면서 세게 걸었었던 센티넬이다 보니까
5, 6.
그걸 의식해서 이번에 좀 더 빠르게 가자가 됐었거든요.
I mean,
근데 이번 턴에 센티넬이 공교롭게도
just historically on the map itself, it's fine for PRX, but
근데 사실 지금까지 센티넬이 이 A 메인 지역에 스킬 쓰는 거나 이런 템포들을 보면은
yo, Cold Tea with the prime sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
스킬이 본인들이 원하는 위치에 빠지지 않았던 건데 자, 잘
Trying to
풀었습니다. 제켄 오퍼 한 번도 안 보여줬어요.
look up PRX's stats here. Oh, nice kill.
아, 이게 지금 요동봇이
Oh, okay.
있었는데
Honestly, the 6 rounds, yeah, I think it's okay for PRX.
자, 일단 총 바꾼 것까지는 봤어요.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Glad you like it. Amanyet surely makes the call that you... I mean, Amanyet realized that he was being pinched. Still a minute. I mean, 2v3, still a minute.
사이트 안에 아직 대비 중이고요. 이러면은 일단 습격으로 회수를 하고 시간을 태우면서 우리가 B 같게 A 같게 이거를 해야 됩니다.
Yeah, so he just gets the spike first. The thing is he's still stuck on this side. Okay, so even another shadow step. So, I mean, you still have 40 seconds, right? PRX can go wherever they wish. So Sentinels, you still have the Killjoy util, so probably best is John holding somewhere here, and then these two sticking together nearby A. Yeah, that's the setup here. Double setup from the initiators. You have Nightfall. Okay, so you know the Killjoy, or at least one person's here. Do they send Forsaken all the way on the wraparound? Okay, this is a Hail Mary. The thing is Divine needs to stay alive, and I don't know if Sentinels is going to give that time of day. He gets pinged as well. Yeah, and that alarm bot is going to be brutal. Dude, if he could get one kill and back out. But it's Divine 1v3. Dude, great double peek there from Zelsis and John. That was a nice double peek. Okay, since we're in halftime, let's try going back to the English stream, because now I'm just getting confused for some reason by listening to the Korean. I think part of it is I keep thinking that you guys will just all be able to hear it and understand it as well, and that's not great. Let me do a quick hard reload of this.
But for now, I do believe we can check in with the vertical stream.
Another 6-6 half. I am here joined by a
Oh.
very special crowd. We have Chrissy, Zoe, GB, and Fitinho here. Guys, I've heard that you're doing some vertical stream. How is the experience going here?
Oh, it's a long experience, obviously, because we're vertical. The games have been fantastic. Like,
To be fair, the YouTube quality is also better. Something about the feed that the Korean stream seems to be given is a little blurry.
First thing I want to say, hola Madrid! That's right, baby. Make some noise. Love it.
What about you?
It's been a blast. It's very casual. We have kind of watch party vibes, so we've been having a lot of fun the entire time, and we have a lot of amazing guests that are popping in and out.
Dude, watch partying at the venue's got to be so fun.
Podemos aquí hacer una invasión, Fitiño. Yo a ti te lo pregunto en español.
Oh, look, it's all the chats.
¿Cómo estás viviendo esta experiencia y cómo estás viendo sobre todo a los equipos que vemos?
A ver, está muy guay. Sobre todo el anterior mapa ha estado súper ajustado y las rondas han sido súper caóticas y ver el público tipo celebrándolo y tal es la hostia.
No, Zoe's been doing some Valorant. I forget if she was doing a little bit of Americas or EMEA, I forget, but she was on as a guest, a guest host a couple times during kickoff.
Being here is amazing, that the crowd is insane. So keep it up. I want to know, guys, who do you have your money on?
Oh, Genji all the way from day one.
Oh, but for today.
Yeah.
For today?
She's so Genji pilled, she's still thinking about the final.
Sentinels, obviously Sentinels. I want to see the rematch.
Ooh, but do you think it's going to be a 3-0?
Was it EMEA? Okay. It was... Uber was at Americas, yeah?
Big Alex.
I'm going 3-1 Sentinels.
Was Zoe really predicting Genji all the way from day one? I don't know.
Okay,
I mean, maybe if she was banking on the Koreans, it's possible.
What's up, GB? How's it going?
Oh, look at that.
When does the audio come back in? Have I just said that? And he's not even
Yeah, literally, it's just like that without the headset. But no, great to check in with everyone here. I think all of you at home as well hopefully can pick up on this. The atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere seems great, man. I'm glad Madrid got their shot for a Masters. It's sick. I mean, the crowd mic I think was kind of poor the first couple days, but so that seems to have gotten fixed. Obviously, I think they sold more seats for the playoff weekend as well, so that's cool. And the other thing is even if it's not like Team Heretics, they've been great. In some ways, it's almost like better that there isn't an EMEA team because now there's just no bias. They're just all there just to enjoy the games. I'm not saying that that's overall a good thing, but at least now there's not going to be any threads of like, oh, this crowd only cheers for their own teams, and it's like, yeah, that's generally what a lot of fans do, but
It's a good information flowing back in here. Monyet down could be an issue.
They know everything's coming from heaven now.
Getting ready with a high flash.
I mean, Sen could wrap around on Heaven too. This is so much advantage for Sentinels. He gets body blocked by Forsaken. Dude, the double jump. Dude, that jump was so good from something. 2v1, but he's weak. Devi's weak. They just didn't expect it at all. They just didn't expect it at all.
The pistol round protocols continue to excel for Sentinels. I love this delayed investment of the drone here to really, really take that space away even more so from PRX. And the pinch through to mid as well. It's that second layer, the security.
Yeah, that's a big pistol.
This execution. No
very clean pistol too, overall. The setup was always in Sentinels' favor.
Every time I hear that Red Bull noise now, I'm just going to think of John QT's face. That's it. That's it. I'm just going to
Okay, 5 stack on A. Because there's no reason for Sentinels to greed this. They try to push out on it. I don't mind that push out. I mean, unfortunately, it was just it was 1-by-1, which is kind of the unfortunate part. But the reason I don't mind that push out is if you throw all that util and then you like wait, chances are Sen can just back out, right? And then you've really lost your shot. Or someone's already digging the lurk onto B, and then you've really lost your shot. So you're just trying to chase forward and really try to deny them and make sure you can pick up guns if you pick up the kills. The execution probably could have been cleaner, but...
Yeah, previously, I mean, I can't remember now, but the round 2s have been flawless. Yeah, they have been. To get Sentinels
yeah, all of them have been, right?
21 and 8. I come back to that same
all the anti-ecos.
This is the performance you want from Zeka.
Oh, I guess only from Sentinels. I guess PRX did have one.
Of the Sentinels map pool.
That's scary,
But 3 pistols in favor of Sentinels so far. 3 out of 4. 2 seconds, 21 and 8. Almost at a 3.0.
Which is ridiculous. He is arguably one of the best in the world.
I mean, coming back swinging from what felt like a rough day in the last series they played, well, rough end, sorry.
Yes.
The series was very uncharacteristic. It's been all gas, no brakes for him so far here in Madrid.
Right there.
So screen for A and mid, but Monyet doesn't have too much support to scout that. Dude, after missing out the initial peak, clearing that alone is so risky.
A mistake made there for him. He's going to be kicking himself because that's an upgrade to hand.
Yeah, that's a brutal one.
Right on through.
And they know, John knows that something loves to lurk in mid. That's something that they've been doing. Yep. Dude, the read is on point from Sentinels.
Looking like they almost have like a wall hack in this. Like
Especially after you saw the first death, and then everyone just holds from Sentinels. That draws PRX out for info.
Missing in round 2, but Sentinels looking to find one regardless.
Spike planted.
John QT, you can see as well very early on, PRX identify that he's going to be in these sorts of positions, but Sentinels so well equipped to bolster this formation. Well, flawless is out the window now.
There you go, that's one. He hears it. Yeah, he's ready for it. He gets the read that they're gonna hunt for him for days on end. I mean, it's the bonus for Sen, but for Saken, yeah, he just says, you know what, come fight me. I'll try to get my Nightfall on.
Individual fights, so desperate to trade back that first, but once it's set in motion, I don't know what really you can do at that point.
And Sentinels also recognizing they don't want to give the Nightfall for free.
Saken will have to let this one pass him by. Find another one here, but 9-6. PRX tapped out financially here. Yeah, just a little bizarre. I mean, even the second swing here from Mindfreak, it's individuals trying to catch timings. There's no double swing onto an angle. Not sure what page of the strat book that's from.
No, probably quite deep in, I'd imagine.
Yeah, PRX not looking too happy.
That could be. Yeah. That could be.
No command online for Zelsis.
Classic Friddle.
Shit, they're good. Okay, PRX, you got to get.
Oh, I mean, this is.
A very faint heartbeat.
This is a rough round, and it's kind of a must-win. So they just take the early peek into main. They're both so constantly concerned about tree, though. It's just you got to pick and choose your battles here. Push out on mid.
Try and find some information in middle. Does he spot Forsaken?
Oh, he wins that with the Phantom.
It's beautifully done.
For a second, you can kind of forget.
Oh, that breaks things down so hard. The Dizzy's been spotted.
Big game, all good. And then you just occasionally get a tens moment.
The chase through from Zekken. Dude, he spots Mind Freak as well. Zekken just gets so much value there on the entry.
The plant looking unfazed. I don't think there's going to be much to challenge. This round wasn't really going to be the highlight one. Managed to get that rifle, I think, off the body of Forsaken, so that's still in play, but
you gotta. I mean, do you go for this 3v5?
Still, but a 3v5 nonetheless. The Sentinels looking to play very active here in this mid.
Oh, and you get the rifle taken away. I mean, this is literally worst case scenario.
I feel like that seals the deal on this round. One yet, we'll find a
Okay.
consolation.
Oh, he gets taken out though.
Devi looking to do some damage.
Oof.
That's rough.
Dead,
The double headshot.
Chat. That might be how the cookie crumbles. That round right there.
Unfortunately, with this
Or I guess technically the round before, but
second half, that 6-6 quickly becomes
yeah, it has to have been a timeout.
And Sentinels now, another buy round. You're on 11. You have to give that up because the finances aren't there. We had investment in the previous. Yes, the loss bonus will come into effect, but it doesn't bail you out of this sort of position.
No.
And it's been pretty clinical from Sentinels in the second half so far. PRX a breather here because this is the one you really want to see them.
What can they do here? So their lurks in mid are getting read pretty hard, and their A hold is really weak, right? So the logical change would be to try to play retake on A and push out a B, but because it's off of a timeout, that would get read pretty hard.
I mean, even here, this is absolutely devastating to be facing off against this, and you must win buy round.
Yeah, it's
Forsaken's one away, sure, but it's.
Is that enough?
You're not going to get an op for a long time.
Possible with these ultimates being available. I mean, John QT just needs to retrieve an orb. The null command can get Sentinels access towards the site, and I mean, even if you have the lockdown in the post plant,
there's so many options.
Yeah.
Looking like almost insurmountable odds, but we know that PRX can.
Odin online as well.
Go around them. There is chance.
Yeah, and it's like the null command. You got to be wary of the fast push into B with the null command.
Zekken not on his comfort, but look at him now, 23-8. Heartbreak for PRX.
They're gonna look to challenge here.
towards the end of this game.
Okay, set play to try to take control of B main. No util, so they're just going to creep forward.
No chance to bring into effect. Second. Not noted.
Oh, dude. PRX had the double setup as well for the turret, but Zekken doubles down on it even further. Oh, and they all hide from it. Dude, Sentinels has the read that as soon as the first death happens, PRX will creep back out to get information, right? Sentinel's been trapping them into this so many times.
Can he hold this together? Can one man deny the entirety of Sentinels?
Oh, nice pre-fire.
Second doing that to him. Devastating play. Just on the warpath. Sentinels gonna get another here. Surely Mind Freak is already.
Yeah, every time PRX, every time Sentinels gets the first kill, PRX has been pushing out to try to regain information. They will never let go of an area for entirely free, which is generally, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but as soon as Sentinels has a hard read on it, right? Like sometimes what happens is so there's to boil it down very simply, there's two ways to go about it. If you take a first death, you take area somewhere else, right? But a lot of times, because Sentinels is playing such controlled default, it's not like it's a stack that's killing you. It's not like they're pushing in, because usually you're also going out to challenge. So PRX will usually just re-clear to gain control and trade, right? And Sentinels has been punishing that so well.
Okay, all good. No one else
saving grace.
Yeah, and that's the most positive.
I mean, PRX was the first team to get reverse swapped. They could do it here. They could do it themselves. The map's not over yet, but it's looking pretty dire.
I thought actually got caught on the utility here, but I think Zekken just swings as it ends at this second kill. Just, yeah. I mean, it looks outrageous from the other end.
Yeah,
but,
it did.
I mean, that makes it even worse then. Zekken plays the timing perfectly here to catch something to open.
Only one.
Round up.
And he runs away, so you know you've pushed that.
Actually, that should just be the green light for Sentinels to hit B here, yeah.
Dude, Mind Freak filling the site, I don't mind it, because you're going to think that they're just going to waltz in for free without the lockdown. The Nightfall. It only tags, what, 2 people? Yeah. The Decay plus the Mosh puts him in a tough spot. Dude, double kill, that's rough. Onyet's gotta be ready for this. He does. Showstopper, okay.
Send the showstopper down. Paint shell to follow, but it's the spike being left there.
Ooh, good lockdown.
They're trying to fight for that spike and get it in.
Huge flash.
John QT on the drive-by. They're trying to stand and fight, but they can't deal with John QT. Monyet falls at Sentinels.
He's rushing it a bit, but it's a 1v3.
Back the layers and Sentinels still look comfortable in some disastrous scenarios. The flash.
Man, you guys. Okay, so you think PRX is gonna play the double duelist on split? You think they're gonna go with the just the Jet Rays? Because I think they're gonna go triple duelist. I think they're going to go back to triple duelist.
Another round. No response here from PRX in the second half. Last purchase doesn't look pretty. Some ultimates to work with, but Sentinels. I don't know, but Monyet's 33 HP already.
Yeah, and again, so much shown early on. They're just going to continue this warpath.
No, if Sen prepped anything, it should be the double duelist. I don't know if you prep against the triple duelist when they've been moving away from it. I mean, surely you keep it in the back of your mind as a potential. But the thing is the X factor is so much bigger for the triple duelist. Whereas if you don't have an X factor, if you just play a good, honest split, Sen's going to wreck you for sure.
It's a fight on 3 fronts here. CT, you got Tree, and you got the T side of it, but there's so much going on now.
Oh, the timing from Forsaken. Jumps in. Forsaken's not done just yet. Yeah, but Tens is TP. Surely. Oh my god, the lineup. They don't expect it. Tens, man.
photo finish here. Clinical.
That was a clean finish from Tens for sure.
The second coming of Tens. Beautiful stuff. And a dominant second half.
That's a rough map for PRX though.
What a showing. You thought this was a
I mean, listen, Sen was prepared for them. Sen was getting reads on them.
Not yet.
Oh, Mind Freak's smiling. Oh, look at that.
Split. Horrifying prospect. This is now an uphill battle, and I want to watch it all.
Oh my god, I think one of his earbud covers got stuck in his ear. That's crazy. Ooh. All right, map 3, split. Let's see what you guys think. I mean, maybe, but dude, I mean, Mind Freak's still feeling uncomfy with lineups and all that. I don't know. If you just play Jet Rays, I don't know. Because if your smokes aren't perfectly in sync, breaking through that Sen split is going to be tough. And even then, even for Gen G, I mean, Sen definitely wasn't playing up to their normal potential yesterday either, which is why it felt so one-sided. I think Gen G probably still would have won, but I think it would have gotten a lot closer if Sentinels started farming back a lot earlier. Yeah, I mean, Sentinels just had a hard read about how PRX is going to react, especially on the defense. The attack was, I think the attack was fine for PRX, but it's just Sentinels had a read on PRX's defense, right? That there's almost always going to be a read clear, things like that. If there's any team that's going to do it on a last map with stakes, I think it's PRX. But we'll see. Man, a rematch between Sentinels and Gen G, but Gen G surely bans the Sunset and... What do they ban? Do they ban the Ascent? Or do they ban the Bind? Probably the Bind? I don't know. I don't think they banned the Split. Or maybe they do ban the Split, quite frankly. Maybe... Depends on how well prepped their Bind is. I mean, PRX, yeah, they were also not playing as well controlled today on defense. PRX is so, they get so affected by confidence. I mean, everyone does in an FPS, but Chad, I think there's a good chance the Triple Duelist comes back. I think there is a good chance. But the most important thing is we're seeing the new agent tomorrow. Bum, bum, bum. You'd rather have different regions in Grand Final? Normally, I would agree with you. But... Oh, damn. No PRX believers. You guys are all about to lose all your points to the void, man. Dude, Sentinels versus PRX is sitting at 1,041,000 viewers? Damn.
to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. When the world crash, feel it bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can't feel that. All this back and forth to be free.
Yeah, the predictions are up on Twitch chat. If you don't see it, maybe try refreshing.
That was a fantastic second half of Ascent for Sentinels. They lead 2-0 in this best of 5. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Sideshow and Tom Biz. Now, can anybody stop Zekken? I don't think.
No.
I don't think
No,
they can.
no, they can't.
No.
No.
Do you have any further questions, Your Honor?
No, that's it. That's it. Should we just jump
All
into
right,
map
back
3?
into the game.
Yeah. I want to watch more of Zekken. It's just too good.
It's unbelievable what he's doing. There are spots where his team perfectly sets him up. It's a great strat, yada, yada, yada. But you expect him to get like 1, maybe 2, and then he runs around and he's just murdering everybody.
He is 14-4 versus Munyet right now. The duelist diff is off the charts. He's destroying everyone.
He's got 200 ADR over the first 2 maps. He's averaging 340 ACS. He's plus 31. I don't care about the numbers, but you just look at what he's doing as well. He's winning so many duels that from the PRX side, it's just got to be flattening.
Yeah, I mean, it's all Tekken, yes, all Tekken right now, because here is Tens in our Verizon high-speed moment, and this is a really cool set play from them right after they lost a round as well.
Yeah,
all right. What would happen if I only vote and lose? Then the points just disappear to the void. The internet just eats it up.
And actually, Sen were doing a lot of these early round aggressive plays. Not all of them worked, but it was something I think that they pulled from the game where Gen G beat PRX by doing a lot of plays like this where they turned up the tempo. And that was straight from the Pacific Finals. They've done their homework.
I think a lot of PRX utility on that attack as well really works once you get into the execution. So if you just deny them any of that initial space, you can basically disrupt them. And then when they go onto their own attack, it's pretty quick from then on out.
Yeah, I mean, every half that we've seen has been close, apart from the one you just watched, where Sen did not drop a round.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, damn. All the wins on the attack is actually crazy on Ascent, regardless of the team.
Ever before, but on the other side though, for Sentinels, they were there for the first Masters where they made it all the way to the grand finals.
Oh shit, I gotta screw. I gotta make sure I screw back in my microphone. It's about to drop, I think. Oh my gosh, chat, remember this? Oh, remember Ten's even younger than he is now?
A completely revitalized Sentinels, and honestly,
Holy cow. Ten's looks like a baby here. He's still a baby, but he looks like a baby here.
Compare them to the series versus Gen G, and we might actually have a game in the final. I'm kind of already looking there though, because right now, PRX are dead.
It's a little bit of recency bias in my head because we've just seen such a dominant half. But the problem is, even apart from that, Sen was still edging them out on the previous map. It does feel like Sen are going to another final. It does feel like Ten's revitalized on a new role. He's going to have an opportunity to grasp another trophy or at least fight for one. And what a position that we're in to have so many players that were
Was he Zekken's age, really?
He's back, baby. He's back. He's definitely back.
He had to have been like a year or two older, no? How old is Ten's?
Is because map 3 is split. It had to be split of all maps. This is where we unanimously said that maybe they have close to 0 chance.
I want full whimsy. I want it to come out. I want them to go back to the triple duelists. I want them to go crazy. I want them to play full
I
think if they play the sort of...
I have an inkling it's the triple duelist, but we can't see the screen.
And I think the problem is too, the win condition in my head for PRX was that they play fast and they get into good positions, which I think they have done generally across 3 halves that we've watched, but then the players are better than those on Sen. That you have like a limp day from Tens and Zekken as you did with Gen G.
Give me Yoru.
Now it's going to be the same thing coming out.
No, but it's Monyet on the race.
This point is absolutely crucial.
That way Mindfreak can play the Omen.
He just can't.
Okay. So they did make an adjustment to let Mindfreak get back to comfy zone, and it's to put Devi on the Viper. Okay.
Devi switched it up onto the Viper. They have gone with different people on the composition, so it is another change, which
great catch.
I think it's I don't mind it necessarily.
I mean, listen, Monyet's been regaining his confidence overall in the event, regardless of this match.
Sure, he's still going to be aggressive on the Sky. Let's not be foolish.
So I'm okay with this, because without good smokes, you weren't beating Sentinels on split.
wrecking people. He can't do that anymore on this guy.
Well, it's a change indeed. This is it, though. Sentinels, they are one map away from another grand final.
And Forsaken, this puts Forsaken in a position to trade well. So in theory, on paper, it should be okay. At the very least, listen, I think if they played it with Forsaken and Raze, I think they lose. So I think some adjustment needed to be made no matter what. And currently, I mean, this is the best shot that they're giving it. Yeah, Mind Freak. I mean, it was clear. Like he missed his orb multiple times onto A Heaven, things like that. And it's like, man, if you miss that orb against Sentinels, like you will just get punished, right?
Definitely a question mark here. Well, PRX can find any sort of comfort now. A little bit of a mix-up. Sentinels, though, kicking things off on the attacking side.
Note that PRX picks defense. They rarely do, no matter the map. They usually always favor the attack.
Sentinels thinking better of it.
Holding mid control. A entirely a retake here. Just potentially concerned about John's lurk. That's the only thing they're worried about. The thing is they've given up entire information, which I don't mind. Like sometimes you have to take these risks and assumptions.
Yeah, there's the burst on site. Gotta respect it for now.
The flood's gonna be fast. Pop flash, but it only clears main. It only clears the entrance into the site. Paranoia only hits one person. Monyet jumps in. Well, the Trailblazer doesn't clear everybody, but Saucy gets caught on the way out. Tries to regroup. Okay, so he's gonna run, and they're gonna try to trap them into John QT. The thing is PRX has to know they haven't seen him. Yeah, Forsaken's already digging for it. John's just trying to hold the most unpredictable timing. Big wide swing. Oh, he gets tagged.
Potentially, I'm looking towards Mind Freak as he's pathing towards
Oh,
heaven.
now they're gonna set it. They know they just need to fight because otherwise they're at a disadvantage. Time. Good pistol setup from PRX. The pop flash only cleared this side, but overall the timing was very good. Good read as well. Yeah, this part's unfortunate. Saucy just a little rushed there.
Right up in the faces of Sentinels.
A good blast back in from Monyet as well. Okay, outlaw for something.
Could unlock a couple more rounds to get behind for themselves here. Maybe put that reminder of that Gen G matchup in Sentinels' minds. For now, though, we look at what's in front of us.
Ooh, Monyet.
Mistake for Monyet.
That's costly.
Here, Mike. This is the difference. Again, play that round back a different occasion. He's not making that mistake, but here we are.
Only an SMG to go across, though. What can Tens do with it?
Stinger, Devi's in trouble. He's got a Spectre, but Mind Freak's just gonna walk right into. Oh, never mind. Devi cleared it. Okay. He's so low. The trade from Forsaken. Yep. This is why these roles can work out well. So while you don't get Forsaken to just diving in and getting kills, now you have Forsaken for the trades, which is always going to be important on split. You're always going to get into crazy fights anyway.
That's huge for them. That's huge for them, Mike. A slight fumble at the start here. Luckily, doesn't amount to anything. I guess slowed down.
Get that one too?
Yeah. We'll touch base later. Yeah.
I think the desk might even do a segment on it.
Yeah. Get the subtitles.
Yes, please.
The lip reading challenge with Alex.
Dangerous game. Now.
Monyet's just gonna stick with the Ghost. He'll still buy half armor. Outlaw's only gonna be good against one person in terms of one-shot kills. Only Tens. Oh, the stun hits. You gotta get a good P shells in. Okay. The trades are good. Devi's timing there is very good on the swing out.
Have nowhere to go as well. Look at the flank position coming out from Mind Freak. This is fantastic.
I mean, they're denying a weapon from Monyet, but there's, I mean, what are you gonna do? Defend forever for the entire round?
Chance to play back
in good.
Now 1v2.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, the timings have to be good here, Mind Freak.
Where the hell's this guy at? He's read it so well.
They thought that something shot would just scare him away.
After all that work, is this how it happens?
And you know that he's down.
19 bullets left though.
And something's just going to try to get the timing instead of picking up a rifle.
Yeah. A chance here to get the spike down cleanly because something's not moving too quickly just yet.
There it is.
Oof. Without a rifle?
Spread awkward, but
something's diving in.
Very good coverage.
Look at his positioning. Surely
He's going to wrap around.
consider this. He does!
Dude.
Stop him! You would have said every day of the week PRX would have that round until Zelsis had a word.
Flips the script.
I mean, overall, yes, it's a good bonus still. Overall, it's a good bonus still, but
And what felt disastrous for Sentinels to start things off. Again, even here, PRX do everything right to kick this
but a
round off.
4K clutch for Zelsis.
Again, the protocols just slip through their fingers a little bit. Forsaken, isolated as the second layer of that setup on ramp. And a perfect read on the flank. Even baits him in a little spray.
But I mean, listen, the silver lining is it's the bonus. You took away guns, and they had to use the Viper's Pit, right? So if you win this, the snowballing still continues. But if you lose it, it's the same on the other side because you're buying up to the op.
That's a bigger issue,
And the
though.
punish is
Sarsi
huge.
finding something early on removes a huge piece away from the hand they're playing.
Sentinels able to
I mean, dude, that previous round, Zelsis turning back around for Mind Freak right as he comes in was the real killer. Because something purposely shoots right before Mind Freak swings.
Flash doesn't catch though.
But Zelsis just being aware, man.
Zelsis, the next here. Forsaken's got a fair fight and he wins it. Tens goes down with 45 HP. He's got support, but Zelsis isolates him again.
They're trying to clear him. Oh, and here Zelsis does the same thing. He spams the box so that you get a reaction and Saucy peeks out on it. It's the same idea in reverse.
Divide unnoted, but only a Spectre in hand. One Snakebite to work with as well, but a 1v3 nonetheless.
Gorgeous.
Wow, the upgrade's found.
Gorgeous. He's expecting the flank.
He's looking for John QT now. John QT's already created so much pressure previously. Has to re-clear this space. Time to do it, yes, but allow Sentinels to set up in a very, very comfortable position.
Oh, does he still go for
Should
it?
be indicative now of John QT's repositioned Zelsis. Again, the one to seal the deal. Sentinels tie things up to a piece.
Game's done and warm up here. The promise for PRX to then money.
Please make this a series, PRX.
On something. That's going to sting a little bit there. Still made close. Not close enough. Zelsis up to 8 in this game. Very early impact from him. Doing wonders. On the other side, Forsaken. Nicely for himself, but purchase Mike is missing.
Okay.
Seekers available
4
for Sentinels.
Sheriffs, 1 Stinger.
That's all there is. One off the neural theft. Second, decent progress already. The other side, Seekers for Forsaken. Sentinels now, we're going to read this correctly, a gap in mid.
I mean, I don't mean it in like a...
Sassy actually finds him with Trailblazer. Something with a response onto Tens though.
Okay.
Can he get out of this?
Oh my god, oh my god, Sassy wants him so
Dude, he got caught by the cabbages. The thing is I don't mean this in a demeaning way. That previous cam from Alex, it almost looked like he had just given up, quite frankly, right? For that round specifically, I mean.
Regardless, Divide will fall. Mind Freak responds once again.
Okay, Zek maybe
Stinger for Stinger. 2v2.
HP is going to be tricky for PRX though.
Spotting one on the site, but that plays in John QT. Does Forsaken get a chance at this? He does. He knows that Sassy is on the site. Down
Vandal.
by Pillar. What can Forsaken do? Toying with time. You can see the readjust from Sassy.
Did he spot him?
I don't think he did. Forsaken has... No!
Yeah.
Sassy again! More
I think it
impact
might have
from
shown
that.
on the minimap. I'm not sure, but then surely his teammates would have told him.
PRX considering the purchase, still dangerous.
Early response found here from Sentinels.
Dude, it's just immediate.
Kill came through. I mean, one yet just caught.
Holy cow.
Something trying to backstab this player.
Big round from Saucy.
Sentinels no fear to chase that kill down though. Don't let any threat develop in these rounds. Bladestorm online now for something. One away from the showstopper from Monyet.
Judge for Monyet. Just going to be tasked with holding male. So PRX have switched. They don't want to deal with John QT anymore, right? They don't want to deal with this. They don't want to deal with the ramp. So they're going to focus on A. They're going to give up mid control.
So much of PRX.
And then you're just going to re-clear afterwards, right? He's here to get info early. And then Forsaken's there. You've taken main control. But John hasn't... I mean, there's no pressure. He doesn't have to start moving until like 50 seconds.
Displacing Forsaken.
I mean, even later if you already know that you're going B, but...
Taking isolated fights. Posting up Zekken into the corner here.
So PRX, because they've kind of lost somewhat mid control, so they're going to re-clear main. They're going to try to keep main as 2. And you've got the double ready. That's huge. That's a spike down as well.
And that's the spike. Left loose, Tens with a quick collection and
okay, I mean, it doesn't matter that you let him get the spike. You just have to know if he gets out alive one way or the other. So big clear from main. They cleared it earlier with Paranoia, then you plant the Judge, he gets the kill. So now it's good position for PRX. Really good adjustment. And I love the movement going to B main as soon as they lose mid control. So very good awareness.
Found. No damage taken. Forsaken indeed low. Gonna drop down. Trying to toy with it. He's come back. He's got it. He's waiting for Monyet to swing. A second earlier, he'd have had a fight on that.
Yeah, only 10 seconds left. He had to try and make a move here. 3 survive for PRX. There'll be 3 ultimates on their backs as well. Timing a little off here from Sassy and Zekken. Paranoia in response, but doesn't result in a kill for Sentinels. See those ultimates we were talking about previously. Showstopper, Bladestorm, and the...
Okay, timeout. Try to regain some control on the Sen side.
Sentinels have a couple. The TP and the neural...
You mean 10s at the end? Or do you mean in vents? I think vents, they were trying to go quietly into it. And then as soon as the kill happened, I think he was trying to jump down to catch him.
Presence and pressure that he's creating. I mean,
Not sure if Saucy had gotten the call right, made the call right away that it was a double, but chat, my hand is so dry, it's so itchy. I just put some lotion on, but it's still
if you look at the way this round actually hits,
so itchy.
They've got back. It was 3 on the trot for Sen. And the second it slips away. Pause.
This thread is so good. I feel like PRX should invest in hand cushions for Alex rather than an assistant coach.
Will they go financially here as well? For Sen, we're just going to spread the wealth a little, just even out the economy, which looks exactly to be the case. But I see Bucky with Zekken, so...
Wow.
And I did see a sign for Sliggy as well, so I mean...
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I've seen Judges, Sliggies, and Buckies, so maybe it'll make something of it.
The crowd will get what they want here, at least with the Bucky.
Okay.
I hate that he's reintroducing this weapon.
Yeah, no, it's back. It's back.
And he finds value.
Trying to find mid control. Zekken's very good with the Bucky.
It's so good.
Problem here because there's 2 isolated individuals on the side of PRX.
Okay, they're losing mid control again. What's the adjustment this time? He tries to respect it.
Okay.
He's aware. He's aware of the potential of the shotties, right? Because of the econ situation. There's the showstopper. The counter showstopper just to keep them at bay.
Invest his as well.
Back-to-back roses.
Yep, just gonna send it.
Hate to come up. Apply a little further pressure onto Zekken, but Mind Freak getting curious.
But you still don't have main control, so Mind Freak's trying to... Oh, he doesn't clear it! Oh, this is... Ooh. The fact that Monyet wasn't actually showing up in main is huge.
Making this dangerous! And now Tens with a rifle, Sassy on the site. It's a 2v2. Something takes...
Okay, spots one. Forsaken's gonna get the kill on the other.
Perfect shot on Sassy.
Plant doesn't happen. Ooh. Barely saves that.
Utility just not connecting for Sentinels here. Paranoia gets sent through. PRX wise to it. The awareness that maybe there's going to be a little pop through into heaven. Outside of that, though,
See how many more PRX can string together here. It's so far it's looking okay. You have the op now. You've got the pit. See where the op's gonna go. Doesn't look like he's gonna actually push out, right? He's not up against the barrier. Just wants to wait for the potential paranoia. It's not gonna happen, so he pushes back in. And then the pit in the mid. So you have op on A. Looks like he cleared the cam. So with that, he's going to reposition. Op's going to reposition, and they're going to try to push out because they know the Cypher's here. Tries to get a tag onto him. Doesn't quite get it. But at this point, PRX decides they've shown enough on A that it's got to be a move on to B, and he stays alive for the time being. The cover from Devi as well.
Just to slow it down to give him a bit of safety. They weren't even that close, but he gets away.
Okay, 5v4. Pit goes down. They just lower it. Okay, you know it's still coming B. Monyet, does he get a kill? No, Zelsis clears him, but Devi's back there again. Now, again, they have to worry about John QT because they've given up mid control to the counter flash, but 1-for-1, that's not the greatest. It's not the greatest.
Absolutely ripping him apart this round. 30 seconds left. Has he got any more? Yes,
oh!
What is this guy made of, Mike?
Second is...
Something is just so far ahead of Devi. The Trailblazer comes through, clears some
He is clean right now.
But I think spotted here. Decken doesn't get it, but Sassy, the one to close things out.
Second's just been so solid.
Oh, that's unfortunate for PRX.
4-4.
I mean, but I think Sentinels has that read, right? They just say that
I mean, there's a couple of really, really weird scenarios.
there's going to be these re-clears.
Across here, but I mean, Forsaken comes out solo. Something again after Mind Freak, yeah.
Weird spacing on that, it felt.
Right, and that's the PRX way.
Their success is in these very, very well coordinated floods where you know, they can overwhelm one person when the spike's being planted.
They rarely just wait and then do a set retake on any map.
Good. I mentioned Sliggy and now there's more. Oh, tens. Tens, don't go there.
I mean, he got pinched. Dude, Devi uses this wall so well. Devi's Viper is much more fluid than Mind Freak's, no doubt. Obviously, again, because Mind Freak wasn't usually tasked with playing it. He was always tasked with playing the Omen here.
Again, look at Monyet's positioning on the other side of the map.
Is on lockdown.
They've given up middle.
Yeah, ramp control, A site control.
Now they reveal that judge. Oh, it's perfect.
And now it's mid or whatever. Guiding light to check. Now you know it's got to be mid.
We got the spike, we got ramp.
You check one. Oh! Holy. I mean, this crossfire is not great. It's not great because of the toxic screen. Stop.
It's now a 2v.
Stop.
Okay, Devi. What a great bit of timing to recheck on that.
Oh.
Dicey, but Zelsis, if you got it.
Okay, now you know he has to be. It's either here or somehow he's like creeping all the way around here this entire time. It's one or the other.
Surely not. He's being given no play. He's being given no opportunities. And there it is. Mind Freak on the catch. But that investment, that adjustment, Mike, that was wild.
Also something finding everything he needed.
Hell yeah.
On ramp.
It was just devious work, wasn't it?
I mean, the decay.
Tens gets isolated.
And the rejiggle.
Play. I guess the flash catches on ramp, and there's a moment that they hesitate, reconsider the approach, and then he's.
Dude, Forsaken also seems just so tired.
Nobody else from Sentinels really able to provide much support. It's actually Sentinels to blow both timeouts.
Yeah, Sentinels is the timeout here, huh? I mean, you know, have faith in your defensive side, sure. Feeling like you want a couple more here on the attack. Maybe not liking what he's hearing. You would want to get at least 6, I would think.
Map 2 is a little more one-sided than
no matter how confident you are, right?
It is, but here they are keeping within touching distance. Sen unable to set tempo or pace or draw too much away. It could be potentially on for another 6-6. It doesn't seem impossible.
Sentinels this year sitting at about 70% defensive win rate. So I guess the approach maybe here is to play towards damage control and really look to stretch their legs on the second half of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to have faith that your retakes are good, that your defense is good. You've got a bunch of ults. Use it to try to regain control, try to make it a 7-5 if you're Sentinels. So it's just a 5-man stack, right? They're done trying to play with mid control. PRX has been using that as a trap against them. And they say, okay, they're always concerned about the lurk on A. Right? They have these trap plays with the screen. So it's clear that fast. It's going to be a fast push. Now they have Divide or Forsaken in a trap position. Something gets that first kill. He gets one. Ooh, he actually only gets one, but it's enough time for everyone else to swing out. I mean, what a trap set up by PRX. Reads the timeout. Just absolutely reads it like a book.
Really preying on the 6-6 here.
Whatever happens, I'm satisfied with PRX's outcome this tournament. I think that's a great comment, YouTube. I think it's a great comment, Div, because I think it's very important to remember that, right? Like the Lotus went to overtime, so it feels like it should have been close. And regardless of how this goes, sure, they're leading right now, but regardless of how it goes, like the players themselves have been saying it's another miracle run. Like top 3, looking not confident in their read on the meta, not confident with their comps, not confident with the role changes. Like that's mega impressive. That's mega impressive. You can't take that away from them, no matter how close it feels like they got. I mean, it's not over yet, so I mean, who knows? But it's just a good reminder that this is already a way above expectation performance from PRX. I mean, we talk about how you can't ever count them out, so sure, I'm not saying it's like a shock to the world, but it is above expectation. Oh, I like the timing. I like the timing from Monette. Dude, the counter push. Oh, what? He lands that? I mean, dude, Monette's idea wasn't bad. It's not like he could just waltz through main, so he just tries to take out the... Okay, now all they want to worry about is John QT.
Turn around, look to your back. Where is this man lurking? And Forsaken's got the read right. He's waiting for it, but he doesn't get to keep his life. And now another challenger, though. Something steps up. Scary! But he faces his fears and comes out on top. PRX.
It's still more impressive than finishing second at Iceland? Did they finish second at Iceland? Do you mean Copenhagen?
Invested previously.
Hey, PRX.
Want to get behind PRX once again. A breath of fresh air in what's been rough to watch so far since Lotus.
It's been a suffocating series.
It seems like a lifetime ago.
No, you mean Copenhagen? I would say so. I mean, at Copenhagen, they were looking like they were getting into their prime, right? I mean, it's still impressive just because it was the first time that Pacific made it to a grand finals, but
towards middle, locking off one of, well, Sentinel's favorite avenues of approach this series so far. Up middle, 3 players, and he's just going to post up Monette in there.
I'm curious what Sentinels learned the last time about this setup. Was Monette obviously tucked inside as well, still with that judge, still looking to be a nuisance.
Why not? Worked well. She's there. It's a little bit cautious on that.
But we'll note 2 members.
yeah, I mean, I think you know, people wanting to do revisionist rankings and being like, see, like, we told you PRX is a good team. It's like, no one said they were a bad team. I don't think it's like the upset of the century that they made it this far, but I do think it's impressive. I think you have to give that credit to them, right?
I guess shouldering from screens.
Okay. Does he clear? He can't clear that corner though. I mean, Mind Freak's position is just so good. It doesn't matter if they go into the pit because they're gonna have a tough time clearing him. And dude, the aggro drawn from Monette. Oh, dude, Monette blast packing in, playing time and angle just step by step, man.
The music, he can only do so much. 8-4, Mike. What a turnaround of form.
Good first half from PRX. It's not lost from Sentinels. We'll have to see the pistol, but I mean, dude, the movement from second to avoid that and still land on the pillar is actually also insane. I mean, sure, Monette still gets the kill, which is good, but like, dude, second blast package to dodge the showstopper and then recovering his movement to land on top.
Looking so good. This half looking exceptional, but a treat for you now.
That was a really good round from PRX. That was a really good round.
Hello to everyone following us around the world. We are here on Madrid enjoying every single match, and we hope you enjoy the
Dude,
matches.
I love this guy. Didn't he do the walkouts for Team Heretics at the kickoff finals? Like he really embodies the kind of dramatic presentation you stereotypically expect from like a Spanish performance. His voice is good too. Dude, huge cheers for both teams. Everyone's just here for some good valor, and you love to see it. I mean, obviously, both teams also some good global presence, but...
Como en Madrid, como en España, ninguno. Y ahora quiero que todo el mundo empiece a calentar las manos. Calentad las manos. Os quiero preparar para una ola. Vais a arrancar como siempre desde la izquierda.
Get ready, get ready. I don't actually understand Spanish, but starting from over there. And the wave. At an esports event. Oh, look at that. It's smooth. Oh, it doesn't break apart. Look at that. We don't need no baseball. We don't need no soccer. You know, baseball just had a historic moment this past week. Or I guess it's technically still going. The opening matches to the MLB was in Seoul, which is crazy. When I first heard about it, I really wanted to try to get tickets, but then I realized how impossible it would be, and I didn't know what my schedule would look like. So I gave up.
Amigos, nos vamos. Here we go. We leave you with the cancers.
You think PRX should... No, I like that guy. I like that guy. He's got a good presentation. He's got good... He's got a good presentation.
Check out the Spanish streams. Check out EMEA, because he is a godsend. Gets the people going, but so does this match. Let's dive back in. 8-4. Oh, funky music. Hopefully that turns up pretty soon.
First split, PRX should spend the first split fully polishing their split and Lotus. I mean, I think they should also just try to not only polish their split and Lotus, but figure out Breeze, figure out Icebox. Like, they just gotta figure out roles, you know what I mean? And I think PRX will. I don't think they'll go all out in split one. PRX, Coach Alex always seems to be pretty practical about kind of picking and choosing on what to focus.
Could that have been enough of a confidence knock to Sentinels? John QT should spot out this info early enough.
Well, there was another moment that involved Otani last week, but it wasn't a good one because he arrived at the team arrived at the Incheon airport, and then some Korean dude tried to throw like eggs at him, and it landed on the floor. But it turned out it was like some guy who has a record of mental instability. So
divide and conquer. PRX keeping Sentinels at range. Tense has fallen. This is looking like a strong lead here.
I mean, at the very least, at least the eggs didn't hit him. So it, you know, you just kind of chalk it up to the thing that happened. But
kicking off the second half first.
Reaching double digits, you've got to argue, pretty likely here in the second half.
Take us the distance. Come on.
I mean, listen, we're not going to get too deep into the discussion about the MLB, but I think for the Korean fans, it meant a lot, right? And with more and more Korean players like getting chances to go to the MLB, I mean, I think from a grand standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, I think it's not a bad idea. And then also, like, if you're doing it like right on schedule for the entire regular season, well, then it really sucks for the teams that do come out here, right? Because then, like, your travel and your jet lag really sucks. So there's not a great way to do it. I think this is, if you're gonna do it, this is probably the best way. If you think that they should never do it, then that's a different question. But I think it's cool. I think players, I think it's cool at the end of the day. That 5 is bind.
The massive over-rotation from them. PRX now will
Not much Sentinel can do here on this round. All classics. Just kind of take a little gambit here.
Double digits beckoning here.
Forsaken's
the classics in hand, maximizing here
tracking is very good.
Yeah, probably going to give him the plant as well.
There we go.
Can Sentinels get anything done here? I mean, with this scoreline,
PRX is ready for the flood.
Two kills, and you're happy.
Just the angles they're holding. They're ready for the flood. It's just a ghost that's meant to be spotted first. Try to hide the other weapons.
Melted by Forsaken. Yeah, this is clean. This is good.
Push him
Monyet
in.
is fired up. He's chasing it down.
Monyet,
No survivors.
don't overheat.
This is the showstopper for him. He's off now.
He's absolutely on it.
Okay, there you go.
There it is,
Now
Monyet.
let someone else have it. There you go.
PRX. Tick in the box. Double digits made. So this might have been the last dance to.
I mean, that's probably true regarding the MLB desperation of not wanting to lose more viewers.
Byron comes in. Obviously, the advantage
It's probably true. But hey, at least in Korea it worked.
Rifle in the hands of something. Mind Freak still on.
There was also
But it's the showstopper.
there was also an issue where a new platform got exclusive rights to put up like highlights, highlight segments of every match for the KBO. Oh,
10 HP.
10's living. Oh yeah, the 10 HP. But immediate pinch on mid. PRX, once they get a kill, right, they don't slow down. And Sentinels knows this, man. One of the strengths of, honestly, I think it's one of the strengths of PRX. If it gets stopped, it can look silly, but it's one of their strengths is that as soon as they get the first kill, they just capitalize on the momentum.
So decent footing here to build upon this round 3 success. I mean, it's very unlucky.
But what happened with the KBO was a new platform got like exclusive rights to putting up highlight compilations for every match. But it was very blatantly obvious that like the production and the editor just didn't know baseball.
Rifles in hand.
So like all the captions were like wrong, and like they were cutting the highlights off at the wrong spots.
They got room to test,
right?
Mike. They got rounds to test with.
Yeah.
Can't let it get too far because John QT, I've got to say, I've enjoyed his work specifically on this map. Backbone of holding this site.
And so everyone got really mad. They made a public apology, and then like all these fans were like, they started to just give all their feedback directly on like other channels that were like re-uploading stuff, like illegally on YouTube and stuff, or maybe even on the official channel. I think they put like shorter versions on YouTube. And they started just writing all their feedback in the comments of like, you should edit this like this at this moment, and this caption should be fixed. And then they've really just been taking it to heart, and the editor's just been grinding away, taking every piece of feedback, and all the fans are like, huh, I guess you're learning. That's good. And they've like redeemed themselves. I mean, dude, I saw some of the mistakes they made. It is definitely something that you could be mad at.
Oh God, Monyet. This guy is so sharp, making something out of this round. And he's drawn the attention.
I mean, it's the level of, for instance, at Pacific Kickoff, like we missed so many kills, right? For the Observer, for those who watched it, like that makes you mad, right? Oh. Dude, Monyet back with another ace.
What an outrageous round from Monyet. He's back on another showstopper. He's one off.
Blink and you miss it. Monstrous moment from Monyet. The man to step in with big shoes to fill.
Holy.
Exactly
Oh, that shot was so nice. All right. Enough talk about baseball. I haven't actually watched a baseball game in so long, so back to Valorant, the real sport.
And relishes the moment. Sentinels held on 5 at previous loss. 13-5 to Gen G.
Oh.
Will it repeat once again? Sentinels, gaps in this purchase.
The memes around Monyet.
Tekken does have the showstopper, but only a pistol here.
Oh, man.
Exploration outside B main, but already 10's rotating off.
Got to see that.
Sassy.
Oh, that's rough. So you lose entire B main priority, right? So now you have to make sure either you empty the site or you have backup on the site.
Oh, yeah.
And PRX bets on the fact that they're going to have backup, or at the very least, just like mid control. But even the mid control, right? It shifts its weight towards B. Because otherwise you'd have to swap the players that you have there. And Monyet takes mid as well. I mean, 11 HP, but he's just there as a scout.
But it is going to be that A-take. John QT, do you have a miracle for me now?
Smoke on Heaven.
Punished.
No, they just want to bait him out for the kill. That's not bad.
The only one really
Oh,
healthy in this. Does he get the
he needs help. He needs help on site.
Yes, he does. He's on the site. Spike gets
Dude,
dropped.
Monyet is just... Oh, with 11 HP.
Not going to happen. It's 12.
Another 3K from Monyet. He's everywhere, Lauren.
Omnipresent. Can't escape the guy. The beating heart of PRX right
Dude,
now.
I want the crowd to chant Monyet. Monyet. Monyet.
And he's turning up when they needed him most.
The guy that also says, I don't really want to play Raze.
And he's doing this.
I don't really want to do it, but if I have to.
He's outdoing Zekken. On split. He's on 23-9. Game on.
Okay, all ults online, man. Oh, the Viper down. That's all mid control gone, man. Sentinels now has to pick and choose. They are going to pick and choose correctly. Again, they have a good read on the tendencies of PRX. But the lurk from Devi, they're still going to stick with it. They're going to... Sentinel's still sticking with his guts. Yeah, he almost got him. He almost got him.
B-site is lost. Do they continue on this path? Something
Hot flash, something. I mean, PRX has a minute. They don't have to commit to this.
Something, if he can do any damage, find a kill maybe.
Ooh, the aim punch.
Pin it down, but Mindfreak finds a response.
Oh, keeps going. It's all on John QT. Can he keep him alive in this map, or are PRX taking us?
Oh, yes. Dude, 2 splits in a row that SEN loses 13-5, chat. 2 games in a row. SEN has only gotten 10 rounds in the past 2 times that they played split. The Sentinel split era is over. It was incredible, but it was short-lived. I think technically, who was it? Was it Furia? Somebody else beat them during the play-ins in Americas, but I think that match didn't matter or something. So technically it's the third team, but yeah. Oh man. I mean, listen, I think already like a minimum 31.
You need Verizon.
Dude, top 3 at Masters. Korea's first time going to the grand finals. Like, this is already an incredible run.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Okay, now we go to Sunset, chat. I mean, there's a good chance we go to Bind, chat. I was so afraid it was going to be a 3-0. That's all I wanted to avoid. I just didn't want it to be a 3-0.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Map 5 would be sick. Go to the bind. Heck yeah. Dude, the way the video auto plays in this integration is kind of slick, though. It's very smooth. You love it. Let's see. How are Overreaction Andy's doing on the interwebs? Genji's officially hosting a watch party for Masters Finals at their HQ in Santa Monica? Oh, that's kind of sick. Dude, people just can't... People just can't imagine focusing on the matches at hand. Why in the world, in the middle of the lower finals of a Masters event, is there a thread that says, will we ever see Ye again on a global stage? Like, if you want to, I'm fine with you talking about it, but like, how is that even part of the discussion when there's a sick best of 5 going on? Like, what kind of ADHD do we need to have to just not do that? Yeah, apparently Genji's hosting a watch party in Santa Monica at their HQ building. Genji's HQ is technically in America, for those who didn't know. So, I want to see what the Korean community is saying. No matter who wins, upvote if you're a Genji fan that's happy that we get to see another map from either of these teams. Holy cow. Hold on, is this true? Need Subway Surfers. Holy crap, chat. The last 6 rounds, when PRX was an attack, Monyet had a 611 ACS, 100% KAST, 327 ADR, 4 first kills, 0 first deaths.
What a response that was from PRX.
327 ADR.
Supposed to win. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Sideshow and Tom. What happened?
Monyet happened. I said going into this match that
I mean, it's only 6 rounds, but
continue being the best player in the server, and he wasn't anymore.
Only 6 rounds, but still.
Also some big team play
And they did lose one of those rounds. They lost the bonus.
When you're getting that version of Monyet, it is just a different beast. He's at it.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, okay, well, let's check out the...
He must have been making an expression and they just didn't catch it on camera.
Surely, Tom, you have something to say about this.
Yeah, no,
Dude,
he was truly incredible. This sort of ace was just ridiculous coming out from him. Basically
Dude,
took over
I guess he did have an ace.
Round on his own. And yeah,
I only realized it was that much because one of the Korean threads was like, is this a bug? And they posted a screenshot of it.
In the last map, we're pretty much dipping him. We said it, 14-4 in battles versus Zekken in the last map, and he was just crazy.
Yeah, his performance was so good. He had 2 double kills, 3 triple kills, an ace. He multi-killed in a third of the rounds that happened, which is just a bonkers performance.
Oh man, so one of the Koreans posted a screenshot of the Lotus stats versus the split stats, and they said, what? Raise diff? And then they post the split one and they're like, I pay back exactly what I got.
Hey, you know what? The fact is, he was very good on this map on G when he played controller, so why not both?
And of course, in typical Korean community fashion, GRX is catching crazy strays. Even Mako is catching strays. Holy cow.
One of the times up until the next one where he's not going to be going and playing that Raze anymore. But he does play quite an aggressive role even on their Sunset.
Yeah, these are 2 of the players that ended up swapping roles around coming into this version of Split. Monyet was on Smokes, went to Raze. Forsaken was
here's one that
For me, it's just
Here's one that
all about Monyet's
everyone will
ascension
like.
into
What
a spot where you don't
most
start thinking about,
logical,
Jing's here,
sane
maybe we'll
take.
be winning, right?
Oh, watching Sentinels games yesterday and today, they're just a team that wins if Zekken plays incredibly well, but they lose if he plays average.
And now Monyet's like, all right, I didn't want to play Raze, but I guess I'll just be as good as Jing, shall I?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I think a lot of it comes down to just sheer confidence. It's like at the beginning of the tournament, they were definitely a little bit more shaky, losing,
man.
what was it, to EDG. Yeah. It definitely didn't look that great. Now I feel like they've got to the point in the tournament where any pressure's like, okay, if we go further
G catching strays from the Korean fans as well.
Great tournament, even if people are sort of looking at us and going, oh, that was shaky, that was dangerous. And I think he's just slowly got used to the stage. Because that's the thing, like when he played with G in the past,
They posted a picture of Monyet celebrating on stage.
Yeah, let's talk about
I said,
select here for Sunset,
oh yeah, you heard that right. It takes me 2 games to warm up. The real game starts now.
So this is coming back to the first time that these teams matched up against each other in the off-season. Sentinels
It's just like Lakia. It's just like Lakia. Monyet's just like Lakia, for real.
A ton of weird stuff. There are boosts all over the map that PRX love to do. It's a extra layer into the post plan, but it does mean Sen can try to
Dude, I mean, PRX was the first team to get reverse swept in a finals best of 5.
There are no trips, and
In a VCT best of 5.
I think also you just have to look at.
We'll see if they can. We'll see if they can do the same.
This completely the opposite. Oh yeah, these are the two most different geckos you are ever going to see.
Well, Sentinels, they have another chance to close this out. Pansy and Hypok. Let's see if this is the place that they do it.
It's back to the wall.
Dude, anything to watch either of these teams on Bind, right? If you're Gen G, anything to watch both of them on their most recent form on Bind.
Yeah, it feels like maybe this is the start of the home stretch.
Could be.
PRX can turn things around after that explosive win on Split.
Who reverse swept them? Oh, sorry. I said that in reverse. They were the first team to reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just from
So let's see if they can do it again. They reverse swept DRX, and that was the first time it happened in an official VCT match.
Again, don't really care who wins, if I'm honest. It's been excellent from both. Really good series so far, just waiting to jump.
Funnily enough, that match, they started the reverse sweep with an incredible win on Lotus.
Can't read the signs. Difficult. Leah
Is that my
sign
eyes?
up for us.
Sorry, who did?
Leah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, headroom.
Okay.
Yeah, love Leah. Not Kevin. Leah.
Wow.
Producer Kev.
Not even
No,
close.
he's like, do you know what we haven't had though? Tech Force.
We actually haven't.
I know.
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it until we're guaranteed the last
Oh, baby.
No, we got it.
I mean, it's sunset, so I'm not surprised. It's sunset, so. PRX is sunset. Very good. I mean, Sentinels is not bad on sunset. I think they play sunset well. I don't like their sunset, but I think they play sunset well.
It's everything on the line here. A lifeline given for PRX, but still so many opportunities for Sentinels.
early exploration.
Early pressure on mid, that way they can't ignore it. Now the cam's still there, but it's just a retake on A. Now, again, this is very typical. Just a retake setup. Sentinels wants to make sure they don't get walled off in an awkward position on B, it looks like.
Force Sentinels to try and garner some information another way. A stack towards B. Sassy almost just playing to shoulder this angle here. And PRX feeling themselves.
Good read.
Just gonna sneak
It
in.
looks tailored for a retake anyway. I'm not particularly fussed by this. So, good approach.
You still, so on the pistol we've got the one flash drive.
That smoke going towards CT, that should
You got Paranoia, you've got Dizzy, you've got Paint Shells, you've got Wingman, you've got Boombot. So Sentinels has everything they need. The thing is the wall. What do you do about the wall? Are they worried about this wall up? A little bit, it looks like. But that's huge, dude. Dizzy and Wingman gone with that kill. The Wingman just to keep them at bay.
Just to slow Sentinels down.
And the 0 point.
Another headshot found. Might even find Tens through the box. No, he doesn't.
The counter Dizzy as well. Just so much time bought. And now their own smoke. PRX just hiding their own smoke. Like, what are you going to do to clear this, right? Dude, this alone denies so much. Oh! Oh!
It's magic in Madrid for Monyet. How does he keep doing this, Mike?
Magic, Madrid, Monyet. I like it.
What do you think Sentinels have found a way to pry their way back onto the site?
Right, can you check the reactions to Korea community? It's on DC, but for anyone wondering, that's not a it's not exactly a very well reputable platform overall, but Valorant started as such a minority game that that's where the original community grew. So there's a little bit more because it's becoming much more popular, but
are they diligent on the clear here? Forsaken, I think just jump spotting. Yeah, he's seen something that's not sitting well with him, so gonna have to invest a little coming back in, which you could see the protocols there, even in a round like this.
it's a full stack from Sentinels.
Walking into a lot of players, Mike.
Oh, surely they clear their corners. Surely they clear their corners. Oh, dude, that paranoia. Okay, but they immediately take control of it again. But the flashes are so good. And the wingman's just diffusing.
Oh my word, Mindfreak! Oh, he stopped it! He just about stopped it, but it's not gonna change any of the outcome. Just QT. So calm and collected.
Why did they change the noise for that? I liked the old noise. This one's very jarring.
The paranoia perfect. The follow-up utility from Dizzy too. The second they had that chance, Mike, they capitalized on it.
Yeah, timed to perfection.
The MasterCard thrifty.
Devi having no idea. The sound cues blocked here. That's a round 2 flip
right?
for Sentinels.
That was better.
Their early progress.
Maybe they felt like it got so annoying. Maybe MasterCard was like, we think people are memeing it because it happened so much yesterday, so they wanted to change it. But it's like, dude, big companies have to realize sometimes the meme is worth more.
Only going to be Mindfreak noted, but very early progress up mid here.
Oh, you think that? Well, yeah, the older one, it didn't stand out. You had to know what you were listening for. That's true. But this is like, I mean, this, you're definitely not missing that sound.
Forsaken to find it, but 10's a little sharper with the Bulldog.
Again, just taking the tour of the map, really looking for probably some impact. I mean, they've gone for the sheriffs here, not completely without.
I mean, the rest of the team was paranoid. I don't think Monyet was hit by it, but
if they spotted him or just simply spammed when the smoke fell.
completely loaded split. I think the reason is the reason I'm not going to blame Monyet entirely for that is I think what the idea was from PRX is that Monyet shadow steps here, and then the second line of entry then clears this corner because the crosshair would be drawn on Monyet, right? And if it's not, then Monyet turns around and kills. But the problem was that the paranoia came in, so everyone was denied vision and audio. And I think it just wasn't communicated that quickly enough that Monyet needed to turn around and clear it.
Another flawless to add.
Either way, I mean, it's obviously very risky because you didn't even know if it was a full stack or not. But I think that's probably what happened. Because the paranoia was from 10s was very good.
PRX progress towards ults. Yeah. Something hasn't been afraid of pulling it out every so often. Looking to find a little more damage once again, and maybe indicative of...
Up and one away from Thrash. See if they fight for a main. Second's got his showstopper. Okay, they're very wary of tiles, and they wouldn't be wrong. Except it wasn't tiles, it was straight up in mid.
But something does find the reply. That's on Mindfreak, not... this is a wild round. Hold on. Spikes on the way back through. TP had to be taken to get out of danger. Monyet trying to re-clear this space.
PRX is just going to try to double down and back onto B.
Wonder if he finds him some space here potentially, but they're
Timing has to be very careful here. Huge swing. He's trying to get them on the utility. Okay, so now you can go A because Forsaken's. Yeah, got the rotation. You saw both of them. Now this is huge. 10s following him. It's kind of good. Except Forsaken's gonna have an idea, right? He doesn't spot him here for the 0 point. He doesn't spot him here already running. So Forsaken, I mean, he's got his doubts, but something's ready for it. That's good. Good comms from PRX.
the mid-round calling of that, again, the space found by Forsaken was just exceptional, but the bailout from Monyet too, really on the money there.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of a misread, I guess, on the setup in B main here as Sentinels look to re-aggress.
Oof.
Initially, Sassy punished here. Zelsis almost caught.
He knew he had a chance to take out the KO as well, but unfortunately.
Toyed with, or at least considered by Sentinels. Wonder if they were going to commit to it. Not the case.
Okay, Thrash online now.
Really, at least for
For
the Sentinels,
PRX.
of course, still 2 for PRX. They got options this round.
Door's not closed, so
To look for picks like this now.
you gotta wonder what the setup is in market. You've got pings covering one side. Yeah, they're checking high-low. The cam. Okay, they break it. They break it very early as well.
Force some sort of adjustment on the side.
There's gotta be some cover for something. I don't mind this.
Brazen in approach.
The flash to push them away. That makes, dude, that flash makes sure they can't peek back out. That gives you time to use the Thrash. Now you've got Monyet to cover that as well, except there's 3 people on the flank. Yeah, I don't know if PRX is ready for that. Spike's not in yet. This is a rough position for the op. Now they need to fight market. Oh, this has all gone horribly wrong for PRX. Really good rotation from SEN. They cleared A so fast.
Catch was just exceptional,
Mike. Wall should slow things down here, allow them some comfort to punt, but look at the minimap. Look at this flank coming through right now from Zekken. 5 HP, finds Mindfree, can't find the second. Vi forced to heal up here.
This is a lot to ask of one player, though.
Oh, that smoke. So the thing is while PRX had some good plays on mid, right? Throwing the flash to make sure you don't get peeked on, using the Thrash, all that. The problem was while Sentinels got pushed back, I mean, PRX had no info on A. So Sentinels, they were tied up in mid, and they didn't have it. The cam was broken to market, so they immediately clear A main, which is very good. Very good reaction from SEN.
Well handled, well controlled by Sentinels. Again, even given the time
Another early timeout. Love to see it.
Worthwhile, guaranteeing value. I mean, been getting away with some plants today.
I mean, we all miss Jing. Regardless of the comparison, Jing was something. Well, something is something, but, you know.
I'm curious now if PRX resort back to a different approach now that the operator's not available. Maybe a pace change to employ here for PRX.
The wall bangs? I mean, it's just a lot of game sense, right? Of recognizing patterns and, like, you just have to think about, okay, like, well, it's not random, but it's more like, okay, if we saw this utility or on this timing, if there's like no other information here and here, like would they be, is there a good chance, right? And we see a lot of spam that doesn't get kills. It's just that the ones you remember are the ones that get kills. But honestly, that's one of the things that I think if you want to climb ranked, one of the things you should really practice doing is getting good reads and good timings on smoke spams and wall bangs. That makes a huge difference in ranked. It's a lot easier to do in ranked too, because most plays for most tiers are fairly one-dimensional.
It really then can be hard to. It almost dissuades PRX.
Does nobody compare to something though? I feel like nobody's got a lot of up and down in his play. These players, man. We gotta have like a banned list of esports player names.
Zekken and Sassy to overcome here. Still, Zelsis in close proximity.
Just bounces off the wall. That's unfortunate. Doesn't quite clear that corner. Oh, dude, the aggro from Monyet. Okay, they do clear it. It's a really good re-clear from Sentinels. They clear it all the way as well.
Looking to wrap this.
And Forsaken.
Oh my god, the timing.
I don't know who saw who. No one saw anyone.
Nobody saw anyone.
Oh, Forsaken has an idea, but...
They have no idea how close they are.
Oh, but I mean, what a heads-up play from Sentinels, though, right? To recognize that someone could have come back around that screen.
Information just going to be sent right back through. What can two players do here? That's a great
Huge.
Start. Yeah, okay, all from the same position. Paranoia not going to fight.
Oof, the Paranoia not hitting is rough.
And Mindfreak can just catch
Trying to just create some space while that snake bite's going on. I get it, but
really. And the cross so deadly, he plays ahead of it. Could have waited.
really good peek and rough from Mindfreak. If he had a Phantom, I think the pre-fire comes in, but
Sentinels to pull off the retake. And yeah, when you see this little snake by there, you know that this retake can be split down the middle. A player isolated, but nonetheless, Sentinels. A third successful retake.
But he just called the timeout.
Playing the timing.
I mean, Alex will gladly call a second one, but
maybe banking on the paranoia catching and audacious TP not being noted.
But I think they're okay. I think they're okay getting less rounds on Saucy. Poor Saucy.
The TP for Monya. It's definitely tools to bring into round 7 here.
Well, this is starting to get out of hand if you kind of keep in mind the rounds that have been won. Sentinels have started to stabilize massively here. And that's perfect from Tens. Punishing Mindfreak for trying to take any of that space.
PRX. I mean, I think Mindfreak's just assuming that Ace should be weaker, trying to take free space a little early.
We'll be walking into,
Dude, John QT is just waiting to rotate. They're just leaving mid open with the cam. I like it from Sentinels.
3-man stack here. Once it goes down, will slow any progress. Isolating Monya a little bit, but not punished just yet.
They haven't cleared that end. Oh, Celsius.
Picking up 2.
They haven't seen him.
This guy is so audacious as well. But this is a lot to handle. A lot of players on that corner.
NT.
They want to keep it safe. And again, Sentinels starting to tear this lead away, Mike.
Might be a second timeout coming in.
Opportunity to stretch their legs even further with a lesser purchase.
So the referee talking to somebody.
For PRX. You're right. Even though initially there wasn't too much threat with this 3-man stack, Celsius goes unchecked and results in 2 kills.
STC from YouTube. I mean, center at launch, could you pick up the Gecko Molly as an orb like the flashes? No, I don't think you could ever pick up Mosh. You can pick up everything else, but I think Mosh was always the only one that you couldn't refresh.
Big cushion here.
Okay, so now they're just gonna go for fast hit onto B, right? They realize that Sentinel is playing a little bit, you know, with a little bit of a twist on A. These ecos, man. I mean, trying to take B with this eco is also crazy, but it's a weapon picked up. Okay, snake bite. You can set up the crossfire. Oh, dude, Monette with the heads-up play for the showstopper. Oh. Oh, surely a high-low. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, but they're not actual animals. Gecko's utility is like spirits or whatever, right? You never know. Maybe it explodes and you can pick up the pieces again. Maybe it's like they should patch it. Maybe it takes 10 times as long because you have to pick up all the pieces and the puddles, but you can put it all back together to another mosh.
And even this from Monette playing so well into that, maybe expecting the ult could have come through, just bursting through the smoke.
Dude, that shot.
And it worked out well. The whole round looked like a frag movie there.
Yeah, Thrash explodes too, and you can pick it up. Well, he doesn't like explode though.
They're very, very quick as well.
Did Mindfreak get tagged by that 0 point? I'm wondering if he purposely got tagged by that or not.
This is something we haven't seen before. This could really catch
Hot flash.
And it does.
But
Second. Oh, and the follow-up to
dude, the mid plays
by what just happened.
right as you least expect it from Sentinels.
Top middle. They're just going for the fight. Knives in middle, basically, at this point. The spike is still in hand with something, but they have so little space.
What a fragment.
Divine something to try and recover something, if anything, here. That's it. First onto Tens is found. QT finds a response over the top here. Zelsis to seal the deal.
6-3. I mean, if PRX can get to 4, I think they're okay. I mean, even at 9-3, I think it's totally doable. Obviously grueling, but yeah, I guess we're just not going to see a ISO or a deadlock this Masters. Have we seen every other agent?
Factor for PRX.
Have we? I think we have.
More of a traditional start here. None of that.
That's actually crazy. I mean, that's pretty good.
It's going to be Zekken and Sassy on the other side of this.
Granted, the map pool and the map drafts have been varied enough, I think.
PRX locked out behind this at the minute. We'll give them some sort of safe passage.
Yeah, trying to play in Zekken off that, but not
Okay, just the pit. Sage is going to walk forward to try to keep some control of back sight. Sentinels is ready for it, though. He's not quite sure where the plant is. They should hear him. Oh, they're going to get all pinged together.
This is a bit of an issue. Look at the HP. It's dwindling. Something down low. Forsaken's fallen. Zelsis on a heater this round. Can they find the final two players, though? Difficult, tricky, something. Oh, that's dangerous play, but Mind Freak, this would have to be hero level.
I mean, you can't.
He's going to be defusing. Nothing to stop it. John QT, yes, will find the kill in the end, but the defuse.
We did CEG deadlock.
Another successful retake here. Zelsis is finding, I believe, another blind kill in here to the pit. Yeah. To shut down one yet. Well, make that a third.
Yeah. There it is.
And Snakebite
MVP. Defuse. 7
only does the tick damage.
Frustration showing.
Dude, I don't know. PRX, the last two times they've been playing this, trying to just force just with this wall. It's made me question it a bit. I feel like this wall gets you so much info sometimes. Unfortunately, it takes the full damage there.
Get the heal regardless. Res comes through. PRX 5 strong once again. Despite making a rotation here, Mind Freak dealing with a trip. Zelsis, does he swing onto this? John QT, yes. Wow. Beheaded.
Dude, Mind Freak getting first killed has not been doing PRX any favors.
Of finding a timing back over towards B's site. So they might even commit behind this. Spike dropped.
Very much in control of this map. Is the ult
clearing B.
Forsaken. He's been caught there by Zekken. Sentinels so in control. It needs to be miracles from Divine. It doesn't look like it's happening. This is looking concise. It's looking clear on this half. Again, one of the most one-sided ones we've had so far.
Oh, okay.
Divine, unfortunate here. There's no way. That's it. Sentinels, strong control this time. 8 rounds. Maybe losing a little bit of that confidence from Split, but picking it right back up here.
Yeah, stabilizing on Sunset. Early pick comes through, forcing the res. Second.
One more round. Come on, PRX. One more round.
Rewarded with a showstopper now. Round 12. It's a shaky purchase here for PRX.
The solo lurks against the Cypher has been very, very rough.
And trailing by 5.
Ticken's got another showstopper.
Distance, you're feeling it. Sentinels looking
Market
lively,
control.
looking sharp, looking like
Sentinels has given up mid control though. PRX has to recognize this. That this was very intentionally given up. Okay. So smoke just to keep mid control, right? Make them have to work for that information.
Yeah, early progress.
On yet. Trying to just hold.
Adjustment of John QT's utility.
Dude, main already cleared. Market cleared. Main cleared. You know it's A. You've got tripwires to make sure that you can go for the retake. There's no way that Monyet recognizes this. There's just no way.
They absolutely have. I think
Be the showstopper to make them panic. Dodges the dizzy.
Herding them around this map and waiting for that cross. Sharp as ever. He's getting one. He's got
Oh.
He's at least got wingman as well, but Ten's just
The counter push outs from Sentinels were so good in this first half.
And Sentinels, maybe a blip on the radar on Split, but instantly back in control, in touching distance to the finals now, with 9 rounds to their name.
Is it just me, or do Sentinels have better shooters than PRX despite having worse aimers? No, I think I get what you're trying to say. I don't know if I would agree, but
to make things happen, keep this series alive.
no, the defensive clear timings from Sentinels are very good on both Split and Sunset.
Very much in Sentinel's favor right now. Is this the last half we're gonna see?
Hello guys, I am Jordan Zelsis Montemuro. I play Valorant for Sentinels. How I'm feeling for this match, I'm pretty disappointed, to be honest. I feel like we were very disconnected today as a team, whether it be like game plan, our teamwork, comms, energy, stuff like that. It kind of felt like from the get-go we were disconnected, and that's kind of just how I'd sum it up. So I'm kind of disappointed in us as a squad. I think the biggest thing with our Breeze is we were pretty strong in it before they reintroduced halls, and I think we kind of just like strayed away from it. We tried to learn like other maps, stuff like that. Like we still feel pretty confident on the map, but I mean, being disconnected as a team, you're never gonna win.
Is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed. He's sat patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's gonna win the fight again.
Oh, I remember this round.
He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation. You don't really
That was a nightmare of a round.
I think us having to go from playing now and then we have to play best of 5 it'll definitely be a climb, but it's nothing we haven't done before. Like, you know, we lost our first match in kickoff, had to play through a lot of matches, had to play through play-ins. We had a very long off season, so we've been grinding. We just need to make sure that, you know, we show up in the lower best of 5. And,
Dude, if Sentinels comes back to the grand final.
Doubters, I mean, I'm getting paid, I'm playing here, you're sitting at home. Hopefully we keep
Damn, Zelsis. Oof. Hitting where it hurts. Holy cow.
Leading this half. It's looking like they're about to lead themselves into the grand finals. PRX with 3, Mike. This has to be it. They've got to come up with something now.
All right, PRX.
Starts with a pistol. Can they get themselves on the board here in the second half?
Default just to put some fake pressure onto A, but it's easily cleared immediately. In fact, nobody gets tagged by the dizzy, but they're going to see all the util flying out. So PRX immediately clear. Okay. I mean, PRX used to do this before a lot too, so you need to clear for the lurks, right? They want to just not have to worry about John QT. Counter dizzy just to keep them at bay.
Interesting spot here. Does it get re-cleared though? No, he gets some play on this one.
They do get the plant, but they've already flooded it. This is fast from. Oh, it was a little too fast maybe from PRX. Put up the wall. It's not a vertical wall though.
A tap on the spike and it draws them in. Tens goes looking, goes hunting, and he finds his victim. It's Fine Freak remaining, and Tens gets Sentinels 2-10.
Double digits early. PRX now walking the tightrope. Did we see any?
Oh man, that was a haphazard retake. I mean, the early flood was good. I thought that was fine, but
confidence displayed once again here from Sentinels. Some beautiful pistol rounds on display from them today. You
can feel it now.
Okay.
See that confidence on their faces.
Just got to give 11, yeah. And then you have to run it back. They are going to buy the sheriffs, which means that they'll have to go to the half armor.
A chance at a title. In their way, PRX still with an opportunity.
Zelsis got caught here. Down to 5 HP.
Closing in. Dizzy goes. This is good. But Tens is better. Doing the damage to keep them at arm's length. They can't gap close towards it.
They're sending Magnet to see if there's a rotate, but immediately they're just going to decide to push in, try to pick up the weapon, pick up a weapon here on a kill.
Nearly punished. Brought down to 1 HP.
But nobody gives a kill. That is rough.
Sentinels will find themselves a wide open A site. PRX left trailing.
They need some value out of this. Chip damage is not enough. They need tangible value.
When does the heal come back? I think it should be back online now.
Looking for it.
I mean, I think at the time, I think you could argue that Zekken was slightly underrated at the time. Like, there were some people that were excited about his prospects, but he probably didn't get as much recognition as he deserved when he was on XSET. But he's also just gotten even better.
Oh, that was a mistake from Tens. Maybe not expecting them so close by.
Okay.
But Mind Freak now needs a miracle. He's got 3 more to find, and not much of a chance to do it. Time against him, players against him.
If he had gotten one more, would have been nice.
Up to 11 now. PRX held on 3.
All right, do or die round for sure.
Yeah, see what Sentinels are able to scrape together.
Sentinels might just be clapping back what they got on, you know, what they got handed to him on split.
To play with, so they don't need to stack the chips here. Push all in round 15. Only really Sassy with the early progress towards ultimate as well. A decent stack of rifles. Need to see a response here from PRX.
Early pressure on A main.
It's to come now.
Ooh.
It's now or it's never, Mike. This is the moment.
The re-clear onto mid. The pot flash.
Good. The swing is
It's
there.
good. It almost looked risky, but it's good.
Need more of where that came from, though.
Onyet has to be ready for a potential escape here.
Finding very little. Might be quite
Because you already have B main.
seeing any more pressure towards
You're denied
mid.
info on mid.
Monyet must be on red alert. And Tens dangerous on the angle. Gonna fall
Oh,
off this
saving the paranoia is huge.
of presence, something.
Oh!
JonQT with the backup. Tens never fighting alone here.
Oh my gosh, dude. He didn't know exactly where Tens came.
So safe passage though. Cross is easy enough, and
Oh, another peek. Chat. I think it's falling apart.
Brings it to a 3v3.
3v3.
Spike still not planted, but coming through now from the wingman. Will give Sentinels a chance to fully reset on the back of this.
Yeah, and Tens is looking heated up though. Look at this timing and look at the
Dude, Tens is on a scout. He's only got 38 HP. He knows that they're not here. So good chance that they've rotated. That's huge. And the thing is, they still have to be worried about this. The wall comes up and Sentinels read through this already. They're just waiting for this. It's all a setup. It's all a setup for Tens. He gets one. Draws him out. That can be the re-peek from John. Still haven't shown Saucy. Now he shows himself. They know it's a double stack. PRX. He doesn't get the half either.
Desperate. He needs another fight here, and he needs a fast.
He doesn't get it. No time. Dude, JonQT timed that perfectly.
It's gonna be close, but not close enough. It's 12 for Sentinels.
Heartbreak to not get that first half defuse in. Sentinels now knocking on the door of the grand finals.
That's a heartbreaker right there.
Tens as well, playing the pressure perfectly. The rest of the team falling back, giving that space, allowing time to Tens.
I mean, John just has such a good internal clock.
I mean, if anything, I'm looking at the purchase here. Sorry to get ahead of this, but it's looking better than you'd imagine for PRX.
But it looks like a brawl, Mike. I'm seeing everyone in middle, but Divine, the one to bail him out, but Saucy's still there.
3 for 2 trade. Okay, spike down. Okay. 1v1. Oh my gosh, he's got from the shadows. Mind Freak has to take a bet. He guesses correctly. Poison Cloud and a Snake Bite. One smoke. It gets used. Shadow Steps, both available. Tens. How much of a mind game do we play here? Oh, this corner's that's a hard one to read. Is Mind Freak? Okay, he's just gonna try to stick the first half.
Two already in the round. A third would be needed. He's creeping closer.
He's just gonna try to stick it.
He's gonna check, and he does. Sentinels are going to the grand finals.
Holy moly.
Son to close things out here.
Holy moly.
Bounce back on Sunset at 13-3. Domination.
I mean, dominant first half from Sen.
A heartbreaking loss, but sometimes the brightest lights cast the darkest shadows, Lauren. PRX, a turbulent journey here in Madrid.
I mean, honestly, listen, PRX had frustrating moments, but
Considering the changes,
I do agree with what they said themselves. I think it's a miracle run to get here, right? I think it's very impressive that they even got here. I think that proves that their baseline skill level is very high.
up towards the end of this best of 5, but Sentinels to turn attention to the victors.
That is it for games today. That is it for games today.
What a welcome back. Yes, defeat against Gen G, but now they get to walk into a grand finals.
No, I absolutely agree that PRX performed better than the expectations. Like, you know, people love to go in and say, wow, can't believe they were rated bottom 4. But I still think the bottom 4 rating was fair. I mean, if we did it more even, probably a 5th, 6th place rating, and they performed better than that. And part of it was some really good individual gameplay, but I think part of it was also they showed improvement from match to match, right? I think PRX showed I'm not gonna say a lot, but I think they showed some very distinct improvement match to match. Like their Lotus today looked a lot better. Their split looked better today. So overall, I think PRX did well. Dude, Mindfreak, like he had what, like 2 bad games at Masters Madrid, but overall at kickoff at Masters, like he has been keeping them in the game.
The rest of the series had a player who took over. That was a
yeah, Magnet also looked way better today. Listen. PRX has a lot of expectations on them. They've always been a very good team. They have a lot of expectations on them, but like, dude, this is such a big change that they're trying to go through. I think you have to give them the year. Unless there's like other internal issues, you have to give them the full year.
10 out of
10s. Those are the 10s.
Yeah, that's 1 for 10s, 1 for Tekken. 10 out of 10.
You really want this to stick, don't you?
I also feel like
I mean, so many is a very subjective term. This is from YouTube. It's just saying like it seems like they did so many mistakes. They did. But
in this fashion, but they were comprehensively beaten there in that kind of. It's a very similar kind of head.
How do I put this?
It's tough to see them go home like that, but Sen with a rematch is going to be awesome.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the PRX that came in here saying we're.
So let's put it this way. There's a lot they need to work on. There's a lot they need to work on if they want to get back to where they were last year. But also, they're making these mistakes in the top 3, right? So like, clearly they're a strong team, right?
Sentinels! I'm here joined by Tens. First of all, congratulations. My first question is going to be, you were in the first final for the first
and John, that's nice.
Masters ever. But the question is going to be, you had a different roster. What makes this roster capable of such greatness?
I think this is the best iteration that Sentinels has had for a roster. Just, we work together, we get along, we're great friends, and I think we trust each other, and that's what matters the most.
Le preguntaba que, bueno, él ya ha estado en la primera final que tuvimos de la primera Masters Internacional, ¿qué es lo que hace que este roster también pueda ser capaz de lo mismo? Y él dice que confían mucho en el uno en el otro y que esta versión del roster es lo mejor que han tenido en años. Okay, so my next question is going to be, what is going on with Split? Yesterday, today, what do you think is going on there?
I think we generally just need to wake up on Split. We've been kind of lazy, especially since Split's been our territory for quite a while now, and it is our best map. But yeah, we're 0-2 on it since then, so we just got to wake up, I think.
Le preguntaba también qué es lo que estaba pasando en Split, un mapa que se les ha dado también, pero que en los 2 últimos días, pues no tanto. Dice que bueno, que sí, que es su primer mapa, pero que a lo mejor se han tranquilizado un poco, que precisamente les ha dado esa confianza de relajarse. Okay, so just yesterday you were losing against Gen G. Tomorrow you're going to be facing them again, but it's going to be a best of 5, and they're going to get those 2 bans. What can we expect to be different from your point of view?
I think the Sentinels that we showed yesterday against Gen G wasn't the real us. So if we bring the the proper form and we play together as a team, I think it's going to be a lot more of a match to watch.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Obviously, he was very careful with his words, but they should probably really reconsider the size of this opium. Because right now, not all the letters are showing, and it's a very different meaning.
You know, just send the hype up, thank them for their support, and also hype them up for tomorrow.
Thank you to all the amazing fans that came out here today. Thank you for supporting us. It means a lot to us. Thank you to my family, and yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the desk. What's going on here? What's going on here? We got Sassy. Welcome in.
That's great. That's great.
Performance, Sassy.
This is great.
Especially that final map, it was destructive. I've been hearing from some of the other players on your team talking about how there were mentality problems a little bit when you went up against Gen G previously. We heard it from Jordan as well. Yeah. So can you talk me through what was the mental difference like in that game versus this one? Because you looked on fire from the beginning.
I mean, it is great, but like, dude, they gotta reconsider this, man. I've never realized it, but it's like, it's so easy for it to get folded on the shoulder line.
Just play our game, you know. We don't care about PRX. You know them, right? We know how they play. So let's just play our game and we'll be fine.
Now, one of the things I sort of wanted to lead into is obviously you made one of the biggest roster moves maybe in the history of Valorant. It has been a while since obviously we saw you in one of those big finals. You've now made it back with a second team. Are you the guy that's sort of dragging everyone through? Are you the championship mentality guy, or are you really feeling it with the new team as well?
I mean, it's not fair for everyone to say that I'm that guy, but I'm feeling like not only me, but also Jordan, like Zelsis and John QT were like so big on this tournament. They are so big on this tournament, so I think it's like,
yeah, Zelsis and John are such huge auditions for Sentinels, for sure.
So comfortable to play it. So yeah, I think it's about everyone, not just.
So it's a ball buff. Sure. He's a ball buff. I think that's why.
It's about buff too.
But does it feel special to be back in that kind of
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
I can't imagine.
Me, I took 1 year vacation.
1 year vacation.
Just lost almost everything. Then we came back, we played some off-season tournaments, we did good, and then we got kickoff. So you know, it's good to be back on top again.
Now, I believe that in your 2 previous finals appearances, one you went through the upper bracket where you had the advantage, and one when you went through the lower and you ended up. Or did you go through the upper?
No, this is my first time on lower.
This is your first
time.
Yeah. Lowers, you're right, but you won one time and you lost one time despite having the map pool advantage. Do you think it's all it's cracked up to be? It's a big advantage, but I mean, you're 50-50 with it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like against.
Are we doing map veto preds? Yeah, we'll take a look at the map vetoes.
But I feel like it doesn't matter the map. If we go face the NG like ourselves, like we did today, not like split though. Forget about split. Okay. Then I think we're gonna win. Doesn't matter the map.
Oh, you're thinking you're gonna win, not even just competitive.
About your old team, your new team. I think you played with 2 of the best duelists probably ever, and as a supportive player, what is it like working with someone like Zek? And like, is it like?
Texture listening to this desk right now. He's like, "What did you just say?"
I've been lucky so far to play like with so.
And then Meteor just comes out on Jet, and top frags, and he's like, "Sit down, everybody."
I'm just here to do their job easier. That's it. Like, I'm just here to throw flashes, spot, and everything, just to make their life easier. And for sure, like as I said before, I've been blessed to play with so much good players. Like not only Zach and Tyson too. Like he's a good player.
I felt like coming into this series, I saw multiple moments where you had a real great game plan for what to do against PRX. But there is kind of an elephant in the room there that you mentioned about your split. You've now lost it 13-5, 13-5, and it was exactly as all the rest of us were talking about how you had the best split in the world. Is this because other teams have figured you out? Is it something about the Pacific teams? Just a rough kind of idea without giving too much away. What do you think the core of that is?
I'll be honest, it's kind of both. You know, some anti-strat on us, it's fine, but I feel that we still had the read on their anti-strat, but we didn't play as a team. Like, it's hard to say. I'm not trying to say, like, as an excuse, but to be fair, we didn't play that good. Like, we are not proactive, like, as we do on split, you know? We on split, we play, like, defense like attack, and, like, on attack, we're, like, really proactive with reads as well. But you know, we should be better for the next day.
But that's the thing, you kind of then flip the script, because Sunset has been an incredible map from them. They do play it kind of crazy still, so like how do you weather the storm versus a team like PRX, because they are nuts?
Yeah, they're nuts. They don't play duelists, so we kind of knew like they don't have like a dive agent, so it was kind of like easy for John. And also we have KO knife, so it's kind of hard for them as well.
Yeah, the KO is a really strong counter to no dive
it's a good
comps.
option on attack, and it's been working so far. But we were so aware of it, so we didn't get pick off against him.
So,
KO's huge against the no duelists.
PRX have been rating themselves all throughout the tournament. 6 out of 10, 10 out of 10. What's your confidence level headed into the grand final?
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm so much comfortable right now. I feel like a 10. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, saucy.
I mean, you guys
you love to hear it.
Got an 8. I was going to bring the board back up, but we don't have
I'll be honest.
There you go. Perfect. She's predicted it.
I think people will think about like the vetoes, advantage, and stuff, but I'll be honest, we don't care. Like even we play Breeze, we play Icebox. I think we're going to be ready for it, so it doesn't matter. We just got to play as a team.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on your win today, Sassy. In case anybody hasn't realized, we got our schedule ready. We got the teams that we know are going to be in the grand final of Masters Madrid. It's Gen G versus Sentinels.
Dude, it's so crazy.
From the upper bracket, a rematch of that upper bracket finals, Tom, as well, with a massive map veto advantage, plus a wild show match too.
Heck yeah.
There's gonna be
close show match
reveal happening. We've got a big show starting the day with a new agent, a show match happening with all of these wonderful influencers cracking around to a day to be here for sure, Tom.
Oh, Mimi and Kaide on the same team. Can they lose? Like, honestly, I already have full
Team
faith in
International.
No offense, Team Spain. Luckily, I'm on the international broadcast, so I can say that without anybody coming for me.
And the day beginning at 4 p.m. tomorrow, so make sure you're there to be able to catch all of that. You don't just want to hit the grand final. We've got so much more for you. But again, congratulations, Sassy. Appreciate it very much, and good luck in your match tomorrow. We will see you then. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow in the grand finals.
Okay. The band is still playing. So, I mean, listen, I think today was, I mean, it was mildly disappointing just because, for one, we also had like 2 very one-sided maps, and that's a shame, but actually, no, we had 3 one-sided maps, huh? Ascent was pretty one-sided too. The Ascent was the disappointment, in my opinion. The split, we saw it yesterday, the possibility was there, and therefore I thought the Sunset, the possibility would be there as well. The Ascent. Anyway, let me bring up the maps. Wrong scene. Okay. So the best Gen G. Hold on. First of all, I'm gonna think that Gen G is gonna pick first because it's a best of 5. Do we think they're going to pick second? I mean, the thing is what would the picks be, right? The picks would be something like Icebox, Split, potentially Lotus if it's left open, potentially Breeze, right? Not Bind. Oh, I just mean from general. So I'm trying to figure out a world where would Gen G feel comfortable giving Sentinels 2 first picks. One of them would probably end up being split no matter what if you gave it to Sentinels. No, the higher seed gets to pick if they pick first or not. So, okay, some of you are saying Lotus. I don't think they banned the Lotus. Just because they lost, I don't think they banned the Lotus. I think the Bind or the Split. Maybe even the Ascent. I don't know if they banned the Split either, quite frankly. Meteor's been looking so good on the Jet. No, just because they lost Lotus, I don't think so. I think Gen.G's willing to run it back on the Lotus. I mean, they probably don't ban Ascent, but it's not like Gen.G likes Ascent, but I don't think you ban it because it's probably not like Sentinels is going to pick it. Whatever they float here, or whatever they don't ban here, the thing is it probably goes to Decider. No, I don't think Gen.G picks Split though, right? There's no. Here's the thing: is that if Sentinels is going to pick it first or second, right? They might not pick it first, but they will pick it second. So either map 2 or 4. So there's no point in picking Split if you're Gen.G. There's no point of egoing the draft. I mean, Gen.G, the Lotus. I think Gen.G's Ascent is fine, but for one, it isn't that well tested, and two, it doesn't really suit their style as much, right? Ascent requires a fine balance of good timing, good macro play, good set plays, good executes, good opping, and a pinch of good like contact play. But Gen.G, like the thing is Ascent is so claustrophobic that it's hard to like flood and trade well consistently, or I think that's how they feel. I mean, maybe if they change their comp a bit more, it can suit them better, but why is Gen.G not playing Bind? I mean, I can't tell you for sure because I'm not part of the team, but I've always wondered why they, but I think the thing is I think Gen.G is okay with Bind. I think they feel okay with Bind. But I feel that they just haven't gotten enough reps in it. And then also I think some of the opponents they face, like EDG, they really like Bind. So I think they've been just taking that out and not taking the risk in a best of 5. Okay, but this is for sure, right? Gen.G's got to pick the Icebox first. Gen.G's got to pick the Icebox first. That is for sure. Do they pick the Breeze? I think so. They might pick the Breeze first. They might. There's a world where they pick the Breeze first just because it's been played, but I think they picked... I mean, I agree. I think Sentinels' Icebox is better than their Breeze, but... No, yeah. I mean, so... Well, the thing is also the sample size is very small for Gen.G, so... I mean, we don't really know. But I feel like picking Breeze first is so risky. Because, like, that's the thing, right? And this is regardless of Gen.G. For any team, Breeze, at the end of the day, no matter what comp you play, more than any other map in the pool except for maybe Ascent, you like, absolutely have to hit your shots on Breeze. And, like, yeah, you could say the same thing for the opponent, but, like... Why would you risk it as your first pick, is my opinion. But then again, like I actually do wonder how Gen G feels, because I feel like some teams have different ideas about best of fives. Some teams seem to really like to pick their strongest map on map 3 to either close out or have a momentum shift back in their favor, whereas some teams really seem to like to pick their most comfortable map first to just get that lead. But a best of 5 is so long that I wonder if some teams don't necessarily feel that way. Why did Sentinels ban Icebox against Gen G? Again, I think Sentinels thought that that gave them the best shot at a 2-0 just because Gen G is so comfortable on it. They knew that Breeze wouldn't be picked if it was left open. They knew that Gen G wouldn't pick it first. So they knew that if they banned the Icebox, the most obvious next choice would be Lotus for Gen G. And I think Sentinels thought that we can beat them on split, and we are comfortable enough that we can beat them on Lotus. And the thing is, if they had won the split, it would have been a 2-0. On the contrary, if it was Icebox instead of Lotus, probably would have been a 2-0 for Gen G for that day at the very least. So I think that was them kind of hedging their bets on what's the best way to win. And then you take your chances on Breeze. You thought you had a read on it, which I'm not surprised given Gen G's composition and how they've played it. So I think Icebox first. Okay, assuming Lotus isn't banned, I think Sen probably picks it. I mean, I'm going to be very honest. I feel like this is like the safest prediction. I think this is the most like reasonable, safest prediction. I kind of like Gen G's bind though, but it's such a small sample size. And I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what else they don't like about it. Ascent, I can kind of see why they wouldn't like it in theory. But Bind, I'm not entirely sure. It might be also because... honestly, it might just be that they feel that they don't have a good read on the meta as well. Because they still play the Sky here. They still play the Sky on Bind. Or they did at kickoff. I mean, it's been a while now, so who knows? Maybe it would have changed, but I think they may feel that that's a risk. Yeah, but that's like, but you can't say that Bind isn't a risk. If anything, at least Lotus, you know what the risk is. Bind, you have no idea what the risk is. They don't play the Euro. They don't play the Euro. That's what I'm saying. They play the very, very traditional comp of double controller, Cypher. Well, Cypher's not, I guess, the most traditional part of that, but... I mean, you can say all you want that Lotus feels risky, which you wouldn't be wrong, but at the very least, you know exactly what the risk is, and Gen G's always felt confident in it, right? I think just because they lost that once, if anything, that's more for them to work on and study and recognize where things went wrong. And if it's a map you're comfortable in, I think you'd rather fix what you're comfortable with than be like, well, that seems risky, so let's take like an even bigger mystery risk. You know what I mean? Not that Sen's gonna pick it, but you know what I mean? No, it does. I mean, the Sky solo on Bind, I think it's still okay, but I'm trying to think if I'm Gen G, like why am I shying away? Because the way they play it, I felt was fine. And I'm imagining that they could feel that they just don't have a good grasp on the current meta. Like they feel that the Sky isn't the best meta on Bind, but they don't know what is, and they don't want to have to like deal with potential different comps. Granted, Sentinels has played it once, right, against Team Heretics when they got here. And but they had that agent change, right? They had the Gecko. They don't play the Euro anymore. No Sentinel. The Cypher might be the problem. I don't know. I kind of liked the Cypher part, but the problem is like, what else would you play is always the question that comes up at that point. So it's tough for them. That's honestly. Well, they could play the Yoru. Meteor's been playing Yoru and Breeze. I was about to say one of the problems is Meteor isn't as flexible yet, but he could play the Yoru. Yeah, I mean, he had some moments, but generally it's not like he showed moments where we're like, oh my, like he's going to catch up to Nats and things like that. He hasn't been that fluent, so. No, I think the bind gets banned. Listen, I mean, Gen.G has the authority, so like they can do whatever they want, but here's the thing. If they do this, some fans, if let's say Sentinels wins with this draft and they like smash them on Lotus, then some fans will retroactively say that Gen.G trolled the draft, but I think this is actually the safest draft for Gen.G. It all comes down to how much how confident, right? It's the same thing with their Breeze when they came to Masters, right? They came into Masters being like, we're really confident on our Breeze. And even though they lost, they were like, no, we still really feel confident on it. And so far afterwards, they've won twice. So it's like, okay, talk your stuff. So maybe they've done that with Bind. But in that case, I think they still just banned the Ascent rather than the Lotus. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they're going to ban, for some reason, I just don't think they're going to ban the Lotus. I mean, if they ban the Lotus, it becomes this? But these two are such big question marks that if you don't close it out in 3, it just feels like you don't know what you're getting into. Huh. It was good if you want to get nerdy and see how they've anti-stratted each other, but the match. We had 3 one-sided maps though. I think this is a better bet for Gen.G. Depends. It depends on if you think like this gives too much of a confidence boost to Sentinels. No, I've thought about that, Zep. I've thought about it, but that's like the risk takers in our hearts that are talking. That'd be a ridiculous gambit to play on a grand final. No, Gen.G feels very confident in their aim, and here's the thing. That's why I think they would, and that's part of it. I think the way Gen.G plays is to maximize their aim and maximize their trades. So I think they would rather study the known values of Lotus, despite losing at 13-7 last time, and quite frankly, Sen looked to outclass them in the second half for sure. But I think they would rather do that than study the unknown of Bind, right? I mean, there's one piece of tape, but it's a comp change from Sentinels, and then you haven't played your Bind at all at this tournament. They've only played it once so far this year, right? They only played it against PRX that one time, Gen.G? Oh no, they played it twice. They played it twice? Oh, they played it against DRX. Dude, I've totally written off the DRX game. It actually went to overtime, but I've totally erased that from my memory. They did play it twice, but they didn't play it a single time at Masters. They'll be doing videos as we speak, probably, right? Right now? No. They'll do it once they get to the venue tomorrow. They do it ahead of time, but not like a day before. It gets done on site. Like the day of the match. Like a little bit before. No. You don't get to ban and then specifically prepare the maps. Nope. You got to prep your draft. That's why like anti-stranding and stuff isn't as easy as it sounds. Because like what if that's why Gen G, I think, were thrown off by the Icebox ban, right? Because it's not like they found out the night before and they're like, oh, I guess we'll just have to prepare the breeze. Like, it's not like that. Yeah, they do. Well, they do it basically like, you know, a little bit before your match. So if it's like a 2-match, the second match is teams, like they'll get to the venue later and then they'll get there and then they'll say, okay, like you guys all set. All right, let's go do the map draft. They'll record it and then they play it back for the show. So for one match, yeah, it's like but it's not like morning. It's not remote. It's once they get to the site, they warm up a little bit and then they do it. I don't know if it's in the rule set like exactly how many hours or minutes they have to do it before, but yeah, you can't find out the night before. So listen, here I'm gonna bank off of this. Like there's a world where this can happen. There is a world where this happens, or maybe even the split, but I think they actually leave the split open. Like there's a world where something like this happens. Right? And I think in some crazy way, this seems like a high risk, high reward draft for Gen G where you're like, ooh, we can really drive it for the 3-0. But it's like Sentinels is no pushover. I don't think it's worth the risk. And here's the thing. I don't think a Korean, I mean, while Gen G's been really buying a lot of, you know, love from my heart because they've been playing very, very loose and, you know, like abusing land sound and things like that. I don't think Solo and HSK will go that far to be like, let's throw a gambit on the draft, right? If you're confident in your aim as well, and you know, you can respect your opponent to some extent, but not to the extent of like, ooh, like we should throw them a curveball. I don't think Gen G is going to feel that way. I don't think they're going to be like, ooh, like we should really catch him off guard, right? I think simply guaranteeing the fact that they're going to ban Sunset and whatever else they don't want to play, I think that's more important to them. I don't think it matters for Gen G. I don't think it matters if Sentinels wants to play the rest of the maps or not. I think they just want to be like, well, we don't want to play these maps. Because here's the thing. Sentinels, right? The reason the double ban is so important, the reason the double ban is important, and I think actually to a certain extent, not banning, like banning on your own preference is much more important. Because they could have started thinking about this ban yesterday, right? So, in a sense, especially because Sentinels and PRX both dislike Icebox and Breeze, so you know you're picking those two no matter who you play. Maybe the order is different, but you know you're picking those two no matter which one made it from the lower finals. And afterwards, right, you say, okay, we've beaten both of them on split now. We've overcome that, so we don't mind leaving that open. Right? You say we're confident in playing PRX on Ascent and, you know, we should be okay against Sentinels. And you say, sure, Sentinels beat us, but we know we can beat PRX on this and we're still confident on Lotus. So basically, you could have decided over 48 hours before your match, or right around 48 hours before your match, that these are not the maps you're playing and that it's this 5. And you're just prepping just that 5 for today, right? You're just watching out for these. You don't care about the Sunset, right? So at that point, right, it gets to Sunset, you're just like not watching it, you're just making sure you see if it goes to map 5 or not. And I think that's actually much more invaluable because for Sentinels, you still have to think a little bit about like, ooh, do they let the bind through? Like, would we have to play bind? Like, I guess we got to talk about that. So while it's not like you're going to like be scrimming every single map, right, from today to tomorrow if you're Sentinels, but the fact is do you even waste like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes discussing an extra map or not? While Gen.G can just be like, all right, here's the plan. Here's what the enemy does. And you prep that for over an extra day. I think that's the biggest advantage. And I think if you go into this and you feel that you got through the upper bracket by like luck, so to speak, and you think you're the underdogs and you start to be scared of the enemy's strong maps, I think that's how you troll the double veto. I think then you just throw away the advantage of like, it doesn't matter if they think they can beat us or not. Like, we just work on what we know and we just make it even better, right? Because like, who knows what Sentinels is going to look like here? So I think that's yeah. No, I mean, listen, I'm all for curveballs. I'm the type of guy that's all for like I love doing curveballs. I love doing dude. Whenever I used to think about map drafts, I'm always like, ooh, but like, what if they ban this? They'll never see it coming. And it's like, that's all fancy and nice, but it's like, I think what we're forgetting is at the end of the day, a lot of teams, like if you're looking to win the tournament, you have to be confident in your aim and you have to be confident in your fundamentals that you can overcome any map over your opponent. And at that point, I think comfort bans make more sense. The only times that wouldn't happen is if a team showcases that they're like mega comfortable on all maps. Then they could do whatever they want. They could throw curveballs, but it's hard to make that happen. It's hard to make that happen. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is the play. This is it. Lock it in, chat. I mean, the only difference is I agree with some people in chat that there's a chance where the Breeze gets selected first and the Icebox is third. To me, it's not even about the Breeze. To me, it's about the Icebox. It's about if they feel, do they want to take their most comfortable map, regardless of Sentinels, again, do they want to take their most comfortable map first to start 1-0, or do they want it third to potentially change the tempo? That's the only thing, but... And Sentinels, I mean, yeah, this could also be interchangeable, but I'm going to lean on Lotus first. Okay. Will you be watching the press conference? No, I am going to hop off, chat. I'm so tired. We had a housewarming party for dinner today. My wife invited a couple of friends. So I've been up and entertaining guests, which I love to do, but I'm also a very introverted guy, so it gets very tiring. But yeah, this will be it. I'll check out the press conference before the match tomorrow. But the show match is at the same time tomorrow, I think, and then the final is afterwards. But we'll be watching all of it, so I'll turn on the stream again, as usual, just a little bit before, like when the analyst test starts, or maybe right before it. Tomorrow's the player card as well, so make sure you turn on, make sure you link your Riot account, make sure you get that drop, make sure you get those sweet drops, and then we'll check out Clove tomorrow. We'll talk about Clove tomorrow. That's gonna be exciting. We get to talk about the new agent. We get to check out the new agent, and then we get to watch hopefully a sick best of 5. This is the first time that I am actually so involved, or so not involved, so. Chat, I'm suddenly blanking out. Invested. There we go. This is the first time I'm actually so directly invested in a grand final to the point where I actually kind of don't want it to go to a game 5 because I feel like I'll have a heart attack if it does. So I'm secretly hoping it's a 3-1. A 3-0 always feels bad for a grand final. So I'm going to hope it's a 3-1. Obviously for Gen.G. But we'll see. Oh, I'm actually already nervous, chat. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? How can we even sleep tonight? Oh. I've been waiting 25 years for Korea to win a proper FPS. Dude, yes, seriously. We've waited all of our lives for Korea to play the same FPS that a large portion of the rest of the world is playing, and to try to win an international event at it. I'm not counting Overwatch. TAC FPS, traditional FPS. Oh, man. It could happen. I mean, even if it doesn't, just like PRX, even if it doesn't, it's an incredible run, an incredible game so far from Gen G. But it could. I honestly think tomorrow is like, I think it's like 55-45 for Gen G. I'm going to say 55-45. I mean, maybe like 58-42 because of the map draft. I think it's still close. If Second and Tens are firing, if John... I mean, there's so many similarities, right? Second and Tens firing on all cylinders. You've got Texture and Charon firing on all cylinders on the same roles. Then you've got freaking The Rock. That's always going to be, making sure that you have another beat left in you. And John for Sentinels. That's Meteor, in my opinion, for Gen G. Then you've got just the vibes guy and the clutch king that really turns the momentum on its head, and that's Zelsis and Munchkin. And then you've got the initiators who, like, sometimes they have these quiet games, but then they just clutch up the insane rounds and swing the map. That's Saucy and Lakia. There's a lot of similarities between these teams. Gen G is actually an American brand. Well, it's like partnered with the old Korean Samsung teams, et cetera, et cetera. The history gets a little complicated, but yeah, it's just that the majority of the most well-known Gen G teams are in Korea, but their HQ has always been in America once they became Gen G. Sentinels are 6 on Lotus. Why isn't it talked about more as their best map? Just because they were so good on Split before, and not as many people have been like ever dominant on Split because it's been around for longer as well. But I think now, right, Lotus is in the discussion for sure. So yeah, all right, chat. This is my map draft predictions. I mean, we were wrong yesterday, and we were wrong today. So these are just for fun. Nobody is ever actively trolling their drafts. Some people will admit in reverse afterwards, in hindsight, that they did make the mistake, like PRX. But even then, obviously, every team has their best interests in their mind. So don't flame the teams. Don't flame the coaches. Especially for map drafts. I think it's so subjective, right? Map drafts are so subjective. And yeah. And then tomorrow, yeah. New agent, grand final, storylines, etc., etc. Maybe I might try to turn on slightly before, just to prime you guys again on the Gen G storylines. And a little bit of Sentinels, but we can just call it a classic Pacific choke. Yeah, we can be like, it wasn't a PRX thing. It's just a Pacific thing. Losing after getting to the grand final through the upper bracket? Just Pacific things. Gen G are 2-0 behind. Why don't they play it? Well, they played it only twice at kickoff. We were just talking about it, but I think there's two things that they might be considering. Is one, I think they might not feel comfortable that they have a good grasp on the actual meta of Bind, like what's the best on Bind right now. They play a bit of an old version of Bind, but with the Cypher instead of a Chamber. And obviously, since the Sky changes, that comp is a bit weaker now. So they have to take a lot more like individual contact before they're able to move as a group. And then that puts Meteor on Cypher. Now I actually think he had an incredible game on Cypher during the finals of kickoff. So I don't think it's bad. I actually like their bind, but I think there's something to consider there where they may feel our bind is serviceable, but we don't know if another team's comp is objectively better, and we don't want to like figure that out if we don't have to. And then the second thing is, what was my second thing, chat? We had talked about 2 reasons. I don't know. Maybe that was the only reason. That might be the only reason. Yeah. There's a world where they pull a DRX and they bring Meteor on the Euro on that map as well. But I just don't think it's worth the risk. I actually think the map itself suits them better than Ascent in terms of like the map layout. But and Solo's also always really liked bind. So I imagine they're like, I just can't imagine a world where their bind is bad. But I can see them looking at it as a question mark. Whereas Ascent, it's like, okay, we have good fundamentals. We can play them at a comp. Like, we know how this map works, like, confidently, right? So that's also true. Let's talk. Oh, hold on. Before we sign up, let's talk about that a little bit, because that didn't happen as much today, right? With the Icebox ban from PRX. But obviously today, Zekken, I mean, he showed up. He showed up on the Jet as well. On Ascent, but generally Zekken much stronger on the Raze. I mean, he's ridiculous on the Raze, and then he's still pretty solid on the Jet, but he's ridiculous on the Raze. It's kind of like the reverse of Texture, right? Texture's ridiculous on the Jet, and he's pretty good on the Raze. So in that sense, denying more Raze potential is good, right? Bring on more Jet potential. Oh, actually, yeah, no, this is it, chat. This is it. And then this is the curveball that you have, because Meteor plays the Jet here. Well, now that we've thought about it, I'm actually feeling much more confident. Again, it doesn't mean that Zekken's weak on the Jet. It's just that he's, you know, he turns into a superhero when he plays Raze. And again, Texture's the reverse, so... Yeah, I like it. I like this. Oh, tomorrow's going to be so fun. Surely not a 3-0 for either team. Surely not. Cool. All right, chat. Let's all get some rest. Make sure you're here on time to check out the new agent tomorrow. I don't want anybody coming in during the finals match and being like, what do you think of the new agent? While we're watching Texture try to clutch a 1v3. Okay? We can talk about it plenty while we're watching the show match. And then we'll focus on the finals. Cool. Thank you so much for everyone today. Thanks for the new subs on Twitch. Thanks for the new follows and both channels, or all channels. And we'll be back tomorrow for the final one of Madrid. And just as a heads up for those who joined during Masters Madrid, we will be continuing watch parties for Challengers Korea afterwards as well. The playoffs for Challengers Korea picks up right away next week, so there will be more. And if I'm streaming, like when it's not like a Masters event going on, if I'm streaming like around 3 days a week or something, and there's no matches, then we'll do like VOD reviews and stuff in Theory Crafting. So there will be more content, so there's more to look forward to, but there will be live co-streams of Challengers Korea, and then once Pacific kicks off, obviously I'll be on the actual broadcast for a lot of days, and then the days I'm not, I'll probably try to watch party from home as well, so there will be more at all times. But that's just a heads up for now. Let's just focus on tomorrow. Huge finals, Pacific versus Americas, first Korean team in the grand finals, very, very exciting, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.